Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of the 2023 United States National Snooker Championship. We are getting things rolling here. It's the last day of the round-robin matches. We'll decide who gets into the knockout stage. So a few of our friends are going to be going home, unfortunately, but some will continue their pursuit to hoist the Tom Collins Trophy come Labor Day Monday. And in our featured match, we've got a couple matches. As those who joined us yesterday knows that we bounced back from a couple of tables. We have CCU hailing from Washington State going against Rachel Vig, and our featured table will be Ajaya Pradhakar, who is the head of USSA, the president, also the president of PAPSA, which is the Pan American Snooker and Billiards Association, and he will be going against Han Shi Ji. It's David Burney in the booth alongside with Christian Youngers. And here we are. We hope you guys are ready. We're glad that you're tuning in. Feel free to find us on the Ox Billiards channel on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch TV. As well, there's the St. Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club channel on YouTube that you can check us out there. Feel free to subscribe and like that page. And if you have any comments or questions, we're here. Feel free to let us know where you're tuning in from. And game on. Enjoy yourself, everyone, today. It's going to be a lot of snooker action here. A lot of moving and shaking.
All right, so big match here, I think, between Ajaya and Han. This is, I believe, let's look at the group stages real quick, but I'm pretty sure this is going to decide the group leader, from what I understand. Both of these players, I think, have 4 points and have won both of their matches so far. Actually, no. Oh, I could be wrong. Sorry about that.
No, it looks like they've both won their matches.
Yeah, they
so,
did. Okay.
Yeah, both of them should be moving on, obviously, to the knockout phase.
Yep.
But whoever wins the match will be a bit higher seeded. And this is a good start here by Ajaya. Very strong when he gets into the balls.
Yeah, tough group that. It had Kevin Quay, Tom Tan, Han, and Ajaya. So pretty strong showing from these two to win their 2 matches in this group. So nicely done. Oh, and Ajaya managed to get that black, but goes into the pack. I think he has 1 red to the left corner pocket, but a little bit of tricky queuing on this one for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tricky one early in the morning going over all those balls. You know, hopefully you don't have too much coffee at breakfast, so you're shaking around. You want to just be calm and patient. But obviously in these first matches, it's good to have the first strike and get that arm going, which Ajaya has been doing.
We got another big match too. We got to tune into every once in a while. We've got Stephen Wong playing Tommy Collins over on table 9. That was, I believe, a quarterfinal match last year. Or sorry, no, that was also a group stage match, if I remember correctly, last year during the Nationals. They came down to it. I think defending champion Stephen Wong would have gotten eliminated had Tommy defeated him in last year's group stage, and he wouldn't have had a chance to make the run he did into the brackets. So another classic matchup.
Yeah,
over there.
The Collins family has done many, many wonderful things for the game of snooker in America. Tom's dad was heavily involved. Unfortunately, we lost him a few years ago. But Tom is carrying the torch. Plays out of Motor City in Detroit, Michigan. There he is over there. Just queuing up and getting ready to start his match against Stephen Wong. But you can catch all the live updated scoring on cloudsnooker.com. As these players do have tablets at their tables. As you can probably tell with our scoring, sometimes they update the scoring on those tablets, and that directly results to us on the stream. So sometimes they don't have a player just standing right by the scoring software, so it takes a little bit to update, because usually the scores update after the break is done. But when we move into the knockout round, we will be getting referees, we will be getting scorekeepers at the table, so we'll have updated scoring for for all of you wonderful people that are tuning in to this classic tournament. Been running for quite a while. You got two-time champion here at Jaya Pradhakar trying to punch his card into that knockout round with a high seed if he can get a win.
Another big match happening over on our, I think, table 2. Looks like it's Alex Newstead and Nitin. I don't remember Nitin's last name. Nitin Mehta, yeah. I believe they're the other two players in the Tommy Collins Stephen Wong group, and we'll get a look at the group stage right now in a bit, just to see kind of where the groups are at, because a lot of matches are going to be decided. There are a lot of group stage matches are going to be deciding who advances in the tournament after this first round today. So a lot of big matches coming.
Yes, the man in the booth with me, Mr. Christian Younger, says you tuned in probably late yesterday, saw that he had won his first match. So Christian, you're looking pretty good to get in the knockout round, although you had 2 matches today, and those can always be tough challenges.
Yeah, a little dicey yesterday, but we managed to survive. So Jay off to a pretty strong start. Looks like he's definitely looking more comfortable with the 2 players so far.
Yeah, and he definitely has to have that mindset, as we have talked about before. As much as he is the president of this company, he needs to switch that off, and he needs to switch on his player hat. I think this is the first time I've seen Han. I don't know if Han was at last year's championship at Ox Billiards.
Don't think he was. I believe Han is a local player here at Embassy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's sporting the colors. He's got the nice Embassy patch on his waistcoat.
That's right.
All the players have definitely come dressed to play.
Ooh. Just saw a nice little double on a side table by Alex Newstead, getting really close to the black next, so it's going to be a match to tune into for sure, as well as the Tommy Steven match. I'm going to check the rest of the groups as well. I'm not sure what the other stages are at. See if we can pull it up.
Ooh, not a great in-off there.
Oh, no.
By Jaya. I'm just seeing if there is a pathway. I didn't really have a shot down to these reds down at the business end of the table. This is a thin one, but definitely has potential to go wrong. KP, we had a wonderful amount of 64 participants. KP in the chat room is asking how many players were here. And I actually believe they even had a waiting list. So that's really good to see for the sport in the United States of America. A lot more people are getting interested in this great game. And I know that you're talking to a lot of players that do have to travel quite far to find some tables. So if you're of the entrepreneur type person, opening up a snooker room in America might not be the worst thing in the world. The bulk area with that safety shot for Ajaya, but doesn't look like a easy starter here for Han. It's got a red into the left middle pocket. It's going to shoot up table, so this will be potential safe if he does miss. Really nice deliberate pause in his backswing. Unfortunately, he's just come up tight to the green. Comes up just a little less pace, but unfortunate after that red that he got tight to the green, wasn't able to make the pot. Yeah, it looks like there is a long red for a J into this top left corner pocket. It's blue obstructing his view there. That is true, KP. The Canadian National Championship is usually hosted in Toronto. It's a bit unfortunate. We are a big country back there in Canada, and there is a lot of snooker lovers throughout the country, so it'd be nice to see if it could bounce around a little bit. I do know that obviously John White and Jim White have a great club, the Corner Bank in Toronto, and also there's a gentleman who owns Master Q. His name is just eluding me right now. But also Jonathan's son has a nice club out in Vancouver, well in Richmond actually, but just outside of Vancouver. He's got 2 new Rasson tables that he's put in. So I think we might see maybe potentially that Canadian National Championship maybe moving around the country just like this American Championship has. This last year it was in Ox, and I think the previous year before that it was at the New York Athletic Club, I believe. And as well, they've played this event in Houston, so it's jumped around. Carter, thank you very much, Ray Fung. Carter is the gentleman that owns Master Q in Toronto.
Here we got a sorry, we got a shot of the group stage here. The groups that I was alluding to earlier looks like Stephen Wong's group. He is at 2 match wins. Alex Newstead and Tommy Collins both have 1 win, and Nitin is sitting at the bottom of the group. So pretty big matches to decide the group. It's kind of between Alex Newstead and Tommy Collins whether who's going to advance if Stephen ends up at the top of the group. This next one to Patrick Gigi and CCU's group. I don't know the other 2 gentlemen, but looks like CCU's the top of that group right now, 2 wins in his favor. So I think it's a win and you're in situation for CC. Patrick Gigi needs to win this frame, or this match, I guess. I'm not sure if he's still in it. He might not be anymore, depending on how the other match results. And this group that we were talking about earlier, Han and Ajaya, are sitting atop the group, 2 matches in their favor. So this match definitely going to be deciding who advances as the number 1 in this group. But both players essentially are in now. And I think we also have some Group D action as well. I see Dave Daly over there playing against Dai Wei, I believe. Dave, I think, is in a must-win situation. If Dai Wei wins, he's going to be at top of the group with 3 wins. And Mustafa, I believe, is going to be out. So, yeah, big match. Dharma and Dave kind of going up against it to see who advances in that group. We shall see. A little bit of a look at our side table as well. CCU playing against Rushil Vig, 21-3. don't know if she was on a break. It looks like that was a safety, so score is accurate as of right now. But let's get back to our main match.
Yeah, Ajaya with a 22-6 advantage early on in this first frame, best of 3. KP, there are a few American coaches out here. We are going to try and get, hopefully, Ajaya Pradhakar into the booth tomorrow just to get an update of what is going down in the American scene. But definitely check out the United States Snooker Association's webpage, and hopefully they have a list. If not, you can always probably reach out to them via email, and hopefully they could be able to locate a coach in your area. But also I know that the WPBSA does great work over in England, and they're always welcoming wonderful people to come over and learn the techniques of coaching. Good morning, Vinny Destani. Thank you very much. Much appreciated for your kind words in the chat room. Yeah, we're slowly building. Vinita's saying he's hoping for the instant replay. That's a nice feature that we like to have. We did have a little bit of a telestrator at the US Open for the women's tournament a few weeks ago at Ox. You know, one thing is when you add more of these tools, you need more people kind of to operate them. So baby steps, but we are always trying to just keep building and building. Don't want to get stagnant and just stay in one spot. We're always looking for new ideas to grow things and expand and just give you great footage at home of the wonderful game. Kind of just like how we're always improving our snooker game. So, Jay with a thin red to the middle pocket. I'm just wondering if that black will cross into the... Yeah, so thin that it probably is going to be tough to hold for the black, and I just don't even know if that black goes past those two reds into the top right corner. Be nice if Jay can get the pink back on its spot and just letting the adjacent table do their bit of business as he continues to ponder this pink. Got some tricky bridging, but if you can just slightly stun run that red in, he should be onto the pink into the middle. Or is he going to take the lower of the two reds? Sometimes there's many shots at the snooker table, but when you commit to one, you got to focus on that one, and that's the only shot to play. Got to tell yourself that is the right shot, that's the shot I want to play, and play it with 100% confidence. I wonder if he just couldn't get down on that. Just a hold for the pink. He's got a tricky yellow into the left middle. And if it was to miss, he's going to leave Han in. Where's this brown going? Wow, almost came back and fluked it into the top right corner, but he's taking his medicine there. Looks like one could clip off this red just below the black spot, take it on the left side, come 2 cushions, and come pretty much back to where his cue ball is. Just a little too much Wheaties, I guess, for breakfast. I had some power, and if it had pulled up, it could have been behind the green very nicely. But now with this brown over the top right corner pocket, it's going to be kind of a little safety battle we're in store here. Watch out for that cue ball. It's okay. Wry smile there by the 2-time champion. Ajay, you got a fortuitous kiss off that green to really put Han in a bit of trouble. And might just play a little containing safety here. Wow, was very fortunate that that brown didn't go in. So, a little awkward here. Definitely has to be mindful of all the balls he's cueing over them. Want to be steady.
Alright, back in the booth. So what do we have here? Looks like a Jay is starting to take control of this frame. This brown upsetting, taking over.
It's a little early here on the west side of California, but it's actually getting close to maybe dinner time in England, and we have
Oh yeah,
a truly great man, and does a lot of great work for the game of snooker. I think Mr. Nick Metcalf, who does the Talking Snooker podcast with Phil Haig, are tuning in. So,
oh nice.
Phil and Nick have been chatting us up quite a lot in their previous podcasts. Just really appreciative of all the great work we're doing over here in North America. So we hope you guys are enjoying the tournament, and thanks again for all your kind words. You definitely make us blush.
Yeah, shout out to Talking Snooker podcast. Some good stuff. Go check them out. And on that note, like and subscribe to the video. Come give San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club some love. We're here in Los Angeles area, San Gabriel, if you don't know. Embassy Billiards, great spot. Ton of tables, 9 snooker tables. Go check out Embassy on YouTube and Ox Billiards on all of our socials as well. A little collaboration with this live stream and the U.S. Nationals. So far, so good. A lot of good action yesterday, and we're going to be seeing some results today, some of the groups. So a lot of drama left, that's for sure.
Godfrey Chan, who's a great supporter of the community up in Vancouver, British Columbia. We do have a couple tables live. We're going to be focusing on this match right here, as there's a lot of importance, as the winner of this Ajay Han match will be the top of their group, whereas it seems like CC is in quite command of his group, and that's our other TV table, as you can see there, and CC has quite a commanding lead in that first frame.
I think it looks like they just re-racked, so it must be end of the first.
Yes.
Maybe just haven't updated the tablet, but players are keeping track of their own scoring, so a little bit delayed maybe on our scoring in the stream, but we will get the results.
And the Kiss of Love. Unfortunately, Ahmad Ali is not playing in this tournament, as he is over in England working on his pro card. So he's trying to, I think, qualify probably maybe for the British Open as we speak.
Yeah, he's first American in a long time to be playing on the pro tour. Last year he won the Pan American Championship, which qualifies the winner of that tournament onto the pro tour with a 2-year tour card, right? World Snooker Tour. So you never know. I think winner of this tournament is going to get automatic qualification for that event and get their entry paid for. So we could be seeing amongst these Americans another possible pro into the next tour card that PABSA qualifies. So
that's correct. Yes, winner of this does get an entry to the PABSA Open event down in Rio de Janeiro at the end of October. So that will be welcoming all players from the Americas, North, South, and Central. Last year we were in Toronto, and that's where Ahmad Ali did win his chance. And also Igor Fioradora. Someone please in the chat room correct me where I am, but I believe he won that tournament as well, a Brazilian player. So it's a lot is riding on this tournament, that's for sure. And they're going to be, about, I think, 32 players down in Rio. So definitely when that chance to fulfill your dream, because it's every snooker player's dream to definitely get on the tour. Obviously, the big dream is to hoist that world championship at the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield, but it is a long journey. So here's a little easy red here, but this first frame has definitely got a little messy here.
yeah, this brown spoiled the party for sure. He's trying to get on it now, ideally, but there's nothing really. There's no window for it, I feel.
Yeah, you really got to be down and tight on that top cushion.
Oh, tough miss there. He's trying to get as many points basically as possible. Jay does have an offensive option here, but it's going to be a pretty risky shot depending on how or if it misses. It's going to possibly be leaving a opportunity for Han into the same pocket. Looks like he's going to play the safe option instead. Yeah, smart shot from Ajay. They're trying to develop the table a little bit, but, you know, in a more positive way, pushing that red up table and giving a chance for putting some pressure on Han to not leave that red. Yeah, table seems a little slow, someone said in the chat, but I believe they are playing with 68-11 cloth, so a little bit more of a club table, as you could say. These are pretty recently felted though, so they are playing smoother than your average club table for sure. And now we're getting some positive action in this frame. They've gotten behind the reds. And here's a pot on. Ooh, good try. I think we're going to see this frame open up now.
Yeah, Han has a... Looks like probably either one of these two reds goes, the two that are close together. Don't know if they're actually touching. Yeah, now we can open things up. Now we can get rid of that brown. You know, the game's tough enough with 6 pockets. It gets increasingly tough when you have only 5 available.
Tenzin asking, can you put the match Shakib from New York Queens at the TV table? Unfortunately, I don't have control over who's going to be going on the TV table. But we will try to switch over and get some angles once that match has started. I don't know if it's... I don't believe he's playing right now. But yeah, tune into the chat and post your comments, and we'll try to get some match updates or check out those games that you guys want to see.
Yes, our good friend Alan Morris with USSA. He's monitoring obviously the stream. He's doing pretty much 101 things all weekend long, running around. But maybe if you put up a request on the stream, you can take a look, and that might influence his decision on who we put on the TV table. But, you know, sometimes even better yet, come out and help out behind the scenes, and that really, you know, helps put your say in. As
oh yeah,
coming from Canada, I know a few of these players, but not a lot. But I know they've been talking with you, Christian, asking, you know, what your thoughts are on what would make a good match. So, some good input there.
Oh, definitely, yeah. They've been asking back and forth. I think Stephen Wong has also been setting up some matches. I think he's trying to prioritize a lot of the top-seeded players, obviously, and maybe matches where we're going to see a little bit more drama because the match will decide maybe the winner of a group or who advances in this group, etc. For example, this one, number 3 seeded Ajay in the tournament, previous champion, USSA president, playing for top of the group against Han, so this was kind of a no-brainer for our main TV match. We've also got the CCU match, which he's number 2 seed in the tournament, it looks like.
Yeah, Ajay, not a bad player. It's not like we're showing favorites there that he is the president and we have to do our duties there.
Yeah.
You know, Ajay has won this event twice. He got some help from the yellow there.
You can see defending champion Stephen Wong, and on the far right table, looks like Angus, Liu, and Ramil. Ramil taking that first frame over there, so a lot of good matches in the room. Oh, Jay, I think I missed it, but great pot on this. Red into the right middle pocket. David Brock in the chat.
Good morning, fellow DB. He's definitely coming up with every duo in the book to label myself. That is David Burney and Christian Youngers. So,
which B do you get? Which B do I get in his comment, though, is the question. You have to let us know, David.
That's the new poll, I guess, in the chat room. Who is the beauty and who is the beast? And Kiss of Love, yeah, these are Riley's great tables, but they're not the Rileys that have the heaters in it. So
oh, sorry, yeah, we didn't.
Just a different sensation.
Yeah, these are not heated, right? Yeah.
And not many players are really used to the heated tables. I must admit, you guys are very spoiled up there in Seattle at Ox Billiards. It's a very interesting and strange situation if you're not used to it. When you put your hand down on the table and it's a bit warm.
Yeah, David Brock, we're going to get Darren Taylor over here into the booth. I'm trying to convince him slowly. I need that sweet, sultry voice that he provides into some of our match commentary. I do believe Darren is still in tournament. He lost a match yesterday to a really tough player, it sounded like. But he's still in it. Oh, nice pot there. Perfect on the pink.
Yeah, good angle to stun up for the last red that's on the table, and as we've seen so many times in these matches, that it all comes down to the colors.
Yeah, you can almost screw this back a bit as well and avoid even contacting the cushion. I think on a slower, more reactive table, you might opt for that option sometimes. He's opting to go, like you said, stun one cushion. And ran into the red with a fortunate cannon. And he's on it into the green pocket.
This would be quite a steal to take this frame. But he might, I think he just looked at the heavens there, as I think he's straight onto the screen. Would have done well with a little bit of angle, so he could come down for the yellow.
Yeah, it doesn't like it. It looks like it's going to have to put a big stroke on this to come screw back off of the right long rail. Come across the left half of the table. Oh, looks like he's going forward maybe? So opting to take the long shot, huh?
Yeah, there's
Maybe safety behind the black.
true.
Cannon into the black. It's going to make it a little bit tougher to be safe.
Yeah, looks like a J. I could clip off this yellow on the bulk side and safely create a lot of distance, as shots are always tricky when there's a lot of distance between cue ball and object ball.
Ooh, yellow's going to go a little far. He needs black to rescue. I think he's there. Yeah, tap on the table from Han. Don't know if that's what Ajay was quite playing. I think he hit it a little bit on the thicker side. This might be a cushion first opportunity. Yeah, this is good on Han just to double check with his opponent, make sure that they're in agreement with where the placement of the cue ball is now, so there's no discussion later on as to where a putback might go if he were to foul.
Yeah, in these round robin matches, the players are self-refereeing. So we just don't have the numbers right now for behind the scenes, and that's a nice pot there. But he's snookered
unfortunate
himself on the green behind the pink.
Yeah, how do you end up there?
But Han is clipping his way back into this first frame.
Yeah, 31 his score now after that yellow. So six in the differential.
And good morning to Arsalan Yami up there in Canada. Arsalan's a very strong player, very likable player. He always comes into the room with a big smile on his face. So I'm glad you're tuning in and looking forward to seeing you out this year. at some various events back in Vancouver.
Two cushion escape misses on the short side.
Yeah, Jay is going to be putting them back. As we are playing in the round robin, it is 3 attempts, 2 putbacks for the foul and a miss, and then when we get into the knockout round, it will go back to professional rules where it is unlimited attempts until we reach the snooker's required stage. And as well in the round robin, if a player is trailing and needs more than 4 snookers to win, it is a concession.
It's going to want to widen the angle and actually overcorrected this time, hitting the black. So an expensive foul there. Yeah, it looks like pretty accurate respotting of the black there from Ajaya. So now he just basically needs to split the difference. A little bit of overcorrection on that attempt. Should be a favorite to hit this pretty full, I imagine. Oh, missing the same side. And misses the black this time.
Go for the free ball.
Yeah, free ball's on. Yikes, so expensive fouls there for Han, leaving a free ball as well.
Yeah, it looks like CCU is victorious in his match, so he'll be comfortably moving into the knockout round, as I believe he went undefeated in the round robin.
Yeah, 2 frames to the favor there. Yeah, I think Ajay is going to put him back starting from here now. So I believe the rule in this tournament is 2 putbacks, 3 attempts for the same snooker, but if a free ball is left, you're always allowed to put your opponent back from the new position, and then from that position, the putbacks and attempts restart. So he would have had another 2 putbacks, 3 attempts from here if Han had continued to foul. But look at this.
I don't think Ajay made the right decision there. He's going to have his little smile to himself there, being like, whoops.
In hindsight, I mean,
I should have taken that free ball.
I still think it was probably the right choice. You can't really ever predict the sort of the fluker situation, I might say.
Some might say.
Some might say. And now I think Han not in snooker's required stage, but
No, 24 in it and 25 on the table, so green is Ajaya's frame ball.
yeah, he definitely wants to get some foul points just to make it a little bit easier. Because the blue does, I guess blue and black are both fairly safe for the clearance. Oh, look at this bump too. Friendly bump on the brown to snooker or fluker the green. It's a good opportunity here to go cushion first and get behind the brown depending on how he hits it. Oh, he went wide. Not something I feel like we usually see on these kind of more club tables. Like normally you see that with the slicker cloth where it slides a little bit more.
True, and the result of that shot puts us into a snooker's required stage, so Ajaya cannot be put back, but has a medium shot here.
Yep, that should surely seal the frame now. Multiple snookers required for Han, although players are allowed to continue playing until 3 or more snookers are required. The match will end automatically, right? Or 4. Yeah, one's okay. So once 4 snookers are required, match must end, or the frame must end. But up until that point, players are allowed to continue playing.
Yeah, and I think sometimes as we need to just to start to educate a few more of the players. There is, as you know, we all have alluded to, that nobody likes to lose, but sometimes it's just the frame is out of your grasp. It just make the concession, wipe your feet and get back in it and jump into frame 2. Han is fortunate that the black is kind of just off the cushion, so he doesn't have to make a pinpoint precise safety shot.
I'm watching on our side table some really good ball pocketing from Ramil and Angus over on their match on table 10. It's been fun to watch just on the side.
You're making all our viewing audience jealous.
We'll have to go take a look. Let's see. Can we get an angle? Angle of the dangle.
It's free admission down here at Embassy Billiards. We're in San Gabriel, California. If you're in the area, feel free to come on down and say hello.
There's a shot of Angus and Ramil playing. We've also got Stephen Wong and Tommy Collins right next door as Ajay gets ready to take his shot on this table. A lot of big names in the room.
Once again, with snookers required, Ajay could have just rolled that brown over the pocket. Seen it a lot so far. We're only in day 2 of this great championship, but I saw it a lot yesterday with some players when there were snookers required. That some players were just not rolling that ball over. It doesn't matter. There are pockets that have snooker tables. Definitely, there's 8 great tables here down in St. Gabriel. Up in Seattle, where Christian is from, Ox Billiards has 4 phenomenal star tables. I think that's going to be a concession there.
Nice.
Ramil, who we've alluded to, that's playing, he has 4 tables down at his academy in Arizona. The National Academy, I'm not sure how much they have, the New York Athletic Club. So there's these little pockets, and I'm not sure. I think if you head over to the United States Snooker Association's webpage, they might have a kind of table finder philosophy where you could reach out and find out there. It's a shame it used to have a lot more, like I think way back in the early 1900s. So maybe around the time when Al Capone was up to a few nefarious things. Chicago had, I think, over 800 rooms or something like that. Just something phenomenal.
Wow.
Now, I don't know if they all had snooker tables. I'm pretty sure they did have a few. They obviously had the pool tables and stuff, but people do love their cue sports. And I think with us doing these streams, a lot more people are going to get aware of it. I think going to get inspired.
Looks like TJ asking in the chat score of the Alex Newstead and Nitin Mehta match. I believe Alex is down 45 to 55 in that one. And the players are in the colors now. So it's going to be a close one. I think Alex is in a must-win situation to try to advance out of this group. I think if he wins, he's in, possibly. But go check out cloudsnooker.com, TJ, for live scoring on all the matches. I'll try to tune in periodically and check in every once in a while to the other matches. But this is our main match here, Ajaya and Han.
Well, Marvin coming all the way from Canada. This SGV. Not sure what that is, but this place, it is close, I think, to Alhambra. It's near Del Mar Street as well. But maybe when Christian comes back, as he's a former UCLA Bruin, he just had to step aside. Maybe he can fill you in exactly, because I'm just not sure where SGV is. Rob Richards, good morning to you too. as well. Rob does phenomenal work in the province of Ontario, up there in Canada, around the Toronto area. He's doing great. Okay, San Gabriel Valley. Well, we are in San Gabriel, so I would assume that that's pretty close. I'm pretty sure if you're online watching this, you probably can search out Embassy Billiards. And Marvin, we'd love you to come in and say hello. 15 minutes away, perfect. You know, there's one thing that's watching the game on TV, and we're happy that everyone's tuning in, but if you're close, definitely pay us a visit, as there's nothing like seeing snooker live. And good morning to Jonathan Wallace, another talented individual from the Ontario region, originally obviously from England, but now takes up residence in a little town just outside of Toronto. John Wallace and David Putty are both founding members of the Canadian Q Sports Academy. So I know we had a gentleman that was looking for some coaching. If you're close to Ontario in Canada, definitely feel free to reach out to them, and maybe they can get a coach. And I think we're just continuing to grow and grow and grow, and hope to see you as well here this afternoon. 570 Megan, you may come by this afternoon. And here we are in this important round robin match here between Ajay Pradhakar and Han Shi Zhu, as the winner of this one will take the group. Ajay took the first frame, but sometimes that's just a wake-up call. You know, you're not fully awake in these early morning matches, but you lose the first frame. Quick matches, your back is against the wall, so you kind of want to dig in and go at it. This is a good start to this frame for Han. Plays out of here of Embassy Billiards. Amazing enough, I don't know if you had tuned in yesterday, but before Ramil made his academy in Arizona, he would make the trek over here. 6-hour drive from where he lives in Arizona to come play his buddies here at Embassy Billiards. Rob Richards wondering when I'm going to step from behind the mic to the table. Ooh, we'll have to see about that. I think you've already beaten me, Rob, as my high break is -7, so. But maybe someday, you know, if I'm back in your neck of the woods in Ontario, if you come out to see us in British Columbia, we could have a few friendly matches here and there, but I have no problems kind of hanging up my cue and helping out the growth of the sport by bringing some great commentating to this wonderful game, so all you people can enjoy. I think as we all get into the game because we want to play, we all want to be a champion of some sort. But sometimes we do have to stop that dream, and for the growth of the sport, put our ego aside and say, hey, you know, I can do some great work behind the scenes and really help the game go, because that's what we need as well. just smiling and shaking his head. What luck. What luck. Didn't cannon into any red there. Just a little flick, kiss, anything could have given him hope to continue this break. Good friend Charles tuning in from down there in Texas, I believe. Charles, thanks for the update on the American player Ahmad Ali over on the pro circuit. He unfortunately lost a match 5-3 to Zhao, and hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. So a great shot there by Ajaya, and a good tip for the youngsters or the newcomer to the sport. You know, you don't want to force the issue. Really, he wasn't able to flick in any brown to develop and continue his break. So he just took his medicine, went back in bulk and played safe. As snooker is a game, it's not always what you make, it's what you leave. If you made a silly shot and leave your opponent on, a really good opponent can punish you. And if you're a fan of the pro circuit, you'll definitely know a costly shot could have you sitting for the frame. Tad Thurman, come on up from San Diego. You know, we're going to be here all weekend long. Obviously, the semifinals and the finals will be on Holiday Monday, Labor Day Monday, September 4th. Tentatively, it's looking for 2 p.m. Pacific time for the final. 2 p.m. That's what I am told. Thanks for tuning in, Ahmad, over there. He's making a little correction on his match. So, Ahmad, who has won this championship numerous times, we do miss him in the room, but we appreciate him being a trailblazer over there, waving the stars and stripes on the WST Tour. Black's kind of tied up. Black might just unfortunate with that red close to the black. If it goes into the top right, but it's rather tied up. Pink is open if someone can get in. It's an interesting game. It's kind of like almost an old car. It's sometimes tough to turn over and get going, but once you get that car going, you're going to be cruising down the interstate at top notch. So we'll just see if one of these guys can get in and get that engine purring. Oh. Surprised there wasn't, I didn't notice a little hand there. That was fluky little shot there by Han. Didn't get into the side and was able to find the bottom of the top right corner pocket. Now there's a trivia question for you all. There was a player that would laugh at his opponent's face when he made a fluke. Does anyone out there in the chat room know who that gentleman was? Just to run a little bit more. Just hoping to get behind that yellow. Paul, great to hear you tuning in from Bristol. Man that actually used to play in the same club as Judd Trump. we'll see which player can really take advantage of that yellow. And it's in a great spot for snookers. Yeah, it's starting to get a little busy around that black ball. Arsalan is asking, any big breaks yet? Well, Ajay Pradhakar, who's at the table right now, is leading the tournament with a high break of 69. Told a few days ago that Sargon Isaac, a favorite, a past champion of this great event, 3-time champion, had a century, and as well Renat Danka, a strong player from Chicago, had a century kind of in a practice game on the 31st, just before the tournament started. Digital Bookworm 5678. These are 12-foot tables. That's a little unfortunately for Han. Sometimes get focused so much on the pot you don't even think that the in-off is a possibility. Yeah, I haven't been to, where you really kind of find these tables, and I haven't really done a big quest, obviously. Living in Canada, I don't live in America. But I wonder if any of the servicemen's clubs would have these big tables. Yeah, AJ, I'm hoping that we see a few centuries, and definitely there's the capable of it. I think just with these round robin matches, you come out of the gate tight. As you if you lose a frame, your back's up against the wall and you lose one more, you've lost that match, and that's really a mark. As we know with these short matches, anyone can really there can be a lot of upsets. So I think when we get into the knockout, when we have a bit more expanded match time, you might see a few players open it up a little bit more in the earlier stages. Dave Priest asking about what has happened to Canadian snooker. Yeah, it's. I think I'd have an easier time finding the Holy Grail to find out an answer to that. Just I know there has been obviously some talk that 9-ball became very big. I think exposure as well. I can just say from my personal experience, thoroughly enjoyed the game, or what exposed me to the game was there was a sports network in Canada that did play snooker back in the late 80s and 90s. They'd kind of do a highlight package where they'd show a century by one player and show a century by another, and then kind of have a maybe tactical frame affair or something like that. They wouldn't show the long form matches that we're used to today. And there was this young little Scot that was just pawning them off the lampshades. That gentleman was Stephen Hendry. And so that inspired me. I never really picked up a cue, but I did have an interest in cue sports, as I have a background in golf, and I think they're very similar. And then, but unfortunately, it did, I think, come down to dollars and cents, as we alluded to yesterday. Now we have the internet with streaming possibilities. There's ESPN 55. How many numbers are they up to now on ESPN? Probably Christian, who's in the booth with me, can answer that better, but there's a lot more avenues to see the game, and I think when people see the game, that's when they get inspired. So
yeah,
that could have been a little downfall in Canada.
It could have, I don't know, it could have just been, a artifact of a generational talent, just a shift in talent from Canadian athletes to different sport, possibly, just interests, etc. A lot of it has to do with inspiration, getting youngsters into the game and inspired to play. So hard to follow up when you had the Titans that were back then.
I think it's a visual thing. Like, you come from America, you're going to see American football, you're going to see baseball, you're going to be inspired to play that. Myself, hockey is everywhere in Canada, so there is like pretty much, hockey is always on the sports networks, in the news. So people are definitely, young kids see it and they're like, I want to do that, mommy and daddy. So. Oh, our great friend Louise Foster, all the way from Scotland.
Oh, Louise is here. Nice.
Hello, Louise. Had lots of good fun with her at the Women's Open back in Ox a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Good to see her in the chat. It was a fun time. World Women's Snooker. Blame video games. I like that too. Yeah, I always thought, the best Q Sports players probably... But the player that has the most potential to be the next world champion or the next Ronnie, he's probably out there playing esports somewhere, honestly, if we're thinking about just kind of the skill set that it takes to be elite at this type of sport. Kind of lends itself to high amounts of visual attention, very fine motor skills and judgment. Kind of mind games as well, so it's a lot of those things kind of translate to video games as well, I think.
Obviously, the parents would be like, they can give them the video game and that will occupy the child's mind and stuff like that. But now, there is a change, there is a push in the culture of Q Sports to get away from the, old style of the smoky-filled rooms, dark settings, and stuff like that.
Oof.
Hopefully we can work on that, mom and dad won't drop them in front of the Nintendo or PlayStation, and hopefully drop them off at a snooker room, because they... it's a definitely great sport that shows sportsmanship to kids. There's respect issues, there's timing issues. When you have a match, you got to show on time, you got to respect your opponent. As we really pride ourselves on that, you'll see a lot of players, they're happy to win, but they're not really rubbing it into the face of their opponent. So this is a great game for youngsters to learn, because you're going to learn a lot of life skills that you'll need later on in life. You may not be running away with the World Championship in Sheffield.
Speaking of esports, have you seen the snooker video games that are out now? I was watching a couple of clips from, I think, a virtual Ronnie O'Sullivan doing a treble into the middle pocket or this and that. Seems like it'd be fun to try out.
Rob, you might have an idea there. Xbox or PlayStation to sponsor a snooker tournament. Well, we did have Microsoft sponsoring the inaugural Women's U.S. Open.
That's right.
In Ox Billiards last year.
Yeah, that was an awesome sponsorship. Shout out to Dave Daly there, getting us in contact with folks at Microsoft to set that up. Looks like, sorry, go for it, Dave.
I think it's just exposure. Once you get like showing people what this game is all about, and we are a niche sport. Are we going to take over the top four? What I mean by the top four is in America, North America, there's hockey, baseball, basketball, and American football. Are we going to challenge those to take over them? I don't think so. But there's so many sports out there that a bunch of people might just jump in and be like, hey, this isn't too bad, and there might be a company or someone in a company that's like, hey, I have sponsorship money and I really like this snooker. As our friends from winesellers.com, I believe, just have fallen in love with the game.
Yeah.
And they were great sponsors at this year's U.S. Open for the Women's Snooker Championship.
Yeah, Jason and Diana Miller, shout out to them. It was a great sponsorship they gave for the World Women's event this year. Check out Wine Cellars. Now they're not a sponsor here, but we got to give them a shout out there. Too good to us. And looks like our main match table. We got another one coming up. I think it's going to be John Poon, number 7 seed in the tournament, versus Sam McGrath. They're just doing a little bit of a warm-up. We'll tune into that match after end of this frame. Looks like Ajaya has a chance. Ooh, look at that. Nice cut on the black. And he's back in it for sure in this frame.
Yes, KP is absolutely correct. This is a very difficult game. You turn into the pro circuit, they make it look very easy, but that's pretty much with multiple hours of practicing. And that is a great cross double, Ajaya, with the element of safe there.
Wow.
I like it.
Bringing out some shots here late in this frame.
And I know Uncle Social is, saying that like this isn't of the standard of the professional scene. It is an amateur tournament. But you know what is kind of exciting, and I think Christian and I were talking about it yesterday, as when you're watching the pros, you're not expecting them to miss. So when they miss, it's kind of a gas. Whereas in the amateur side, these guys are going to miss their fair amount of shots, but when they start building up a break, you get really excited and get behind them. So I find that's the excited thing to see in the amateur game.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now Ajaya leading in this frame. I didn't see what the break was, but it looks like he must have had a 20 to 30 break there. 47 up now over Han's 25. So pressure on Han here.
And as well, it's just the exposure, as we say as well. There's a lot of top amateurs, but a lot of them are coming from the UK. And it's been in their system for so long. Our good friend Simon Barker, who fitted these tables a few weeks ago leading up to this tournament, I was having a conversation with him in Sheffield when I was at the World Championships this year, and he's telling me in his league in Sheffield alone there's about 150 players. 100 of them pretty much can make centuries.
Wow.
Now that's just in Sheffield. Then there's Leeds, then there's Manchester, then there's all those little towns over there in the UK, and they can do it. Just because they have the exposure. Us in North America, we couldn't just turn on the TV and there's snooker. We kind of really had to search out. Even so, it's even tough to sometimes see with certain platforms to get the pro events over here in North America.
Definitely, yeah.
So hopefully, Christian with his talented technical work here and great camera work, obviously.
Yeah, we're trying.
And we can expose and get people inspired. We have had some new viewers, so that's great to see.
Yeah. Thanks for the kind words, Dave. We're just trying to show off the game, what it deserves. It's a great game to watch, great game to be a part of.
True. I'm in a happy place. I don't need to be anywhere else right now.
I think Ajay is going to be cleaning up this frame now. Surely he's already got his frame ball down, so I think that is going to be match set point.
So Ajay will be top of this group, but for all the Han supporters out there, don't worry, he should be moving on, because he'll have a record of 2-1, and Ajay will have a record of 3-0. And the other two combatants in that pool will be fighting for the third place. So we'll see those two in the knockout rounds. Maybe we just might pop over to our match between John Poon and Sam McGrath. Talking about tall players, Sam is definitely a tall drink of water.
Oh, yeah. So. I still think the tallest must be Darren, right?
Yeah, we'll have to see about that. Yeah,
put them side by side.
Darren Taylor, definitely an intimidating character for sure. A very nice man. I was talking with him yesterday after we finished the day, and really appreciative of all the work that we're doing. Very kind. Son of the great David Taylor. But when you come into the room, Darren's a tall gentleman, doesn't have a ounce of hair on his head, so he kind of looks almost like a Bond villain or someone that Arnold Schwarzenegger would battle in one of his action movies.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see if we can get him in the booth. I've planted the seed in his brain so far, so hopefully he's interested in joining us here in the commentary booth. It'd be a fun time to have him. And we're going to get some match updates. Looks like Ramil managed to take out his match against Angus over on our side table on table 10. So I think he takes the group with that win. And I don't know, but I think Angus might be eliminated now. The group that is very interesting to look at right now is Stephen Wong and Tommy Collins. They're playing on a side table right now, and I believe Tommy took the first frame in that match. Yeah, 1-0 Tommy Collins. And Alex Newstead and Nitin Mehta are in the other half of that group, and Nitin with 2 losses I think is eliminated, but if he manages to beat Alex, I think he'll eliminate Alex from the group, and Tommy and Steven will be playing for the first spot in that group. So a little bit of drama left in Group A. I think Steven is guaranteed to be in, though, regardless of what happens.
Uncle Social, I think we're working on it in America. They've never had the rich history. Obviously, myself coming from Canada, we had rich history with some great players coming from there, so it was kind of in our peripheral. Obviously, it has seen better days than it has now, but Canada's in the regrowth, and I think America's in the growth stage of this. This is something new to the people. Maybe there's a few people that did know of the game of snooker, but not many. And now with these streams and with the internet, you can find pretty much anything that suits your desire. And I think it's just going to give time. As KP says, you need dedication and patience for this game to play, and I think also to get it going in certain places. It doesn't happen overnight. I have said, the pro scene, wanted to go to Turkey, and it took them about 3 years to get a tournament going there. So things just don't happen overnight. And we are definitely seeing, I think we're definitely seeing a lot more viewing numbers for our events. So that's always a good thing. The numbers are continuing increasing. So people are interested in this game in America. So, Rome wasn't built in a day. They didn't get to the moon on the first Apollo mission. So keep with us. We really appreciate you tuning in and giving the feedback. And that's right, KP. It's a very tough thing to do because it is very British-centric, this game. If you want to do well in this game, it's pretty much moving to Britain. And that's a difficult thing to do for someone from Canada or America. You really have to put the commitment level in, as we're seeing that Ahmad Ali is doing it. Very strong player, but this is no disregard to you, Ahmad, if you are still listening. He's a great play over here, but there's just such a high level of talent pool over there that it's going to be tough for him, but it's always tough in the beginning. But if he can open that door, inspire some young Americans, then he'll do the job. As we see more and more, many more female referees. And talking with Michaela Tabbas, she's a friend of mine. She was one of the first, actually the first female referee. And she always kind of, when she sees a new female referee come onto the circuit, she kind of gives herself a little pat on the back, being like, I kind of paved the way there. So hopefully these unknown markets, they'll expand. As Ding Zhenghui, there's another player from China who really opened the door for Chinese snooker. James Watna, who's a Thai player. We're seeing a lot more Thai players and as well with the strong scene of the women, Rhiannon Evans, Ming Nutcharat, who won the U.S. Open a couple of weeks ago back in Seattle. There's going to be inspiration there for women, little girls, to pick up a cue. So, we'll have to come back to that, Uncle Social, when Christian and I are old men, and we'll have to see how this game has evolved and be like, remember when we were on wind-up? And
Yeah, the good old days, yeah.
yeah, like, even if you have tuned into some of our earlier, in years past, some of our broadcasts, I feel like we've jumped leaps and bounds. Well, thank you very much, AJ. I do what I do, and I don't know what it affects, so good to hear that things are being felt out there, and we've got a really good thing actually going, I think, up there on the southern Canada and BC, and with our friends in Seattle, we're kind of creating a good family, a good back and forth, and maybe a border battle might happen or something like that.
Maybe.
I think there's talk about it. I'm not confirming anything because these things do take time and money.
Mm-hmm.
But there has been loose discussions about having a little match there, and maybe it might expand.
Speaking of upcoming events, here at Embassy, they do have a big visitor coming over, I believe, around Christmas time. So if you guys are interested, Tepchaya Unu is going to be coming to Embassy Billiards later on in 2023. Reach out to Stephen Wong if you want more info on that. It would be a pretty cool event to see him over. One of my favorite players for sure. I don't know about you, Dave, but
extremely
really cool.
exciting.
Really cool to watch.
Mm-hmm. Definitely quick, fearless. Really unfortunate. I remember watching a match once where he had a 147, made a fantastic red to be on his last black, and then he just broke down on that final black. But eventually, a few weeks later, he did get that 147. It's kind of a little messy first frame here with John Poon and Sam McGrath. Yeah, KP, there is a lot of older players that are still chugging away, which is a good sign. Obviously, shows that it's not just a young person's game. Any age can play it. But hopefully we can inspire young. Just keep on the lookout for the Desani kids. I'm putting that out there right now. Vineet Desani, who's a great help in the Vancouver area, just a player, but he comes out and scorekeeps and referees for the tournaments we have. It's just a blessing that he has come into the world. But he's got two youngsters that are just enamored with the game, just so fascinated with it, just kind of want to keep playing. So. I'm wondering what you mean there, KP, when you're saying Canada would split into two like they used to. That might have been before my time. Yeah, if you can elaborate on that. But yeah, it would be nice if the lottery companies could. But the big thing is obviously the numbers, I think. Obviously people, if you had a brand that you want to get out to the people, if it's one person watching this event, they're not going to maybe invest because they're not getting many eyeballs. but with the stronger, more and more numbers that we're getting, and if you come across as passionate, then the exposure could happen and that sponsorship money could come in. I think there's a little bit of that rumbling. Thanks for the explanation, KP, just about the East-West. Yeah, such a large country we are in Canada, and especially America, that the East-West is kind of thing, because it is quite expensive to travel throughout the country, whereas the traveling time is not that hard in the UK. You know, they travel 2-3 hours for an event. Well, we have to travel, 2-3 hours, but by plane sometimes for these events. I think there is a plan, definitely, to get some more amateur and global events going. With talking with Jason Ferguson over there. Does want to get more kind of open amateur events and all good stuff like that. Now, fresh off the early morning table, I have a great guest here, a man of many talents, quite a potter, quite a player. He's coming all the way from New Jersey, the Garden State. It's this guy, Dharma, as they know him as Bob. How's it going, Bob?
Fantastic. Thank you for having me.
No problem.
Nice to be here in California, sunny state. I guess that's what they call it. No, is it Florida or this?
Yeah, Sunshine State. I think it's Sunshine State, Florida.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, I just made a lot of Californians unhappy, I guess.
Well, usually there's a lot of sunshine in Southern California, but actually today it's a little overcast, so.
Maybe so. Let's get back to the game. So who do we have? We have John Poon.
And Sam McGraw. Do you know these guys?
Yeah, I actually played Poon last year at the championship in Seattle. So yeah, very good player, very nice guy too.
And how's your campaign going this year? Have you punched your card into the knockout round, or?
I just got through, I think. So made it by a hair, but got lucky. So yeah, very nice conditions. Difficult table, so it's getting. It's tough to adjust.
And what's the scene like in New Jersey? There's obviously a lot of talk. We hear some of the people in the chat room just wondering, where do we find tables in America? And you're coming all the way from New Jersey, so where do you play out of?
I play this place called Elite Billiards. They're in Edison, New Jersey. So they have one table, actually. So it's hard to get a spot there to play. Always lines out the door to play snooker because they have one table. For now, that's the only place that I know in New Jersey that has a table at this point. So, yeah, that's the only place. So, if you want to play snooker and you're in New Jersey, Elite Billiards.
Okay.
They're not paying me or anything. In fact, they will. Yeah.
Well, maybe that first class ticket is in the mail from eBilliards.
I don't think so.
But
probably charge me a fine when I go back.
That's great to hear that the people are lining up the door. So there is definitely the interest there, the wanting for it. I guess just someone's got to dig in and maybe open up a good room.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people. There's been a buzz around that 3 or 4 places are going to open in Hoboken, I think, with 6 or 7 snooker tables. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. I think it's been 3 or 4 years I've been listening to this, but let's see.
True. Seems
yeah, but a lot of interest in the East Coast at least. I think it's purely because of the diversity there on New Jersey. You see a lot of Indians, Chinese, showing interest in snooker. So that's most of the demographic that I've seen that plays on that side at least. So nice little scene there. And a lot of people have tables at home too.
Okay.
I can't turn up over there and play with them though. Nobody invites me. Okay, so our East Scrappy game. John Poon and Sam McGrath. Do you know these guys?
I remember John from last year, but Sam I do not know. There's definitely one of the taller competitors there. You know, like I like his nice little like mustache goatee. Kind of, I don't know where he plays out of, but kind of could be like a Texas Ranger almost.
Yeah.
Give him a Stetson and be off to the races.
I know he could also pass off his French, I think. No? No?
Who? What?
Sam McGrath.
Sam McGrath.
Yeah. Maybe. With the stash and everything.
Okay. Maybe.
No?
Who knows?
Maybe, yeah. Where is he from?
No, I don't have the paperwork right there, but someone ran away with my schedule sheet there. But obviously you can find out all the information on all these great players at cloudsnooker.com.
Fantastic. So who are your favorites this year? Do you have any favorites in mind?
This guy called Dharma, I feel like
Okay.
might. Do you think he's got a good chance? You made a strong outing last year, so I'd have to put you up there. Well, the defending champ, you know, he's already. Someone's got to knock him off his horse, so he's got to be a favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, past champion Sargon Isaac, Jaya Pradhakar.
Mm-hmm.
CCU's a strong player.
Very strong, yes.
If Jackie Wee could find some form, he was really struggling yesterday, but he's an exciting player to watch. Omar Balasara,
Yeah, Omar Balsara. I actually know him from back home in India.
really?
Yeah,
Wow.
he used to play down there. So when I used to play tournaments, I always saw his name in the roster. Luckily, I didn't play him. I've heard he's very good. Yeah, never got to play him, luckily.
So I think it's pretty open. I think
it's a very good, very open tournament this year. You got Reynat also from Chicago.
Renat, yes, very, very strong.
Yeah, I played him the other day. He made a century against me. So you also got Darren, who made a 98 against me. All these guys, they get very angry when they play me. They make centuries. So, yeah, something about my face or what it is, I don't know.
Well, the tongue tornado is in the booth.
So yeah, a lot of these guys, very, very talented players. A lot of them that you haven't seen over the years, they've been, busy with family, etc. So great to see the strength and depth in the game that we didn't know about. Actually, I didn't know these guys from earlier. Renat and Darren, and you see them play. They're making centuries. So.
And now you've always got your lovely manager with you, your wife, when you travel to these events.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any youngsters?
No, we don't. We're working on it.
Okay.
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully, and then hopefully, as they come out, they'll have a cue in their hand.
Yeah, and the process is fun too. Sorry, very cheeky. But yeah, as I was saying, a lot of talented players, playing. You don't know about them, but yeah, nice to see their strength and depth in the game.
Yeah, it's such a large country that we've got players like yourself from New Jersey, and we're out in California players, Washington players, Texan players. There's a gentleman from Colorado. Tom Collins comes from Detroit, Michigan.
Wow.
So, Voom Voom Varun out of Houston, Texas.
Yes.
So,
I actually met somebody from Montreal too, from your lay of the land.
that is correct. Patrick Geeky, who is the head of Snooker Canada, is down here, and people might be like, wait a minute. I thought this is a U.S. Nationals. Well, Patrick, in his early life, was living in San Francisco for, I think, a number of years, so he was able to qualify to get dual citizenship.
Nice.
So,
Oh yeah, I asked him. First thing I asked him when I met him, I said, how'd you get your green card or citizenship? No, I'm just joking. Yeah. So let's see, long pot here. Oh, almost gets it.
and when did you leave India? Do they foster a lot of snooker there? Like, you don't see a ton of players on the pro circuit.
There was a point where there were a few players. The scene's definitely there, but snooker's not very accessible. In the sense, in India, there are a lot of clubs where you can go play. So they're essentially sort of sports clubs where you need a membership and access, etc. Memberships are very expensive. They can go up to $100,000 actually, and there's a waiting list, etc. So you have a ton of sports. Where you have snooker, you have table tennis, you have squash, as they call it, cricket, badminton, all those games, and you also have snooker. So most of the players actually play over there. So it's tough to get access to a club and go into different clubs and play each other. That's how you get better, essentially. So there is a scene there, but it's tough to get access, and it's very time consuming, I think. So people don't pay too much attention. We've done very well in billiards, actually. We have Pankaj Advani. He's been multiple world champion. Actually, they call him the Ronnie O'Sullivan of billiards. Three billiards, yes.
Wow.
He won, I think, 6 or 7 championships by the age of 25. World championships, yeah. Yeah, very good player to watch. He was on the snooker tour too. He actually beat John Higgins. He beat, I'm not sure if he beat John Higgins, but he did beat Sean Murphy. And he gave John Higgins a tough time. Fantastic snooker player also. But he didn't like it. I don't know why. So he actually gave up his tour card. And he gave it up to... he also qualified 1 year for through the amateur championship, the IBF, I think it's called.
Okay.
Yeah, and he actually gave his tour card to Zhao Xingtong. So yeah. I'm sure everybody knows who Zhao Xingtong is. Yeah. So he gave it to him. Zhao Xingtong was very happy, and then he came on board, and he won 2 championships after that. He won the German Masters, and he won the UK Championship. So yeah, funny how things work.
Yeah.
So thin cut here. Oh, he doesn't try it. Oh, he didn't try. I'm surprised he didn't try it.
Yeah, definitely a nail-biting first frame, 39-37 with Sam McGrath in the lead.
That's a nice shot. John Poon's very, tactical, very smart in the safety department, from what I remember. Might prove me wrong now and sell this out. No, he hasn't. See, as I said, nice little shot by him. So do you think he takes this one? I think it's a nice bet, actually. You can play the blue in the same pocket and the pink in the same pocket, stun across.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to ask you if he's going to take this into the green pocket.
It is a little aggressive, but I'd rather play a pot than lose to a safety. So I definitely go for this one. He does pot the ball really well. John does. Oh, almost gets it.
You're a little live by the sword, die by the sword kind of guy. Not live by the sword, keep it in the holster.
Yeah, I mostly die, but try my best. Let's see, long pot here for Sam McGrath. Oh, he came across it a little bit. You see his arm go. I guess it's just the nerves, He got away with it. So this game, I think, would depend on the blue here. Black's by the pocket.
Pink's open.
Yeah, pink is sort of open. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see what Sam has in store now. I think he plays it safe. It's too risky. Oh, he goes for it. Not bad. Decent cue ball, though.
Mm-hmm.
He played like a 2-in-1 shot, so he didn't really commit to it, you know.
We're here at Embassy Billiards, San Gabriel, California. It's the 2023 United States National Snooker Championship. David Burney's in the booth alongside Dharma Himani, also known as Bob, a
Yes.
player in this tournament.
Yes, yes.
Reached the semifinals last year, so if you have
Yes,
any
yes.
questions to get into the mind of a player, Bob is willing to answer any of your questions.
Oh yeah, somebody just put in the comments actually. Ispreet Singh. Yeah, he's a new guy on tour actually from India. He actually used to play in one of the clubs that I used to play at. So it's fantastic to see him come through.
Mm-hmm.
I recently played Luca Brazil in a championship, and he made a century.
Wow.
So yeah, pretty fearless player. Just post him off the lampshade anywhere you go. So very very nice player. Good to watch.
Mm-hmm. So
Let's
This-
see.
it's pink for the frame.
Pink for the frame. Oh, misses it. Now, yeah, Sam's got it all to do actually. Because he can't sell this pink out, you know, the black's over the
Mhm.
pocket. Yeah.
Well, Sam just needs pink, but John needs pink and black.
Yeah, John played a very conservative safety there, so just leaving the pink as is by the black pocket.
Could try the cross double.
I see you're having your Seattle coffee.
Possibly, yes.
Oh, very loyal, I guess. A nice little safety there from John. As I said before, very good safety player. Although it hasn't reached the cushion, I think John can go for this because cue ball comes back, and you know, it's sort of like a two-way shot to nothing. Let's see what he does. Might prove me wrong.
Yes, you've proved me wrong many times while I've been in the booth.
Almost gets it. All right. I think John will go for this. Yeah, just stuns it in, you know. He just has to focus on this pot.
Mm-hmm.
Stop the cue ball there. Black's by the pocket. And it should be game over. Oh, he played safe. It's kind of disappointed in that, you know.
A bit, yeah.
He had a good chance actually to go 1-0 up.
Yes. The great Cliff Thorburn said, yeah, you can only win by potting balls.
Did he?
Don't
But he
think-
only won by safety though.
Eventually, yeah. Some
They eventually
safety,
used to
but-
pot them, yeah.
But those balls got to find the bottom of the pocket at some point.
So I see a lot of comments actually coming in. I see a lot of people watching, yeah.
Mm-hmm. We've broken a century here for viewership.
Wow, I think, John got very lucky there. May try the reckless double, I think, you know. Let's see, I think Sam has a good chance at a double. Very
Yeah.
good chance at a
You know,
double,
playing
yeah.
the thin cut into the corner.
I think cut. Oh, he gets a thin cut. My goodness. Yeah, you can't really tell from the box, you know.
Maybe I should play this game.
I know, you should.
So Sam McGraw takes that first frame, best of 3.
Very exciting nail-biting frame there. Tension, pink and black. So it's a nice little game.
So while they set up for a frame 2, we'll just kind of jump over. As we have, actually that's not a Jay and Hunt. We do have Varun and
We also have Charlie here. Oh, is that her name?
Francis is
Francis,
playing
yeah.
on
Francis,
something.
yeah.
bonus coverage over here. Got Callan Visovan against Varun Raheja.
Yeah.
Raheja, thank you.
Yeah. So, Callan actually monstrous spotter of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Played him last night. Didn't get too many chances. Yeah. I played him last evening actually. Didn't get too many chances. So let's see how he is in a match.
Yeah, I think actually Callan originally comes from Romania.
Yeah. They call him the Romanian monster. Because of the way he pots. Look at this. Yeah. Look at this. He doesn't even look. See?
And he's I think he's probably one of the tallest competitors here.
I think you said that about Sam too.
Yeah, maybe we'll have a basketball match a little later.
I think he ran out of position, but nice little 21 there, I think, from him. And was quick too. He's very quick. Varun might have his hands full here in this match. Very feisty player, Varun. So let's see, a lot of will to fight and, win. So let's see what he does.
Yeah, and Varun in the past year has had a little bit of health issues and stuff like that, as I was talking about earlier, like more of the physical nature.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he had some stuff, so he was just wasn't a great year for him, as he was laid out a little bit. Was just dying to play snooker, so he's really happy that he can be back in this championship and competing and actually playing. So
yeah, I know Varun, actually, a very passionate guy. He just bought a table, actually. He bought a star table at home. So
wow.
I'm sure he's been practicing. Let's see how he does here. He has to play tight this game because Mr. Romania, he pots them from everywhere. And he plays at a blistering pace. So
yeah, and for a tall guy, he gets real down on it. Wow.
Yeah. Look at that. That's what I said. See, even if a ball, he strikes the ball and he knows it's going in. Look at that. See.
Wow. This guy might be the.
Snooker's like candy from him. He pots them like from anywhere.
Yeah, the dark horse, maybe the surprise. Of the whole tournament.
Really good player. I played him last night, so I jinxed him. Let's see if Varun gets his chance. Let's see what he does. It's a good chance here. He can come down for the black. Maybe at an angle, get a high black or a low black. Try and get into those reds, maybe. He has to start scoring now. 51 behind.
Mm-hmm.
He won't get too many chances after this. Oh, he's played it too hard. Yeah, too hard. Oh, it doesn't go. So yes, Varun couldn't take advantage of that, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Mr.
See a plant in there?
I think there's a plant. Maybe it's the manufacturer one. I can't really tell from here. But if it's on, he would have taken it.
That's a very nice story there, Paul Hamnet. Just relaying in the stream that he worked with some troubled teens, and he said they wouldn't turn their phone off and all that trouble, but got them in the snooker club. Instructed to turn off the phone. They listened to all the advice and they learned many fantastic life skills. So that's great to hear. Hopefully we can continue doing that. It's a great long pot there by Varun.
Fantastic long pot by Varun. Has to boost his confidence a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe take the black and stun across, split the pack open, and get going, because 51 behind, he has to make something happen. No, he tried that, yeah. Didn't stun enough. A nice little long pot there, and black.
And I think he's just got to, play his game. You know, seeing how Callan's coming to the table,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
running around like a Tasmanian devil so quick. Sometimes you can get caught up in that,
Yeah, yeah.
and you got to remind yourself, play your game. Sure, he's playing fast, but once you
Yeah,
get
yeah,
up,
yeah.
you got to stay with your game plan.
Yeah, Varun has to, try and slow things down for him, because, this guy can really pot balls from anywhere. So you live out of Seattle or Canada?
Canada, Vancouver. So
Fantastic.
just about a 2-hour drive north of Seattle, and then tack on about another 5 hours of going through the border.
No, it's not that much.
That's how long the wait can be sometimes.
Do they have a SMAT pass now?
They do have a Nexus card, and
And you can get in and get out like,
It's very quick.
in a second. Yeah.
And actually, I just got accepted for that on this trip. On the way down, I did my interview.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So,
God bless America. Nice little pot there from, Colin. Long pot. Misses the pink though. But yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, I heard about that you can zip in, zip out.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely going to aid coming down more easier.
So what was the approval process like? How long did it take you to?
It didn't take that long. The questions were pretty basic and stuff like that, and they have you bring in the necessary paperwork, so everything's on there. I think they do ask you obviously some questions and stuff like that.
Mhm.
The gentleman was like, "Have you ever been convicted of a crime or something like that?" I'm like, "Did you see how I did my fingerprints? It was my first time." So little stuff like that, but they have like the information. You give them the information. I'm pretty sure they can look up your file, and if there's going to be warning flares or anything like that, I'm pretty sure they're going to find it.
Sounds pretty easy.
So yeah, not a bad thing. But do remember, if you are going through land borders, that everyone in your car needs to have that Nexus pass.
Okay.
So that's an important thing that not many people realize. Like, oh, Durham, you have your Nexus. I'm going to go with you to U.S. It's like, well, no, I have to have a Nexus pass as well. So the whole car does. So
Gotcha. So Varun can, Callan can really nurse this lead, play a few safeties and just, I think he has control of this frame now.
yeah, pink's really safe. You put another safe color, as there is 42 in it, and there's 59 on the table.
Yeah, I wouldn't be playing this if I were him, but, he's taking a red off the cushion. It'll help Varun a little bit. But yeah, I guess he's feeling comfortable in control, so I guess he played that shot,
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he didn't have another safety in mind. You also have Charlie, right, from your club in Ox.
Charlie Brown? Or Charlie, who? Which Charlie? Charlie.
Charles.
There's Francis.
Francis, sorry, Francis.
Okay.
Yeah, Francis, sorry. I'm not sure why I called her Charles.
True.
Yeah,
Not my
you-
club too.
she plays at Ox.
She plays out of Ox, but
Ox,
Ox
yeah,
is
yeah,
not
yeah.
my club.
Okay.
Mike Dominguez is the owner-operator there. Fantastic guy. But totally understandable. I met you for the first time last year,
Yeah,
so you
yeah.
probably could understand. It's like, oh, this guy's here. He must be doing something.
Yeah, I know. I thought you thought work out of there or something. My bad. But yeah, really nice player actually. She actually put Varun in a lot of trouble last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a nice match. We were all watching. It's always fun to watch. Battle of the Sexes, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Kind of Stirred that a little bit with a great female player from Canada, Marianne McConnell, who played in the Women's U.S. Open in Seattle a couple of weeks ago. I was talking with her. I'm like, maybe we should, like tennis did it, maybe we'll do a battle of the sexes in snooker. Maybe you against Cliff Thorburn. She's like, sign me up. Let's do it.
Fantastic. That would be nice to... He still plays, is it?
He still plays, yeah.
Okay.
He does have actually his own YouTube channel, The Grinder. Is
Oh,
up
nice.
there. So.
Must be slow, in slow-mo. Oh. Sorry, that was a bad one. And sorry, Cliff. Sorry, Cliff.
Well, this gentleman is in his 70s, so, things kind of slow down when you get old.
I've seen him on TV. Still looks very good.
It's true. Going over to England and seeing them and listening to some of the Brits, they're like, I don't think Cliff Thorburn ages.
Yeah. I agree with them.
Pool of Champions, you are correct. I'm pretty sure that Brady Golan is fully Canadian. I don't think he has dual citizenship. Brady is an old-fashioned kind of guy as well. He's not really onto the technology, the websites and stuff like that, but he does play in some tournaments back in Vancouver, so I might just ask him the next time I see him just to see if he does have dual citizenship. But I highly doubt that he does, as this tournament is only open to Americans, citizens, and green card holders.
Yeah, and I think there's also a clause wherein I think you have to be a resident for, 5 years non-stop to play in this tournament. But it's great to see that they open it up to green card holders also. That's why we're seeing, I guess, 64 players.
And I think hopefully we'll be getting a Jaya Pradhakar in the booth tomorrow, who's the president of the USSA, and see what kind of great events are coming up, because I know they're talking about maybe more a U.S. Open event, where if we get a U.S. Open, that's open to both sides of the border. So some of us, our friends from Canada, can come down.
Yes. Yeah. I was talking to him this morning, and he said he might have. I think he had 80 people sign up for this event.
Wow.
Yeah, and he had to say no to a few of them. Very disappointed people, actually. I'm sure. Lovely event, lovely room. I think we have to thank, Wong here.
Stephen, yes.
Yeah. He's put a fantastic event up.
Varun was going for that one.
Yeah, everyone really struggling to make something happen, I guess. Trying banks, trying long pots, trying everything. I think he needs to stay calm, and just wait till his chances come, because his chances will come,
Callan just needs one red for his frame ball.
Yeah, I'm surprised he missed that one, actually.
And hopefully, if there are some players that are listening that did, in fact, get that no, it's not that we don't like you. It's just, it's tough putting on these tournaments.
We like other people better? That's what it means, no?
Oh, no. There goes Bob again, putting words in my mouth.
No. I think there was a cap, I spoke to Ajay, weeks before, and he said, he's going to stop entries by a certain day. But he already had 64 people, and that was the cap. So...
and that's good to see. So you signing up, all you players didn't get in, that's going to expand their mind. They'll be like, maybe we need to have a lot more players in the tournament as their interest is going.
Yeah.
Or maybe potentially that we start seeing some qualifying tournaments.
Maybe so, or a pro tip from a semi-finalist. Maybe sign up early, because I signed up on the first day, and then by I think day 10, 12, it was done. 64 players done. Yeah. So you got to sign up early, otherwise the spots come at a premium.
It does seem now. I think a lot of people are finding, like before, maybe in the past, it's like, I'll get to that email, It's not really going to sell out. But as we're seeing, the popularity in the sport is growing, and you got to get on it. As I'm about to run a qualifier for the BC Open back in Vancouver in a couple of weeks.
Wow.
And it's already sold out. So people are emailing me, and I'm like, sorry, I got to put you on the waiting list.
Wow. That's awesome. Oh, little foul there actually from
Yeah.
Cullen. I think he might be put back. I'm not sure. Varun can try this red actually, stun it in, maybe check the black in the other pocket. Let's see how he feels. I'm definitely. He might be on the defense because it's obviously a few points behind. I like his color, his shirt, nice color, like pistachio green. Reminds me of gelato, actually.
You getting hungry for lunch?
Maybe after lunch. It's nice to see people dress up in, color a little bit.
I think so, yeah. It adds a little bit of the flair there, not the traditional, white and black or traditional all black. Yeah. That's how you're going to get the fans.
I know.
All those pistachio fans now are going to be in the Varun camp.
I'm sure. Wow, nice little stun shot there. Beautifully played.
Hey guys, sorry to shout during your shot. If you guys can just take 2 seconds, I'm sorry. Does anybody have a black Altima with a Ted Baker suit in it? Sam, can you borrow a sec?
A little stall there. Something's going on in the parking lot. Not too sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, apologies for that. I think somebody's lost something, so they had to make an announcement. As soon as we find out what happens, we'll let you know. Okay, Varun here now again with this black. Tough little black, actually. Unlucky for him, he landed up on the cushion. But yeah, he has to commit to this, head down. I know. Just make sure of the pot. He has a couple of reds he can play for. See there, he's preparing himself to take it on. Big shot coming up for him.
Looks there.
Fantastic shot. Beautiful shot by Varun. As I said, very feisty fellow. Fighter. Complete fighter. Let's see what he does. I think he'll have to go up for the colors up in balk. I think 30. Yeah, I think he has to take a brown minimum, then he can tie. But let's see. Tough spot to be in.
Yeah, with that black, it's a 55 to 23 advantage. So there is 32. So definitely plenty of points on the table there for Varun to get back in it. And would be quite a steal if he's able to take this first frame.
Yeah, he can play for brown. Oh, he's played for black, I think. High black, I don't like these, I twitch on these actually. So let's see, maybe Varun's, I can learn something from Varun if he makes this.
Could be mindful of that pink.
Yeah, again, head still. Yeah, there he put himself in trouble actually. I would have gone for the brown. Much easier.
Or even maybe sneak behind the blue.
Yeah, he could have done that too.
Sorry, that's maybe the Canadian grinder in me talking.
Been watching Cliff Thorburn videos, I guess.
It's in our blood, The maple syrup just makes us a little slow and oozing.
I think, Colin has to take this one. Commit to it. Yeah, I said very, very, very strong potter, as I said before. And quick, very intimidating player to play against. Yeah, I think this frame's done for Varun. Might be disappointed there actually because he had a couple of chances, after
Yep.
that excellent wrong break that he got.
Obviously,
He should have gone for the brown and then.
Yeah, the run out was going to be tough, obviously, where the pink is, and then
Yeah.
obviously the yellow and green.
Yeah, maybe. I think I guess he's carrying on. Yeah, a lot of snookers required, so let's see.
39 in it. And
Maybe, Varun is just trying to get some table time, settle in, get some potting practice maybe.
maybe, I thought maybe, was there a chance to get behind
Yeah,
the blue there?
Yeah, hard to get snookers now. Blues on the cushion. Actually, blues in a decent place actually. The pinks, definitely tough spot the pink is in. Let's see. I don't think he should carry on too much. Get on to the next frame. I may have got him. I'm not sure. Yeah, Callan looks very disappointed. I think he's got him by that walk. Oh, so he gets him. Yeah. Tough break for Varun. I guess he's giving it a go. That fighting spirit that I spoke about earlier is coming out,
Yeah.
Very feisty.
37 in it and 25 on the table, so does need a fair amount of snookers.
So he's trying to go behind the pink there. Tough. Yeah, if Colin can just pot this, save him a lot of time because this can go on forever. Varun will keep trying, slow him down. Oh, there it goes in. Beautiful pot there from Colin. He got sloppy with that, I think.
I'm just taking a look, and that's a concession there. So Colin Visavan takes that first frame, and I'm just going to jump over to our table two. Sam McGraw did have a little issue. He's the one that was dealing with that announcement. So just checking in, there it is. Standstill right there, but Sam leads that match and frame. 1-0 in the frame count, 25-21 in frame two. Hopefully he can sort out everything with the issue. I think there's something in the parking lot, maybe with his car. But stick around with us. We'll be coming up with frame two with Varun and Callan.
Fantastic. Thank you for having me on here.
You've got to go practice, Bob? Dharma? Lunchtime? Gelato?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the wife, actually. I'm going to try and have a practice on her patience.
Well, I talked to the manager when I came back to the booth. She's like, all is good. He won.
Yeah, she's snookering you. All right, guys. Cheers, man.
Thank
Been
you
a
very
pleasure.
much,
Cheers.
Dharma. Good luck in the rest of the tournament, and
Thanks
all the
a lot.
best.
Cheers.
Take care. So there we are here. That's the United States National Snooker Championship right there. There's the website right there, www.snookerusa.com. That's where you can find out all information about upcoming events with everything. And it looks like we have a little pause in the room, so we'll stand by and we'll be right back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that. A little bit of a pause of play. But we are getting back to it.
Yeah, I actually did a little detective work there, Christian, and found out that a little fire alarm got tripped up in the room, actually. So
Just a little pause.
Right,
And good time to take a group photo, too, right? So we went outside
Exactly.
and everybody had a group photo.
mm-hmm. So still cooler heads have prevailed, and we're going to get back to it. So,
All right. So what are our matches at? We've got John Poon and Sam McGrath, looks like, on this main match table, and then Mihai and Varun. Looks like they're in their second frame, about to get started.
yeah, as I've heard, goes by Callan.
Goes by
That's-
Callan.
That's
Okay.
what, he's good friends with Romil.
Oh, very cool.
Callan's a long distance truck driver. So when he's driving across country, he pays a visit to Ramil, and then over here at Embassy, and then on his way back, he goes sees Ramil. So balls are starting to find the bottom of the pockets, and the action is resuming here at the 2023 United States National Snooker Championship live at Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel, California. 64 players. It's moving day today. The round robin will come to a conclusion that will produce 32 players for the knockout stage that will start tomorrow at 9 a.m. Schedules all keeping correctly that the final will be going down on Labor Day Monday at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So that's 2 p.m. on the West Coast. But definitely keep us tuned in, and if there's any updates or any changes, we will let you know.
Oh, we got Stephen Folansky. Stephen Folan over in the Facebook chat. How's it going? It's a pretty nice room. We got some sweeping shots of the room here. 8 tables over here in the main area, and they've got one in the back, kind of in a private room. So 9 tables to run this tournament. All 6x12 Riley Aristocrat tables. Playing on 6811 cloth. Pretty sweet stuff. Looks like all the players are back now. Action getting started, and I think our second table's just kicked off. Second frame. Callan versus Varun. Ready to go.
Yeah, I think you're for a treat, Christian. I know you're attending to many of your other duties, but with Dharma and I were watching this match, and Callan is no nonsense, really. He just gets on with the business and goes at it, and
Yeah.
hardly even lines up shots sometimes, it seems like. So
Oh, all right. Any high breaks so far in the first frame, or just a back and forth
nothing
action?
really, like
High offense, high flying.
Yeah, like short little breaks there by Callan, and then he left a chance for Varun to a sniff of a hope, but unfortunately Varun was able to make it happen. It was going to be a tall task, but these two players, a little discussion about something. Get on with the play. Well dressed, both of them. Showing a little bit of color.
Oh, yeah. A little bit of green from Varun, a little bit of blue from Callan.
Yeah, it's nice to see. As we were saying just before that fire alarm got tripped off, that's going to help your fan base. As way back in the 80s when it was big, there's a lot of colorful characters and colorful wardrobe, and I think a lot of fans actually cheered on players by what they wore and what colors they had. So
Okay. Well, Dave Burney's always got the best get up on. We call this one the what is it? Is this the Joker outfit? The purple vest.
hey, you guys come up with it. I just wear it.
Looking good as usual, Dave.
Well, thank you. I
Oh,
did get a nice comment from Dave Hendon on his podcast that he said David Burney was one of the best dressed commentators.
Yes, sir.
Almost in the lines of Rex Williams. So
and what do we call it? We just came up with it. You said the velvet voice of Vancouver. That was another one, right?
Oh, we have to
I
talk
like
to
that.
Ernest from Houston, the Dutch assassin. He did come up with something. I know a friend has labeled me the velvet tongue at some point, but hey, we can leave it up to our great viewing audience. In the booth we give players nicknames, but if you have any nicknames for us, feel free.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, we got matches going now, so it looks like I think we're pretty much on track. It seems in terms of the match play of order. I think the timing seems to be pretty close. I think there is one match. Stephen Wong and Tommy Collins are still going at it over on table 9. That's, I think, still been on since the morning, but everything else has already flipped tables a couple times, I think.
Yeah, I think that could be a battle for first place in that group with Stephen and Tommy.
I have to go check in on that match actually in a little bit.
Yeah, there hasn't been actually no real slug matches. Everything's kind of been open. Obviously, we've had great tactical play, but there's also been some wonderful potting by these players. So, and I think it's just going to increase as. Right now, we're sitting at a high break by Jaya Pradhaka at 69 for the tournament. But I definitely see that could fall, because I think when we get into that knockout round, they're going to start best of 5 matches, I think, in the first 2 rounds.
Okay.
And, those opening frames, it's not the end of the world if you lose that first one, but you can kind of maybe be a bit more open, try maybe a more attacking shot.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think we're only going to see standard of the match play improve over time, for sure. Kind of want to see if I can get. Let's check on this table real quick. I want to see if I can get another angle.
Thanks, Mickey Singh. They're labeling us the best from the West. So maybe I guess we have to have a showdown with the East. People are talking about East-West battles in the game of snooker. Do we have East-West battles for commentators? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But I've been jumping around this great continent, so I've been in the East, so who knows?
Let's see. So it looks like, 1-1. Stephen Wong, Tommy Collins. In terms of frames, believe you can see Stephen's in a tough snooker here. I think missed that shot.
Oh yeah, look where those balls are. That's just really putting a slug to that frame, really slowing things down.
Stephen's gonna have to go for another attempt here. He's actually down in this frame in the decider, 37-2. So it's in a tough spot here. And there's the contact with the red, but he's going to leave a shot. So we'll have to tune in, check in on that match in a bit and see how it's going. But so far, we're here watching Varun and Callan. Probably one of my favorite shots when this goes in. Just kind of the slight screw and just pot this up into the corner pocket. And has he made it? Just a little bit overcut.
And if you watched Varun there, his head didn't move until it hit that jaw on the pocket. You watch a lot of these more accomplished players, like we have a wide range of abilities here, but the more skilled players, they really keep their head down long on the shot.
It's like a side table just finished over here, table 6. Omar Balsara taking that match down. Don't know his opponent. But Omar, previous Washington resident, was part of the original Bays Grand Opening, Team USA with Dave Daly.
That's true. Him, the Tiger, and Dave Daly took on Gary Wallace and Stephen Fulham, who's in the chat room. We really had lots of fun there. Lance Bromlin was down as well, manning the stream. I was in the commentary booth. I think really everyone was excited. There was a lot of good energy in the room that night. Snooker is here, really top-notch class joints. Very odd that it was on February 29th, so everyone's going to remember that day. And then 2 weeks later, the world shut down. And kudos to you and Mike and that team at Ox, because that must have been seriously deflating. And to just wipe your shoes, dust yourselves off, and come back. And from the demise of Bays, you've opened up Ox to a great standard, and it's getting a lot of great cred, and everybody's talking about it, this side and the other side of the Atlantic.
Yeah, so far so good. Just keeping in line with our goals, trying to elevate the standard of Q Sports in America and everywhere else. Meanwhile, Kalinov, a little bit short on this, but still trying to cut the black in. Good attempt. It's a great effort, but rattles the pocket. It's not too bad of a break there. I don't know exactly how much it was. Oh, just a red, I guess? Just a 1. Oh, 13. There we go. So our main match table has John Poon, I think number 7 overall seed, versus Sam McGrath. This is getting down to it, actually. We should check in on this one, because Sam's put the pressure on.
Yeah, it's getting into the colors, so.
This could be last frame if Sam steals this one.
Yeah, definitely noticed we were at this match in the early on in it, and it looked more of John wasn't as aggressive as Sam was. You know, there was a couple shots that both Dharma and I were wondering that John could have taken on, Potts taken on, and the missing it wouldn't have given him that much trouble. But he opted for the safety, so being down 1-0, I wonder if he's going to switch up the game plan. And
it's a bit of a tricky spot here, actually. Not sure. Oh, looks like we had a little bit of a stutter in the stream, but I think everything's back up and running.
True. KP
Hopefully
was, sorry, got you out there, Christian, but KP was talking about focus, but on our vantage point, looks pretty good. KP, I don't know how the focus is out there. Anyone out there on the stream, feel free to let us know how the picture is, how we are sanding, if we're a little bit unclear, quiet, too loud.
Yeah, might need to refresh your pages, but I think everything looks to be working correctly now. We're doing this one over Wi-Fi, so far so good though. Sweet. Okay, yeah, everything looks good then. Awesome. Thanks, Mike.
Brendan O'Donoghue, if you're looking for Andy McCluskey, feel free to go on cloudsnooker.com. That's where all the updated scoring is.
Looks like that match hasn't started yet, actually.
Yes, he'll be going against Li Wang Chen.
But it was supposed to start at 10:30, so I wonder. I wonder what the policy is on late matches, or player doesn't arrive. Imagine there's some sort of disqualification at some point if you don't show up to your match.
True, yeah. I think I haven't seen. I should probably get on the mailing list for when the championship rules come out. But usually, it's if you're not there at the beginning, it's a 1-frame penalty, and 15 minutes it's another frame. And obviously, probably in these short matches, 15 minutes late, it's going to be match over and lead to a walkover for your opponent. Well, Prayon, good to hear you tuning in all the way from Utah. Salt Lake State.
Oh, actually, sorry. I think Liwa Chen and Andy are playing. They're actually in the back room. That's what it is. Yeah, cloudsnooker.com has a score. Sorry, I needed to get it up to date. But it looks like Liwa took the first frame down over Andy, and they're 37-40. Liwa is down against Andy in the second frame, so that must be a close one. Unfortunately, we don't have vantage point to see that one, but there's a separate room with a private table, basically. So
Yeah, it's a real nice club here, and that is the one table that we can't see. But go to Cloud Snooker for updates there, and you will get live scoring, so you can see it as that match progresses. Here we got John Poon at the table trying to fight back and take this frame to force a decider.
yeah, a couple other match updates. Looks like Francis Cho is down 17-30 against Amitabh. Looks like Corey Sykes is up in the first frame over Jack Kung by 10 points. And it's on the colors, and I think Jack is in a deep snooker in this. Corey looking good to win the first frame there.
So Sam back at the table. Just needed, I think, to roll a little bit further. He might. I don't think he's got the snooker there, and I wonder if John's even got the angle. I'll pray on. There is a trophy, a great. It's entitled the Tom Collins Trophy. That was gifted to the USSA by the great Barry Hearn, and I'm pretty sure as we get into Championship Monday, there'll be some great screenshots of that wonderful trophy. I think that we're just getting it polished right now, so it's nice and shiny for all those photo ops when the winner can host it in the air. And that's an unfortunate off there by John.
Oh, Apers on. Looks like that must be our friend Jason Miller. How's it going? Saying hi from Utah. He's saying if I get a 147, same prize as the Women's Open. I don't know if we'll get there, but we'll try. We'll try. Had a couple times where the 147 was on yesterday, but unfortunately came short. No big deal.
Hey, I've been close too. I got a red.
Yeah.
So, but good to hear that Montana is tuning in. How's the scene up in Montana? Lots of space up there. You would think that they have room for these giant snooker tables that are pretty much the same size of a Canadian football field.
Yeah, good stuff. Good to see you. Yeah, I think later on in the tournament, hopefully we'll get the trophy out in the open here so we can get a good view of it. Imagine for the final they'll obviously put it on the side or something, but we've got the Tommy Collins trophy, right, you talked about earlier, and I think that's the traveling trophy, that'll be going to the player, but that'll be, transferring hands every year. And every year I think the host location will be giving, a personal trophy to keep for the winner as well. I think the runner-up has a trophy, and I think there's also a high break trophy out there from what I remember seeing. So we'll definitely have to get a good look at those on the stream. Probably tomorrow, I imagine.
I can't remember on that little advert or the poster you have. I don't know if they had a picture of that trophy, if we put it up there.
Yeah, that's it right there on the right.
Yeah, a little overlay, tough to see, obviously, the trophy there. But as the weekend progresses, we'll get a nice, good-looking shot of the trophy for all you people.
So John Poon's back in this frame now. Able to put the pressure on Sam. You have to wonder if the pausing of play had anything to do with shift in momentum in this match, possibly. I wasn't here for the first part of it. I know you and Dharma were talking during that time. It was cool to get Dharma in the booth. It seemed like he had a fun time. It's a little bit short.
Clip the brown, that's going to go back. So, second attempt. And he got it there. Well played. Nice shot there by John. His safety is definitely top notch. It's just what makes him so dangerous. But you do have to have all the facets of the game. You know, sometimes we see some great potters, but their safety play suffers.
Ouch. Expensive miss there. Oh no. It's a tough shot there because you just got to gauge the deflection right, and you know that ball's going to have to swerve back in a little bit.
Yes, Apreon, we do have one woman in the tournament, Frances Chow, coming from Ox Billiards up there in Seattle, Washington. Hopefully, she was on the TV table a little bit yesterday. Hopefully, she's inspiring some women and some potentially young girls to pick up a cue and to get involved in this game. So I know I've seen a lot of great progression in Frances's game over the years. So it's definitely nice to see that she's keeping at it.
Yeah, it's a good point. Free ball was on. I think they might have put back the white a little bit off to the right of where it actually was, but good hit there from Sam, but 22 the difference. 25 on. It's going to be a tough hill to climb for Sam now. It's going to leave a fluker here. Fluker is on. Hand wave.
This makes the great thing about this game, the sportsmanship. You know, raising a hand when the fluke has happened.
Fluka Snooker. I think there's another free ball on too. I imagine John will take this though, because one cushion escape off of that green. You imagine that Sam is a favorite and this black is nicely positioned.
Yeah, this is spinning a little out of control here for Sam.
Oh, he's gonna be a little short. No, I think he has an angle. Looked awfully close, like blue was hampering. Yeah, okay, he didn't have the potting angle then.
I guess not, yeah.
Relying on a safety play. Awfully close there.
Well, 26 in and 25 on the table.
Just one snooker.
That's true. Buck Moose, we were talking, Sam McGraw, he's got the kind of mustache goatee, needs a little Stetson. It looks like he could saunter in from the range almost, just with his demeanor and look. But plays with an Ash Q. I wonder if that goatee ever gives him a problem. It'd be nice to talk to him, as the maple cues that don't have the chevrons do slide rather smoothly through a beard or a goatee, whereas the ash cues with the chevrons, sometimes a hair can get caught in the fibers of that wood. And my good friend and great helper up in Vancouver, Sam Tonning, has informed me that beard oil is the best product to get that cue going through the beard. As if any part of your clothing or facial hair touches the ball, it will be a foul. As the great Rory McLeod over in the pro circuit found that out a few years back. He's known to have a long beard, and one time his beard just grazed an undesired ball, and the referee called a foul. So now we're in an instance where it's having a little debate here. There's a lot of action going on, and I think they need to go talk to some officiating, because I think they had a little issue with the tablet and stuff like that. So we might just go over to our other table and see how Callan and Varun are doing. Varun's up against it, but he's got Callan in a snooker here. And forced a foul there. Is this the kink in the armor? Callan, very strong potter, very quick player, but just having a little trouble here when he's left in a snooker.
Yeah, I think he was trying to swerve around that green, right? And just caught it pretty thin.
Yeah, so I think sometimes a lot of these American players do come from a pool background where potting is pretty much the prime directive, whereas obviously it is important, but this game is called snooker. It's not called pot ball, so you've got to be aware to put your opponent in the snookers, and you have to have a good knowledge of getting out of snookers.
Like playing the free ball, trying to play safe behind the green pink. Might be an edge here though, and this yellow might be potable past the blue, depending on how close. No, not quite. I think pink was just in the way. Oh, got the jaw.
Yes, as the rule states, when you do nominate a ball for a free ball, you cannot snooker your opponent on that free ball, so you cannot roll up to it, and sometimes it can be a bit dangerous if you hit a rather reckless shot, and if your cue ball goes spinning around and that nominated free ball ends up in a path blocking your opponent to their object ball, that would be a foul and then a free ball back to that player.
Dangerous snooker attempt there. Oof, very close.
Always good to get a copy of the rules and just read it before you get into this game, because there are some few nuances, things that can come up. They don't come up all the time.
Oh,
It's a Christian Younger special, right?
we don't have to talk about that, Dave. Don't worry about it. I don't think folks were tuned in last night. That's not a big deal. I'll have to live with that one for a while, I think, now.
Hey, a win is a win is a win.
A fluke is a fluke is a fluke, too.
Sure, yeah. But I think we were discussing off camera with our good friend Dave Daly that, you're not just smashing that black and it's going around 8 cushions and then finally finds a hole. You did have safe in mind, and I think there was a safe in mind on that yellow as well, and it just came away. And
that's how it goes, right?
so John Poon has taken that third frame, so they're in a decider, but we'll probably come back to that when this match concludes, or when this frame concludes. Hopefully for all the Varun supporters, Varun can nip this one. So there's 15 points in it and 25 on the table.
Yeah, he's not out of it yet. Oh, Jason's saying over in the chat about so the free ball rule being that you cannot snooker behind the free ball, but there is a rule where you can actually snooker behind the free ball if it is the final pink and black on the table, right?
Correct.
So you can roll up on the black if the black is nominated as a free ball when it only is black and pink remaining, because otherwise how would you be able to play a snooker, right?
That's true.
So priority always to the ability to snooker the player. We actually had an instance of this, I think, in Seattle Open this year. If you go back and watch that live stream, Varun Juneja versus CCU, I believe, or
In the final?
in the final. No, I think it was either the final or semifinal. Varun went for a black. I think it was the final. Yeah, Varun went for a black snooker attempt. Or no, it was a free ball like that as black. He went for the pot. He rattled the jaws of the pocket. No, sorry, he wouldn't go for the pot. He played for the safety behind a different ball. The black rattled the jaws of the pocket accidentally, and then just barely rolled in line with the cue ball and the next ball on the table, and he actually ended up fouling with the no snookers on the free ball rule. It was pretty wild because his intention was never to play a roll up on the black, but how it rolled around the table, very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Good
those
pot.
Foul points there. They haven't put them on the scoreboard. I believe Callan is due 8 points and another 2 points there. Puts him 64 to 39. Another 3 points. My apologies there. So yeah, this looks not good for the Maroon supporters. The Vroom Vroom machine might be coming to a close here at this U.S. National Championship of 2023.
Yeah, what does that group look like also?
So there's handshakes over there. And we'll just jump back over to our other TV match between John Poon and Sam McGrath.
Oh, really quick, we have another quick little advertisement for Ox as well. We've got, shout out to Mike, but setting up, just announced that we've got a new cue in line, the Goad Stick. Ox is going to be selling these, kind of a good intermediate or beginner cue. You can buy the cue and case and extension all in one. Goat stick is an old English term for guide stick. This cue will help you guide you to the next level of development. It's nothing like it having your own quality cue to improve your game, obviously, and get used to playing with the same cue over and over again. And yeah, check it out. It's a pretty nice cue. It can reduce a lot of variables for beginners, learning the game, etc. Always using a house cue. But yeah, come on down to Ox and check it out. There's a couple of packages you can get just the extension and cue. You can buy just the case. But go check it out over at Ox Billiards. Shout out Mike. Go get a goat stick for yourself, especially if you're in Seattle area. You can come play on awesome tables, play on some good equipment, and have an Ox cue for you.
Yep, there's many great things coming out of there, Seattle. So we're now just getting things started in this deciding frame here. John Poon at the table.
I'm going to go check out and see what the next TV table match is going to be. So I'll be taking a quick break and I'll be right back. Or maybe we'll get some other player to come join you in the commentary booth, Dave.
Okay.
We'll be back in a bit.
I'm surprised that John didn't take on that long pot. It's early on in the frame. The black is open up to both sides, but Sam has come around with a very impressive safety shot. But lots of reds on the table, so can definitely hit a red. The big question is, can he put his cue ball safe? Because that black is open for both pockets. Some reds are spread out, so. So that's probably going to go back there. Coming on our other TV table, we have Sargon Isaac and Stephen Chen. They're just going to get things set up there, and we'll be bouncing back and forth to that. Marianne, thanks for tuning in. Marianne comes from Canada, is a well-accomplished cueist in all disciplines, whether it be snooker, 8-ball, 10-ball, 9-ball, 1 pocket, 3 pockets. Not sure about 3 pocket, but the pool side I'm not too familiar with, but know that Marianne is quite an accomplished snooker player. It was great to have her down at the U.S. Open a couple of weeks ago, and hopefully we can get some more Canadians down at that tournament in the coming years, and possibly even get a tournament up in Canada in the Vancouver area. That's going to hurt too for John. So now we have another great player in this tournament, a man that we've been jumping around and maybe thinking starting a podcast of getting in the D with. It's Dave Daly. How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Sounds good. Sounds good. Doing well. Doing well.
I don't know if you'd say great player. I'm already out.
Well, that's up to the judges. Oh, wait a minute. It's a playing game. It's not up to the judges. This isn't figure skating.
No, exactly. Yeah. But so how are we doing here? First frame?
Deciding frame here was Sam McGrath and John Poon. We do have Sargon Isaac, 3-time champion, battling Simon Chen, but they're just going to get things going up. When they get started, we'll kind of bounce back and forth.
Okay.
Are you glad you came down to La La Land here?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, it's amazing. You know, like I said, even though I didn't qualify out of the group, it's great to meet everybody again and watch the different players and the different styles and learn. You know, some are going to leave early being knocked out, but I plan to hang around and continue to soak up the experience and watch the play. Keep you company, Mr. Bernie.
True, there's lots of great players here. You not see like a plethora of centuries, but I think we're in store for maybe a few. Will they be on the TV table? Who knows? Oh,
I'm no doubt we'll see a few. Looking around the room as it gets out of the group stage and into some of the knockouts, like I say, looking around the room, there's some very good players.
And how are you finding the tables here? Conditions?
They're good. They're interesting. The pockets are reasonably generous. They're not too bad. Middle pockets in particular. So you're coming from Seattle, where the pockets are very tight. It's a bit more generous in that respect. But to contrast that, though, the cloth is a bit slower. So while there's the benefit of the pockets, you do have to put a bit more work into the cue ball from a pace perspective. So it takes a bit of getting used to. I think that's the thing that differentiates great players from not great players, is the ability to adapt to different conditions quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely these best of threes, you got to be quick on your feet, and the adaptation needs to happen rather swiftly.
Yep. Agreed. And I think, for me, that's my Achilles heel. Like starting a match at 9 a.m. with no warm up on table conditions you're not used to. It's very very tough.
A little jet lag kicking in, maybe.
No, I wish that there's no excuse jet lag wise. Same time zone. Beer lag, maybe. It's a good shot.
Yeah, he's gonna have to pick away at these. Could be a good chance for John to crawl himself back into this.
Ooh, need to put a bit of side on that and avoid being so close to the cushion. And now he's got the middle one. So I saw John lost the first frame right on the pink, I think.
That is correct, yes.
I did not see the second frame.
Yeah, that's when the delay happened in the room.
Oh, okay.
And I wonder if that just rattled Sam a little bit as he was leading that second frame, but then John came back and stole that, and John is kind of motored ahead. He's obviously the higher seeded player of the two. So was looking close for an upset, but John is digging in.
If you can hold it together here, this a nice break on the table from. That two blacks and a blue so far.
True. This is a free shout out. Anyone that wants to come and help us out with the tournament volunteer scorekeeping, it's the best seat in the house.
Absolutely. Oh, that's a nice shot.
Yeah, he's developed a few more.
Ooh.
A little pacey on that one.
Yeah, I think he pulled a quick one in there.
Sure shot of choice here, Dave. Are you liking the blue, or are you thinking the pink maybe?
I'm guessing the pink doesn't go past the yellow. I can't tell from this angle, but from not, because he would have ended up on that red either way. He could have ended up on that red either way. So my guess is it didn't go past it.
This is a good rebound from Sam.
A little further than the black than he would have wanted to be here with this shot.
recovers nicely. Unfortunately.
Left himself nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Tried to recover on that long red, but unfortunately he's left it on, so good little sparring match. Some nice mini breaks here.
I think I remember from last year, John could play pretty quick. Has he been playing fast?
He's been playing moderate, I would say. I think, yeah, he's not the slowest of the tournament, nor would I say he's the fastest of the tournaments. What's surprising is sometimes when he's electing to go safe rather than maybe taking a little aggressive long pot that might not have got him into too much trouble.
Mm.
Is that a facet of the commentating curse right there? As you thought John was a quicker player, but
I
he's
know,
having a real
now
thinking.
yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's still there, but earlier today our good friend Nick Metcalf was tuning in from the Talking Snooker
Right,
podcast.
okay. Very cool.
It's a global game. We've got people tuning in from all corners of the earth on the stream, which is great to see.
And people playing from all corners of the earth too. It's interesting. It's the US nationals, but there's a lot of dual nationalities.
True, but don't worry, government officials. All these players have their citizenship or green cards.
Absolutely. That was a good shot. Oh, unlucky. He might still have that red into the middle. He does. Overran it a bit more than he probably would have wanted.
Uncle Social is wondering about how we could market snooker in the U.S. I think this is a good start, obviously. Getting more events onto a live stream. So that's definitely giving exposure. And you know what? I wonder about a potential maybe shootout tournament with the time frames.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the more tournaments we put on and the more we stream them, that's definitely creating awareness. The other thing, of course, we're doing is trying to bring some of the professionals over from the UK, which we've been doing for the last couple of years, and that kind of exposure is creating awareness, and we're starting to see the commentators in the UK talk about the fact that the professionals have been coming over and putting the the US on the map in some ways. So I think compared to 2 or 3 years ago, we've already come a long way, but there's clearly a lot more that needs to be done.
And I don't know if Jason Francis has that 900 series like trademark that format where I think it's just 15-minute frames, isn't it? Because it's 900 seconds or something like that, and there's no shot clock. They play traditional, but it's under a 15 minutes when the 15 minutes is done.
Yeah.
But there must be something about time wasted at least. You don't want to make a red and then you're sitting there for 14 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah. So Uncle Social, we have already had Judd Trump over. Judd Trump came to Seattle 2 years ago, and Ricky Walden came last year, and and Luca Bracel came about 3 weeks ago. So we have been getting the pros over to entertain us.
Wow, what a gentleman gesture there. Sam was in his head. He's ready to get down onto the blue and pot it. And he was like, wait, you just, potted the yellow after your red, and now you're on the yellow.
Oh.
It's very nice about our game, for sure. Okay, there is a 20-second shot clock in the 9-headed series, as our good friend David Brock has mentioned. So, 2 points in it. There's 27 on the table, so we're just going to let this decider play out. And don't worry, all you Sargon Isaac fans or Simon Chen will jump to that TV table after this one comes to a conclusion. But this has the makings of a real nail-biting final. Or finale, shall I say.
Final frame.
I forgot my French-Canadian and back in Canada.
I missed the sportsmanship. What was that? What had happened?
Sam had hit a red and put in a yellow, and then was lining up the blue, and John was like, "Oh, wait,
Mm-hmm.
I respotted the yellow. You're on the yellow."
Oh, I see.
So, I'm actually kind of a little surprised that he did that. Like, there is a lot of sportsmanship, but that's definitely going higher and above.
It is, yeah.
It's
Yeah, there's a difference between calling your own foul
Mhm.
and preventing someone else from making one,
Yeah. I think if Sam is to win this match, I think he should buy
Wow.
John a bottle of champagne or something.
He was very fortunate that white did not go in. That's an awkward position. This looks good.
From our vantage point, looks very good on the monitors.
Pretty easy to get out of. It's a question of what he leaves.
Cool Social's asking, do you think that they might have a top tournament in the UK and invite US players to compete against the world's best to promote the sport? I almost think it might be
The other way around.
Yeah, bring the top players over to America
Yeah,
and face that.
exactly.
I think as well, helping Olympics, obviously that's a big one that we've talked about, and also potentially bringing back the World Cup, because I think there's a lot of interest in America now, and the players are there. They might not compete with the top pros, but at least they're getting some exposure over there,
Right.
and fellow Americans can tune in so they see their fellow country people playing a game, a sport.
So, Uncle Social, yes. In the US, we absolutely, that's something that we're thinking about on the cards. Wow, he's missed it twice.
Third attempt here. You were in the tournament. Was there any specification? Was it a worthwhile attempt on the third, as this is his last attempt in a foul miss situation?
They didn't specify, but again, back to sportsmanship. I mean,
Yeah.
it's expected that on the third attempt you do the same as you would in the first two and you give it your best efforts.
You could be a bit.
It could. I've never seen it happen though.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I've never seen a case where somebody clearly didn't try and left themselves in an advantaged situation. So, Ooh.
Snap, take it. And Sam looking up to the heavens, wondering what he's done.
Oh. He jumped up off the shot there. There's clearly tension.
Popped up like a Pop-Tart.
He did. If Sam can hold it together here, I mean, he should be able to completely clean up here. Oh.
Tension of a decider.
Yeah, that's just nerves, yeah.
I think KP is right. We do need to get the young kids into it, and maybe there's a potential of maybe exhibitions in the schools. You know, I know that in the UK they had that. Steve Davis did Q Zone in the schools, and the kids liked it because they got out of the classroom, not that stale environment, and teachers were happy because the students actually are learning stuff. There's some geometry, arithmetic that they need to know. So maybe in the future in North America we kind of plan to do something like that.
Absolutely. This is definitely very edgy. I mean, both players are on a normal day would have knocked in most of the balls they're missing right now. But when it matters, you know, when qualifying out of the group, you know,
I'm just not sure exactly where these guys are in the standings in the round robin. You know, they could be battling for their livelihood right here. Yeah, that's a good point, KP. He's saying we need the older pros to give their time once a week to help promote kids playing, and maybe on a Saturday morning. I think that is... I think that's a great idea that we do need to come back to. And like some of us that work behind the scenes, you know, we've kind of hung up our cue a little bit to help the sport grow. Maybe some of those pros that they've had experience, and even like back in Canada, like a Cliff Thorburn or Kirk Stevens, Brady Golan, Jim White, can also mention to some promising kids of what you need to go over to the UK, because it's quite a jump, obviously.
Yeah.
Fortunate enough that there's not a real big language difference. It must be tough for the Chinese players, obviously, to come over to England to play.
It's not cheap either. I mean, I mean, going to the UK, there has to be a degree of, you know, skill, you know, and talent displayed before it's worth that investment. But but as somebody in the chat mentioned, I mean, it's hard to engage the youngsters now. There's so many other distractions that, you know, keep them from the likes of this game.
Sure, and I think it's going to take, it's not going to be this generation, but possibly fall, as Uncle Social doesn't mention about, you know, buying kids a 6-foot table. I'm not sure, obviously, the marital status and the family status of our players here, but if they are passionate about the game, I couldn't see why not they would buy one of those small 6-foot tables.
That's how I started. Yeah.
Yeah?
That's how I started. Ooh. Now then.
A really costly miss.
I know John has Q power. He could screw this back. I haven't seen Sam in action. On this cloth in particular, you know, it's not as easy as it looks to get that cue ball back out of there. Although if you do it that way, it's fine. You had more angle than I realized.
But just a little unfortunate. It's interesting, this don't think they've nominated a touching ball or anything like that, so. I think there's a gap in there. What do you think, Dave?
The fact that he's thinking about it, there must be, because if it is a free ball, free ball, touching ball, I mean, it would be a much easier choice selection. Well, look, it's clearly not a free ball. Not a touching ball, the angle he's going.
So 10 and an 18 on the table. Sam just needs the blue. That's not John's best shot of the day.
No. It would have been better to leave that on the cushion for sure.
Yeah, John's another player. Jackie we saw struggling a little bit on this table yesterday. Just wasn't able to find the gear, and he's a very exciting, well-skilled player. So maybe this TV just adds a little bit of nerves. John or Sam would have liked to have that one back.
Oh my God, yes.
That last shot that John had, he did kind of break out the black.
I would suggest no heroics here. Just roll it in, given he only needs the blue. And look for an easy long pink into the corner. Oh, interesting. Worked out well. I'm not sure I would have done that, but it worked out well.
Gutsy shot. Mm-hmm. But it could pay off here. This would be quite a steal here for John. Pink and black to take the frame and match. Was that his plan a few shots previous to break out the black? Frame and match right here.
Ooh.
Don't know if I would hit it that hard.
Nope.
Obviously didn't want to just roll it in because it could sit in the jaws, give it a bit of pace, but that might have just been a bit too pacey.
Yeah, that hopped.
Leaving a tough long red for Sam.
No black even.
Or black. Pardon?
All the way.
Wow, there it is. Frame and match. Sam McGrath takes that one over John Poon. So definitely take a look at cloudsnooker.com to find out the results of that group and see who's moving on. And now we're on our other TV table between Sargon Isaac, three-time U.S. national champion, against Stephen Chan. Very nice long pot there by Sargon. Sargon must be on a long, hefty break there. Because it's 23-14. I don't think it's been that nervy, but we'll see. Obviously, with those tablets, we don't have the up-to-date scoring.
All right, so Dave Daly in the booth. Pretty cool having him in. The commentary of the Daves, as you might say.
That's true. I forgot to ask Dave, does he know how many Daves are involved in the game of snooker? We have Dave Daly, we have David Burney, we have Dave Hendon. People might remember David Vine. So
Christian David. Youngers, thank you very much.
Stretching.
That's a middle name. In Mexico, it's one of my first names. So
And then you have derivatives like Fred Davis and Joe Davis and Steve Davis.
oh, the Davises too. Okay.
The
Yeah,
Dobbs, shall we say.
the Dobbs.
Thanks for tuning in, John Sparks. Great player, great guy to see in the room up in Vancouver. Thanks for your kind words on the great snooker and commentary. Appreciate the kind words as well, KP. Another Canadian tuning in. Nice to see all this global support. We do what we do because we know all of you love to tune in. And I'm pretty sure like they're like all of us, well, I could have made that shot. I'm going to get in this tournament. Well,
It's a little different when you're out there, though.
very different, yes. Like I'm pretty sure like both Christian and I, when we're in the booth, we don't miss a shot.
Oh, of course. I think I've never missed a shot from the booth.
Mm-hmm. So that score is kind of, sort of, it is accurate now. I thought maybe Sargon might have had a larger break, but he does have a 32-23 lead in this first frame. Our other table, they're just getting things sorted up, but we'll have Renat Denka against Norman Hung. Norman, California player, and Renat comes from Chi-Town in Chicago, Illinois. Yeah, a lot of past champions in the room. So we'll see if someone will add another trophy to their cabinet, or we'll get a new champion this year. Definitely time will tell. This is the final day of the round robin. So after today, the knockout round will be set. 32 players will be in that knockout round. Well, the first, second, and quarterfinals tomorrow, leading up to Championship Monday with the semifinals and the final, slated to be 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on the Hollywood. Well, we are in Hollywood. We're in La La Land here in California, but the holiday Monday, I should say.
Holiday Monday, Championship Monday. Pretty good stuff.
I've always wondered, they call it Labor Day, but nobody's working. Except us, I guess.
Dudunch.
The Comedy Store and the Laugh Factory aren't too far away on Sunset.
That's true. Yeah, you wanted to go check them out, right? You are a comedy connoisseur
Of sorts.
of sorts, yeah.
Hmm.
Enthusiast, you might say.
A backer, yes, for sure. Come
Ah.
on. We all like to laugh, right?
Of course.
This game can put us into tears, so it's good to have a nice comedic break from time to time.
Yeah, definitely. Good speed on that kick shot from Sargon. Almost got behind the brown. Would have been devastating for Steven.
Yeah, I don't know much about Steven. Very impressed with Sargon. I heard he made a century in practice a few days ago.
Look at that thin shot there from Steven.
Mm-hmm.
Well, right in front of us, I'm just keep watching Darren Taylor just knocking ball after ball in. Pretty impressive to watch him play as well.
David Taylor.
Sorry.
There's another one. Darren's father, David.
Oh,
Taylor.
another David. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, there you go. Just gotta start keeping track. You gonna
Yeah.
write these down?
Get a little ticker tape or something. Sargon or Simon's going to try and get behind the black here, off the yellow.
Oh, Steven, yeah. Can go for it, but position on the green isn't very good. Snooker definitely seems more likely. Oh, watch out, cue ball. Yeah, pockets are tight enough. That's not going in. Yeah, just based on where the green is, seems like snookers are definitely going to be in order for Steven to try to get back in this one. Come on, black.
Just a little pacey. But a good effort. Yellow's rather safe there.
Cross double here. Oh, hit it a little bit on the thicker side. I think he wanted it a little bit less.
Yeah, he's really put that yellow right out there in prime position, but the green's a bit tricky. But he might be able to get around behind the black here. That's what he's having a look at. Just didn't get the angle. Great idea.
Yeah, he keeps trying to use his black to get behind it, I think. It's only a matter of time that he gets it. If Sargon keeps giving him the chances. And Sargon says, let me try at it too. Pretty close. Gonna leave some hampered queuing maybe? Not quite.
Yeah, just it's all about millimeters this game. It's just a little too much.
Gonna get a group update here with some of the winners of the groups after this frame.
Oh, does Sargon take this thin cut into the top right corner on the green? Really tricky.
The cushion, pretty good. Pot is on.
Yeah, could have done without that cannon into the blue with the green.
Ooh, this could be bad news for Steven. Oh, I think this green actually ended up holding up in a strange enough way. The snooker might still be on. I'm thinking just a stop shot and miss the green-pink cannon.
Yeah. Could have had an easier leave for a snooker, but
If he can hold it there, this looks pretty good. How's the speed? Yeah, not bad,
very
not bad.
nice.
Sargon not needing the snookers. 7-point lead. Means that he doesn't need pink or black. Seeing as how the pink is pretty safe, you imagine if he gets a good look at this green, he could be getting to the snooker require stage, but missed there from Steven. Now makes it 11-point difference.
And so close there. Yeah, I'm not surprised here actually that Sargon's coming back to the table. He is
Yeah. With
and
green and brown would mean Steven needs all three in order to tie.
okay, so he is putting him back.
So brown really frame ball for Sargon or blue. And all are out in the open, so. Hey, thanks, Mike. Ox Billiards comment over on YouTube.
Well, is Ox Billiards and Mike putting up our campaign, help get Christian and Dave to Brazil?
Hey, I like that. That sounds fun.
And it's not for a vacation, everyone. It is actually for work. So
The Pan American, right?
the Pan American, the PAPS Open Championship.
That'd be pretty cool.
The winner of this tournament will get an entry into that tournament, and if you're victorious in that tournament, your snooker dreams will become a reality as you will be invited to play on the professional tour
Yes,
for
sir.
2 years.
Yep. Yeah, I wonder. I think the right choice was for Sargon to go for that green, especially in hindsight. I mean, he would have much rather had the long pot that was pretty potable, as opposed to this shot. But can't go back. Ooh, it's gonna be a little short.
Hey Andy, thanks for tuning in. I think were you up in Sheffield this past year or the year before, Andy? Not sure if I met you. I met a bunch of WPBSA coaches that are under the great tutelage of Chris Lovell.
Yeah.
Wow, what a green.
Yeah, what a long pot. My goodness.
We'll see how this
Oh,
plays
no.
out.
Oh, he just got there, I think. I think he's okay. Almost snookered himself on the black.
This would be quite a steal for Steven if he's to take it, because there was definitely a long green that Sargon, as we were both surprised that he actually put Steven back in after he succumbed some penalty points, but still a lot of work.
Yeah. Tough miss there. I think he only needed a pink. He would have gotten the clear up. This is frame ball for Sargon now. Actually, no, sorry. He needed brown and green, so. Oh, good pot there.
Great pot,
So blue
yes.
is getting a frame ball. Got some claps in the background here for Darren Taylor finishing his match. Strong showing against Charles Benham.
Sargon just needs this mid-ranged blue. Little hampered by the cushion with his bridge hand.
Frame ball.
Not a
Nicely
problem.
done. Just gonna have to play the double on the pink. Maybe play safe behind the black. Actually, you wouldn't even risk that. Don't even try to go. You risk the N off there, so just play the double. Play the cue ball to the bulk cushion.
Mhm. And he watches that nicely go in.
Nice pot there. It's got a. As Sargon clears up these balls, it's got a little bit of an update. We have a new high break in the tournament. Darren Taylor just finished his match with an 82 break. So it's the current high break of the tournament. 82 from Darren Taylor. Nicely done. We're going to do a little bit of a group stage update as well. Let's check out the group. Some of these have started to finish up. Starting with Group A, I believe. Yeah, we've got Stephen Wong and Tommy Collins advancing out of Group A. So they take it away. Stephen Wong atop the group. Group B, we've got CCU with a comfortable lead. Advancing in the first position, I think, between Rushil and Yongat. I don't know who advances. I think the tiebreaker there is going to come down to the high break. that matchup, but one of those two will be advancing, and Patrick Geeky has been eliminated. Group C, Ajaya Rob Hocker ends up in first place, and Han ending up in second, as we saw that first match of the day earlier on the live stream table. The Group D, it's going to be Daiwei taking it in first position, and I believe the tiebreaker has gone to Dharma, if I understand it correctly. So it's going to be Daiwei and Dharma advancing, and Dave and Mustafa have been eliminated. Comfortable lead here for Ramil, ends up winning Group E with, I believe, let's see, frame wins, it looks like. It's going to be Raymond McCarthy advancing in second place based on what I can see, because frame differential is the tiebreaker after points played or points won, I'm not sure. Oh, actually, I think that match might not be scored. It could be a toss-up. I think Mark Wilson and Raymond McCarthy didn't end their match. I'm not sure exactly. So, bit of a toss-up whether who advances second in that group. It might be a three-way tie, and we'll have to figure out who's there. But Ramil definitely advancing in first place. And then Group F looks like it's a tie between Jackie Wee and Kevin Wong. But Jackie, I believe, has one more match left to play, so still undecided. And rest of the groups, still plenty of matches to go. I believe most of these have 2 matches or more remaining. So go ahead and check out Cloud Snooker if you guys want to see where the match scores are at. But in the meantime, we are going to be heading over to our table 1 for a bit. Looks like Renat is at the table now. Let's get his scoreboard up to date. We had a little bit of a hiccup. Let us know if everything's good. I think we had a slight disconnection with our network, but I think we're back up and running. And main match table, Norman Hung, Renat Denka. Renat, not a seeded player, but definitely one of the favorites to go deep in this tournament. Hailing from Chicago, Illinois. I think Sargon and Steven are getting ready to kick off frame number 2 on our second table. Yeah, looks like a break off there, but Renat looks like he's on a pretty good break here, so let's see what he can do here. Yeah, looks like he's well in control of this cue ball here. Playing really nice high on the red here to come down for the black. Wants to finish high on the black. Play 1 cushion up to the right hand side of the table. Play the red to the bottom left corner. Yeah, KP, Renat definitely a strong player in this field. Some folks have him as the favorite to win it all. Some folks don't know him too well, but we'll see how far he gets in this tournament. So far, he's had a pretty good showing. I believe he's won his first match at least. Don't know about his second. Good cue ball control there. He's got a nice angle to come up for the yellow. Yellow, the trickiest ball left in this clearance.
Do we know what Renat is on?
Not exactly, unless the microphone picked it up. I don't know if Norman is calling out the break or not, but don't believe we know what his current tally is. This yellow going to determine whether or not he can clear up, though. It's probably the toughest pot left. And knocks it in. Green goes into the yellow pocket. It's looking like a decent chance here. No such thing as commentary curse, I don't believe.
Not when Renat Danka is at the table. He's just so smooth, so pure.
Yeah.
Always a treat to the eyes when he gets on the table.
Good shot there. It's going to be a little bit close. Yeah, just overran the blue.
He's going to have to go in and out of bulk here to get a chance onto the pink.
Oh, he's opting to roll it, actually.
Oh. Trusting his
Yeah.
mid to long range potting.
I mean, based on the score line, I think he's definitely sealed this frame, so he's kind of just playing it safe, trying to get a high break maybe. Yeah, nice shot.
And it looks like he is on a century. Quite possibly Stephen Wong has just come over and
Yeah,
told
we're
us.
gonna get an update on this break, but I think it is a big break. Nice job there from Renat.
So we'll just get an update on the exact amount there. A 105.
Wow,
for Renat
105.
Danka. There you go. So
Nicely done.
I think Darren might have thought his 82 was a little bit safe for a bit, but yeah, a 105 break.
Yep, 105 confirmed. So Darren Taylor had the 82 break, high break, for only a short moment until Renat takes that clearance. First century of the tournament so far. Well done. As we said, he is one of the favorites, I think, to win it all, but he's going to need more of that in order to win this tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think when we started the day, we did have a high break of 69 by Jaya Pradhakar, who is the head of the United States Snooker Association and the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association. But I think a lot of people, us in the commentating booth as well, felt that that was going to fall, and it's starting to happen. So just as they get set up for frame two, just a scroll of some great advertisement there is Tepchai Unu is going to be coming to Embassy, a very exciting, very electric player from Thailand. He'll be coming to Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel, California around December time, so do get in touch with Stephen Wong. Tickets probably go very quick for that, as he's a real exciting player, treat to watch. If you're in the neighborhood, definitely well to check it out. And that gourd
Sorry.
cue
Oh,
stick. The
goad stick.
The
Yes.
goad stick, this goad stick that Ox is pedaling over there. There's a good shot of it there.
Yeah, go check it out at Ox. Reach out to Mike at Ox Billiards to get your own. Comes with a cue case and extension, designed for the beginner to intermediate player to have their own cue. Pretty good deal, $150 for a cue and case. Good stuff. We're gonna have to watch this frame, as it looks like Renat has another chance at this red here.
Yeah, getting support from his family, I hope. Mirna is saying, "Good job, Dad." So I hope that in reference to Mr. Renat. Norman has just got to remind himself, hey, that was just one frame. You know, you need 2 frames to win this match. So if he can shake it off and rebound nicely, maybe put a nice clearance of his own together.
I mean, 147 is technically on still, right?
That is true.
He's got 8.
So Christian, You were just talking last frame about the commentating curse.
Yeah.
I think you might have just been susceptible there.
What do you
That
mean?
red did not go down.
No,
The
no,
147 is now out.
no commentator curse. I called it in the previous, what do you call it?
Life?
No, the previous frame I told you. No such thing as commentator curse. Renat's a favorite to clear this up. And he did. So I don't believe in those commentary curse. I don't know what you're talking about, Dave. Remember that yellow on the cushion? That was what the shot came down to.
Yes.
And we called it.
Big shot to give that possibility for the century, and he did. And you know, he just rolled it in, so he knew kind of what was in sight.
Mm-hmm.
That yellow goes down. The rest of the color balls were putty, shall we say, in his hands. And let's see what he can do here.
Yeah, a lot of the red's fairly open. I think these 5 that are in this cluster, not super accessible, so we're definitely have to see him go into the pack possibly once. Maybe 1 or 2 cannons. Good stroke there. Has he gone too far though? Maybe short actually. I think he may have been playing for this red to the right corner pocket that's between the blue and the pink spot to the right of those 2 balls, but now he's going to take this tricky red just to the right of the pack. And I think it's a chance for a cannon as well. Only problem is it's not guaranteed. Look at the black. Oh, he missed the cannon. Yeah, I think that's why he missed the pot. I think he had to go into that ball slightly. And you got away with it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it looks like the black has come to help him. He had great shape on the black if that red did go down, but in this great game of snooker, every shot has also got 2 purposes. Most of the time, get your red in, and then get shape on your color. Or if you're in a safety world, put your object ball safe and your cue ball safe. The swerve around a little bit here.
Oh, went for it, yeah.
Decent effort, yeah. Well, those 2 reds of the 5 in the middle of the table. The one on the left, he might or not may be able to clip that in and put it into the side pocket. Left that other red of those 2 into the opposite side pocket. So both players going for their shots. They're not like tiptoeing around.
Good pot there. See if Norman can string a couple of colors together here. And never easy when you get a century against you, but it's not out of it yet.
Yeah, that's, I think, old news there for Norman. He knows he puts a frame to the good for him right here. He's right back in the match and will be into a decider.
He's got an awfully thin back cut, this middle pocket on this red. A little risky. Hasn't left much. And a lot of red spilled up tables, so not many places to play safe. Might think about thinning the right edge of this red to the right corner pocket. So he's going to take this and screw back off of this red, or play the cross double. No, he's just going to play this backup table. Yep. It's the only red he can really leave if it rolls too far.
Not knowing much of Norman. But Renat's got to watch out for that. I think maybe he's played Norman a few times before. Norman is from here in California. Possibly Renat might know his ability because that last shot that Renat took, was kind of reckless and a little bit careless because he left an easy red for Norman to get in, and you're gonna, if you leave it to some of these even stronger players in the tournament, Renat could be sitting for quite a while. So maybe it's time for Norman to prove me wrong and really punish Renat for that last shot that he had.
No such thing as commentary curse. Just as there is such thing as the fluker. Oh. Tough miss there. Leaves a straight in red for Renat. I think he's a favorite to win this frame if he puts a big break here. 3 reds in this cluster below the pink are still a little tricky. But I imagine Renat's going to try to just pick off all these loose reds first.
Yeah, up in the bulk area. Just a simple little potting exercise here. You can put them away. Run a bit, or pull up. Yeah, it's just betwixt and between right there.
Yep. Hey, Ethan over on YouTube. What's up, Ethan? How's it going?
So that's end of break there for Renat. Had the opportunity to really score a lot more heavilier, but he hasn't really left anything easy on. Oh, nice starter there by Norman. Is he going to punish Renat for?
Ooh, just overran this black. Back cuts are always tough. If you nail them, you're definitely playing well. Yeah, Ethan, no, we'll definitely play next time I'm in Seattle. For sure. It's like this red, sorry, it's red in the top of the stack that's here is potable into the left middle pocket. Might have to play for blue since he doesn't want the pink. Ah, pink will spot, I guess. Might have to spot underneath those 2 reds since everything is blocked up. Yeah. I think he made the mistake there. I was thinking he should roll forward for the blue because spotting the pink is not ideal for clearing up the rest of these reds. I think it's going to create a cluster that's going to be, can't have to be cannoned into. Because he easily could have just rolled forward another 2 feet, played for the blue, open up those reds maybe, play for one of those 2 reds up into the bulk end pockets. But now a tricky little spot. Definitely clusters up those reds, no longer potable.
This is going to open everything up here.
Oh, I guess he is potable. Okay, so I didn't think that red went into the left corner. And it's on. Nice pot, but no reward.
Yeah, the colored is desired there.
I think I'm 2 available tables till my next match, so I'm gonna have to take a break here pretty quick and get someone else to jump in the booth with you, Dave.
Well, we'll see what we can do.
Wow.
Lots of players probably have gone out to lunch.
What a pot there. If not, you can always solo it.
Channel the great Dodger broadcaster from just down the road, Vin Scully. He actually worked a lot with Don Drysdale, but in his later years, I think for almost the last 15 years of his career, he broadcasted Dodger games all by himself.
Yeah. Wow.
And worked for the Dodger organization for over 60 years. So, Vin, us commentators in the booth, salute you.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the best.
The inspiration, right?
Yep, his throat is on my wall.
Well, that's looking strong. Like good recovery on that green pot, long pot on that. To clear up another few balls here. No sentries on anymore in this frame, I don't believe, but still chance of a big break. Don't know how many more he needs for his frame ball, but he's looking pretty good here. Feels like he's potting balls from almost anywhere.
Take care, KP. It seems like duty calls for you up there in Ontario. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully we can see you back here tomorrow and on Championship Monday. Thanks for your insight, your questions, and giving us little updates on the Canadian Ontario scene. Right now, Renat Danka is making a scene of this match. Looks like it's going to be a 2-0 victory for him. And we'll just, when it concludes, we'll jump over to see how Sargon Isaac is doing against Simon Chen. And let's just sit back and enjoy the great potting of Renat's. Yes, Richard Parker is asking, on-screen scoreboard doesn't seem to be upgrading. The thing is, with the system that we have right now, they all have tablets at the table, so that's where the players are keeping score, and that tablet directly goes to the Cloud Snooker website for live scoring and also talks to our stream.
Yep.
The one problem is, most of the time, most of the players, when they're playing these games, usually, you know, when a frame or a break comes to a close, that's when you put up the points. So that's kind of what they do there. So that's why you're not seeing a up-to-date scoring on our stream right here. Hopefully, as we move along, I think we are promised that we will have a scorekeeper and a referee on our TV table when we get into the knockout phase. So yeah, hopefully in coming years we can kind of get that fixed, as it can make a little tricky work for us as well in the commentating booth, as sometimes when there's snooker required and how many on and how many in it. So
Yeah, we're not looking strong though here. Great match for him. Probably a big confidence booster to solidify the high break so far in the tournament. And this black to top off the clearance. Oh, just caught the jaws. There's the handshakes though.
So Renat takes that 2-0. Let's just pop on over to Sargon and Stephen Chan. And Sargon in a commanding lead here. He's up by 37 points. No, 36.
Yep.
And after this color ball goes in or not, there'll be a 43 on the table. So Stephen's not out of it, but Sargon has definitely a commanding lead. It is the 2023 United States National Snooker Championship here at Embassy Billiards in St. Gabriel. The stream is free to watch. We're on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch TV under the Aux channel as well. You can also find us on Embassy, St. Gabriel Embassy Snooker Club's YouTube page. Remember, like and subscribe to that page so you can get notified when we go back on air. Planning to be on air tomorrow at 9 a.m. for day 3. Still a lot of great snooker here on day 2, moving day, as at the end of the day the knockout phase will be set, and that's when the nails really get bit down to the quick as it gets a little nervy, and slowly we work our way to find out who will be the champion on Monday.
All right, but with that, I think I'm going to be taking a break now, Dave. I'm going to go get ready for the match. Don't know who's going to be next on the TV table, but we'll watch this one for a bit. Possibly Francis and Corey, or not exactly sure, but we'll get it up to date.
Sounds good. Well, yeah, it's definitely good luck, Christian. He is
Yeah.
double dipping.
We'll be back in a bit.
Take care.
See you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Oh, great shot there by Stephen. Oh, Stephen. Let's have that one back. Walls as well are starting to create in the bulk end of the table. There's 35 in it, and there is 35 on the table. So this red is Sargon's frame ball. Giving it all the hope in the world. Surprised here. Yeah, cross double is there. Hopefully, most of the time with cross doubles it is predominantly a shot to nothing with safe in mind. But if it goes in, it's going to shoot his cue ball up into the bulk area, and he does need that black. So being aggressive to take that on. Yeah, and we try to do the best, obviously, to give a lot of different players some TV time. Obviously, there are some high-seeded players there. We want to get them on because they really excel at the game. But with the roll-on, roll-off philosophy, it's kind of just as tables become available and within the nature of getting the tournament done as efficiently as possible. Sometimes, unfortunately, your players might be... favorite player might be stuck in a real grind match and they won't be able to get onto the TV table. But hopefully, as much as people really start to enjoy the streams and get more and more people playing, more people helping out behind the scenes, and hopefully maybe budgets for these events can expand and we can get cameras on all the tables. For sure, it's a bit overcast today. Yeah, rather not too bad for warmth, but maybe a little humid, and that might just be one of the reasons why these tables are playing just a little bit slow, as a lot of have noticed, and we've noticed in the booth. They're not as quick as they could be. Wonderful snooker right there by Sargon. Sargon's also got to be thinking, if you can put a ball safe, that'd be nice. The yellow, or not the yellow, the pink is so safe, but so with that, that's going to force that snookers are required. Richard Parker, Canada, David, it's either one is fine. Thank you for your kind words, much really appreciated. We're glad that everyone's tuning in and enjoying it. And I know, Richard, I think you're tuning in from the UK. Hopefully maybe you can make the trip up to Sheffield this coming year for the World Champs, as I will be over there again. Doing my thing. I shoot a lot of photos, so I have been fortunate enough to gain access and take a lot of shots of the players. However, I shoot 35mm, so I don't shoot as many as these other digital photographers. But I do it for the love, and that's the important thing. So it would be great to meet some of our great viewers in person sometimes and sharing stories and good laughter. I think Sargon just waiting for the adjacent table to take his shot. Says it is a beautiful room here. They've got 8 tables in one room, snooker tables that is, and then they've got the one private room for tables. Almost a very nice treble there by Sargon. But it is, when you have the row of tables, it's a little tight on the side, as you can see in that camera point there. They're not really tight together that you're waiting for hours on end to take your shot. Obviously the ideal atmosphere likes it to be a lot of space, but space costs money, and we're just fortunate enough that there's a beautiful room here in Southern California that has 9 snooker tables. Renat, actually just in our last match we saw, has the high break so far of the tournament with a 105, and he won that match 2-0 over Norman Hung. And Renat won yesterday, so he's 2-0 in his group. If you want any updates on the standings, check out cloudsnooker.com. Cloudsnooker.com is where you'll find all the information of this great tournament. I think that's pretty much going to put the nail in the coffin there for Simon. That red puts Sargon to 61, to Stephen with 21. So 40-point difference. I think he's just going to clean up this red, or brown I should say. I am not colorblind. It was just a far away shot there. As that is actually, for all you trivia enthusiasts, that's one of the things you can ask a referee. If that's a red or a brown, if you are colorblind. But you must state that you are colorblind before the match. If not, then it's actually a foul, because you aren't allowed to ask the referee that kind of questioning unless you have the affliction of colorblindness. 27 on. That's so actually I think Stephen might have had to take a little look at the roll, or maybe he's just getting some potting exercise there, because he was in a situation where it was 4 or more snookers required to achieve victory, so that in the round robin is a concession. Well, look at this potting right now. I think he's just having some fun. You know, wants just to get a little bit more table time, and very nice wardrobe there by Stephen, enjoying the shades of blue. Well, someday, hopefully, Mike, I can come down to the In the Pocket Club. You guys are doing great work down there. Got to meet Carl a few tournaments ago, last year's Seattle Snooker Open. Great snooker enthusiast and arm wrestling enthusiast as well. So that concludes this match as Sargon takes it 2-0, beating Stephen Chan. I think Sargon might have one more match today. We'll have to take a look at Cloud Snooker to see where he stands, but 2 wins in a group is always a good note to be moving yourself on to the knockout phase. Just jump over to our other table where we have Francis Cho against Corey Sykes. And they just got started over here in frame 1. Going back to In the Pocket Snooker Club, Mike is putting up a $10 triple dog dare. It's almost a Christmas story proposition there from Mike to any players out there. Oh, that was a tough miss there, Francis. We'll just see who's going to be on our other TV table. But for right now, we have got Francis and Corey doing battle here. Yeah, obviously the smart shot is clip off a red and go into bulk. But the unfortunate situation is there's that red up in the bulk area. That was a nice red there by Corey. As he cues, it kind of maybe is probably got a pool background. As we always notice, sometimes those pool players chalk their cue kind of giving it east to west, shall we say, whereas a snooker player puts their cue kind of north-south, up and down when they chalk their cue. Needs to run, yeah. Don't forget about that red up there in bulk, Corey. Let's see where the path is. Well, Almost that red in the open on the left side of the table. Maybe Francis should take up. Maybe she thinks she can clip off. Oh, playing aggressive, going for that long pot. I have to say, watch out for Francis in the coming years. Yeah, she is rather new to the game. She's been playing a few years, but definitely when she gets more and more of a snooker brain intact, she's just really going to be unstoppable. And she's very fortunate that she's got great conditions at Ox. They really foster their players down there. Wow, great long pot there by Francis. She got a nice little kiss on that red to be nice on the black. She doesn't fear the long pots, that's for sure. Let's see what she can do here. Hopefully she can build up something nice. She might be able to take that red that's in the open just left of the red and pink. She can just follow through ever so gently. There's a black onto the opposite middle pocket, so maybe just run just a little hard. She is going to be cannoning into that. This is looking good here for Francis. Just got to keep the composure. Well, might just have to get a little bit of the extension or use the rest. A lot of these players now come with all the tools of the trade, the mini butts, the telescopic extensions. Hey, no problem, Mike. Hey, I'm here to inform players. I know we do have some players that have been around the game for a long time, so obviously some stuff is rudimentary, but some players might, or fans might not fully know everything about the game. I definitely didn't when I first saw it, and my dad had to explain, well, it's a game where you take a red and then you take a color, and those reds are worth 1 point. But obviously, as you grow, you find out that the idea is to stay around that black ball because it's worth a great 7 points. But pink's not too bad with 6 points. Blue is always nice out in the open in the middle of the table with 5 points. And those bulk colors, brown is 4, green is 3, and yellow is 2. And then when you come to go potting those colors when they're on, in that phase of the frame, it goes in that order: yellow, green, brown, blue, pink, and black. And more often than not, in the amateur game, we do see a lot of matches come down to the colors. I think that's a good mantra to have if you're into this game and playing. There are going to be some players that are really skilled, and you'll probably be sitting for a while, but you got to lick your wounds. But if you can get to the colors, at least you have a chance. And going back, and if you do get rather demolished, shall we say, by a player and you feel like you're sitting for a while, regale you with a little story that I heard many years ago. So I think it was back in the 80s in Scotland. This Steve Davis, gentleman who was a 6-time world champion, was playing wonderfully, pretty much the player of the 80s. Got a phone call from a gentleman by the name of Ian Doyle, and Ian Doyle said, I want you to come up to Scotland and play an exhibition against this kid. This kid's name was Stephen Hendry. Now I want you to destroy this kid, Ian Doyle actually said. So Davis came up, played the young Hendry, and just demolished him. It was 10-1, 10-2, 10-0 the score lines. Stephen Hendry took it on his chin, took it like a good sportsman, and turned it around and used that fuel to fire in about 7 world championships and overtake Steve Davis as the leader in world championships. So, and you can learn a lot when you're losing, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't know if he needed that much pace. He did need to go up and down the table, but when you are playing this game, obviously the slower shot gives it all the more chance to drop, as it could just jangle and drop, where if you're hitting it hard you have to be that more precise. But it sometimes comes to your advantage. If you play it a bit with pace, it's not going to sit in the pocket for your opponent. Thanks, Richard. Yeah, who knows how that would go? Because obviously, yeah, when we're kids, we don't really like to lose, or if we're starting, losing is always tough. But maybe, hopefully, we can all remember that story. And if we do see a youngster that isn't doing well and did get beat heavily by an experienced player, hopefully we can build up the fire in them and say, hey, you're going to show him someday, or her. I'm just going to take a little peek at our other table to see who we've got there after Francis takes this shot. Well, we might just stick around and see what she can do here after a fantastic long pot. She's got the long potting. Once she starts to get the control of that cue ball, I better look out for her in the years to come. Yeah, a little smile to herself as she just realized where that black was going to go back on its spot. Fair enough, Richard. Good call, as he's mentioning that he has a teacher, and kids can be tricky. You're just not sure which way to support them. So if you can give us the magical ingredients, we appreciate that, Richard. But a good comment there. So over on table 2, we have the big man, Darren Taylor, taking on Vijay Sundaram. This is actually kind of a David versus Goliath battle here. Not sure of Vijay's ability yet. This is the first time I've seen, obviously, Darren Taylor, the son of the great David Taylor. And Darren, in his last match, had a 82, which was looking good. But then as soon as you blink, Renat Danka comes around with a 105 to lead the tournament with that high break. But yeah, Vijay is the smallest competitor in height, but definitely, he didn't get here by accident, so he knows what to do around the snooker table. Short little break there, but the experience of Darren there shows that if he's not got anything on, might as well just to run back into the bulk. Very nice shot there. Great weight there by Vijay. Darren lives in the Arizona area. He does a lot of great work with Romeo. Both of them are really doing great things to create exposure for the great game of snooker in that state. Unfortunately, the black is tied up a little bit here. So some long reds for Darren, just coming down to take a look. It's great chatting with him before the day began, because Darren's father David and the great Canadian player Cliff Thorburn were really good friends, so Darren has fond memories of Cliff. I was actually mentioning him, and I have yet to ask Cliff about it, but I know I've read the stories of it, so is it fact or fiction? Got to go to the source, but I haven't gone to Cliff yet. But when he was running up and down Canada and the US in the late 60s, early 70s, wow, great long pot there. Fortunately, his colored is to be desired. But Cliff was hustling throughout North America, and actually at one point for one match he actually did cut the famous Thorburn mustache just so he wasn't recognized and play the part of the hustle. So snooker players will do a lot to win, but within the rules they'll be generally, sharking is a pool thing, and it's very discouraged here. It's a gentleman's game. You win graciously, you lose graciously. Another great episode of Cliff, if you're ever in your local bookstore. He's got a book called Playing for Keeps, kind of tells some stories from his past, but I was actually rolling around in stitches on the floor when I was reading Mordecai Richler, a great Canadian author. He wrote a book called On Snooker, where Mordecai just regaled stories of all the characters in this great game. And he's mentioning one about Cliff when he was down in Texas. And he's in a room and playing a gentleman, and playing quite well and taking this gentleman's money, and this gentleman is kind of curious because he hasn't seen him around, and he asks Cliff, you from around here? And Cliff's like, yeah, I'm from around here. He's like, oh, do you work in the neighborhood? And Cliff was like, yeah, I work at the gas station on the 2nd Street, say for instance. And the gentleman was like, no, I don't think you play work at that gas station. And Cliff's like, no, I do know where I work. I work at that gas station on 2nd Street. And the gentleman finally was like, no, you don't, because I own that gas station. There's no way that you could work there. So I found that quite a humorous little anecdote from snooker lore. Yeah, Mike, I think that's a good point. If you can turn that thrashing into motivation, if you can kind of break into a thing and kind of say, do you want to feel like that again? Probably most people are going to be like, I don't want to feel like that. So that will give you the motivation to practice the long days and get good at the game. Yeah, Hendry Hendry and Davis were kind of tales of two different cities. As much as they were similar, you read about, obviously, Hendry modeled a lot after Davis. Davis really wasn't a mixer with the players, very quiet, almost robotic, as some of the players said. But him and Barry Hearn were always out for having fun, enjoying themselves, outside the table. Sure, they'd come down and get on with the business, but they enjoy some good fun. Where it sounds like with Stephen Hendry and Ian Doyle, Ian was very tough on Stephen, criticizing him a lot. Almost sometimes they would have heated arguments. So it's gauging the individual when you're a coach. You got to see kind of what works, because not everybody reacts the same to the same things. So always good to find a coach that works with you. As I've had a few lessons from the great Nick Barrow, and really we found a dialogue that I could understand, shall we say. So that's, as much as, some coaches might have large resumes with many students, but if you're not understanding or you're not kind of getting it, you don't get the dialogue, language that they're saying, it might not be a match made in heaven. Very nice long pots here by Darren. Could do best to get kind of free up the pink, the black. Looks like it will go to the left middle pocket, but it's a lot of trouble down there at the business end of the table. I've been happy with a little flick on the back black to kind of dislodge it from those reds. Darren just waiting on the adjacent table. The gentleman is just eyeing up a blue to take on. As it looks like Darren will be taking a blue himself. He's got the right side of the blue. Unfortunately, the gentleman on the adjacent table missed the blue. I don't think that's going to be the case here with Darren. It looks like it's really tied up, so gonna have to come up for the blue. Oh, look at this. Oh, flukes can happen in the game. Here's a hand by Darren just to acknowledge it. Probably one of the most memorable flukes in Canadian snooker history was that fluke that Cliff Thorburn had against Terry Griffiths way back in 1983. And after that fluked red went in, Cliff went on to take 15 blacks with 15 reds and clear the covers to be the very first player ever to make a 147 at the Crucible Theatre. That is pretty much snooker nirvana for all you new viewers to the game. You really can't get much better than that. 147, 147 points is pretty much the maximum amount of points that you can make at the table in one visit. Obviously, you know, people do talk about the 155, 155 points, but that involves a free ball, and those are extremely rare. Whereas 147s used to be very sparse. Now they're happening a bit more often than they used to, but they still are equally as exciting. I can tell you, I was in the room once at the 2018 Masters, and I was watching Liang Wenbo. Unfortunately, Liang has not been a rather savory character and is dealing with a lifetime ban. But back at that Masters, I was in the Alexander Palace, the Ali Pali, where the event was held, and you can feel the excitement when they go red, black, and I think he broke down on the 9th red that he had with blacks, but you could just feel the energy in the room, and it definitely doesn't get much better than that. See, there's some talk about Ronnie O'Sullivan in the chat. Paps has aligned himself with Ronnie, as Ronnie is soon to launch his coaching app, I believe it is. I think there's about 10 hours of footage. But head over to Papsa's website. That's www.papsa.org. As they have a deal there. If you sign up, there is potential that Ronnie may come to a club in North America or South America. Not sure how that works, but you can sign up. I think if you sign up in a certain amount of time, there is a discount on it. I think it's called the Rocket Method. So definitely take a look at that. Some exciting stuff that's coming down the pipe. Kind of a lot more exciting stuff as well on both sides of the border here in US and Canada. Is kind of the season's kind of kicking off. I think we're going to be expecting some more US tournaments. We know that the Seattle Open will be in March at the Ox Billiards. In February, the British Columbia Open will be going on there. Also up in Top 147 in Richmond, British Columbia, they have their annual Christmas party shootout tournament in mid-December, so that's always lots of good fun. But so keep tuned to PAPSA.org, snookerusa.com, snookercanada.com for all great information on wonderful tournaments and events that are happening in snooker in the upcoming season. Darren has a rather commanding lead early on, and yeah, there's just 24 points in it. Lots of red still on the table, so yeah. Fortunately, I kind of just look up from my position, and that red is not going to go past the blue for VJ there. But a little mid-range shot for this red into the yellow pocket. Not sure if I'm fully committed to the shot he's taking here. Yeah. No, this is the first time I'm seeing VJ. I wonder if he's maybe new to the game, and that can help or happen with a new player sometimes. Even an experienced player, you know, sometimes you can just get wrapped up in what's going on, and sometimes you don't see the whole table. You want tunnel vision when you're down on the shot, but sometimes when you're just surveying, you want to keep your eyes open. Doesn't hurt to have a little stroll around the table once or twice. So now he's opened up some reds. And Darren's quite a skilled potter. Pop over to table one just after Darren finishes up this break. Just want to see who took the first frame between Francis and Corey. Great long pink there. And it looks like Corey took that first frame, so they're in the second frame. We'll check back with them. That's the tough part about this game, is all VJ can do is just sit and watch. You know, it's that that long red. Don't know if he saw that red is still up there in bulk. I thought maybe he might take that one on, because at least if he misses it, he's not going to be leaving a lot. And with that, the red that he did decide, he's kind of opened things up here a bit, and Darren's doing what you're supposed to do. You should, if you get an opportunity, you need to punish your opponent. Don't let them back in. probably the only sport out there where you really can watch your opponent progress to the winning line and there's not anything you can do about it. Tennis, it's a stroke back and forth. Golf, you're kind of pretty much playing, unless you're playing match play, but in golf you're mostly playing the course. And maybe you're doing a little bit of leaderboard watching from time to time. As we can kind of see, we almost got a good shot there. As you can see, the stature of the two players, the David versus Goliath. I think VJs need to find his slingshot soon so he can maybe tower the giant, because Darren is looking very impressive here. It's close, but he's coming in quite confident to take on this red. Wow, just wonderful. Theron Taylor could be a surprise here. It's going to get definitely interesting once we get to the knockout round. So, up by 53 with 35 on. That probably should be a concession, as there's more than 4 snookers required. Shot by there by VJ. One of those important things. All you players, newcomers, or high tournament players, read those rules. Most of the rules are the same, but sometimes on the amateur scene we have a few little subtle variances. Obviously, we're playing with foul and mess in the round robin. It's 3 attempts, 2 putbacks. Obviously, in the round robin as well. If a player is in a situation where the more than 4 snookers to win, then it's a concession. Definitely, if Darren is able to take a red, there is also potentially of a free ball as well for VJ, which is also important. Always a danger when you're on that final red. Just a bit too much of a bounce here. Just with the commanding lead, Darren can be quite fluid with that shot, and I didn't see him missing it, which he didn't. So this should be first frame to Darren Taylor. And that's a concession there by VJ. So Darren takes this first frame by a score of 63-27. Let's see if VJ can rebound and force us into the decider by taking the second frame. Just going to step aside for a quick comfort break, but I'll be right back with you guys with this great action from day 2 of the 2023 United States National Snooker Championship live at Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel, California. We're back here. Frame 2 just started up between VJ and Darren. Just going to pop over to our other TV table. Let's see how Francis and Corey are getting on. Corey took the first frame there. It's red, so definitely opening up. Hey, over there to our good Scottish friend in the snooker shed. It's kind of fun YouTube channel. Our friend over there that runs the snooker shed. Glad that you've tuned in. Hopefully you're enjoying this 2023 United States National Snooker Championship. We have multiple places where you can find us. If you search out Ox Billiards on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch TV, that's where you can find us there. And as well, there is the St. Gabriel Embassy Club Snooker page on YouTube. You can find us there. Subscribe to that, like that. Even the Ox one, subscribe and like to that as well. And you'll get indications of when we come on air. It's obviously scheduled on the knockout round sites tomorrow. It's 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So just pencil that down. All the days are starting at 9 a.m. Tomorrow is going to be definitely a big day. Well, some more people, unfortunately, are going to be going home. But we'll have the first round, the round of 16, and the quarterfinals leading up to holiday Labor Day Monday, as they call it in North America, with the semifinals starting at 9 a.m., leading up to the finals at 2 p.m. on Monday, September 4th. So, but definitely tune in a lot as things could change. maybe I know we've talked a bit in the booth with some friends on the stream of the marketability in the US. Many ideas have come about, some great ideas for sure. But the one, I guess, challenge when it's all about the bucks over here in North America, the dollar bills, is snooker is a tough game to predict the end, shall we say. We can have matches that are very swift and quick, but sometimes, a pocket could get plugged up, and we could be here for a while, as most of the time a lot of these frames might last about half an hour to 45 minutes as an average. Obviously, we had a Herculean frame yesterday. That was about an hour and 20 minutes. But then you have Renat Danka making a 105 and pretty much did that about 15 to 20 minutes or so. So that might be the issue. So maybe for the first start, the marketability, just bait the hook to get people into snooker. Maybe an idea of the 900 series, which is a 15-minute timed match, 20-second shot clock, or even in fact the shootout. The snooker shootout, which is a 10-minute frame, and that has a 15-second shot clock between 5 and 10 minutes, and then a 10-second shot clock between 5 minutes and the end of the frame. But it's nice to see that we have got good support from Canada and America. Obviously, there's great support throughout the world, and our good friends across the pond in the UK and in Europe. But they definitely know what's going down. They've had it in their blood for so long, where snooker is rather new in America. Canada is on the regrowth. So let's kind of all pull up our socks and see what we can do. Let's all work together to grow the game. Take a quick peek back at our other match over here. So VJ got an early lead in the second frame. Definitely needs this one to force a decider. Clip off this red on the right side of the table. Ooh, just a little fat. VJ, we're in Hollywood. Time to call up Doc Brown. Get the DeLorean to pull up. Let's get back in time. He wanted to be a bit thinner on that safe shot. Oh, that's a little unforgivable there, shall we say? Darren kind of looking at the heavens there, wondering what happened. Looks like there's a little gap here. Very nicely done by VJ. Our reds open up, so let's see what VJ can do. This is quite nice here. He might be. He's the shortest competitor here, but he's playing like a giant right now. Just these short, compact shots. No pun intended there, but that's what you want to do. You don't see a lot of these great players, running around the table, taking on long pots and nailing them. It's a delicate, precise game here. It's an art form. VJ with his brush and this baize as his canvas. Let's see if he can paint a masterpiece. Just having a look of where he wants to be after this black. Oh, a little unfortunate there. Might be able to. Yeah, he's taking on this blue. He can get by the red here. Have to come in and out in bulk to keep the break going. Now that arc of 3 reds there in the middle of the table. There's 2 below it and the one to the right. Does he have the angle to kind of just take a pseudo shot to nothing here? Clip that red, get it into the top left pocket, come back up for the blue, get the right side, and then come back to the table. Yeah. All went back to that red he had previous when he kind of just went out of position and was in between black and blue and had to do a lot more with the cue ball than we had seen previously in this frame when he was making those short little impact shots. Interesting. I know Darren was feeling a bit comfortable in frame 1, feeling like he had a stranglehold there. But VJ is coming up and like kind of showing what he's made of, so strange that he took that pot on. Darren, as he's given VJ another chance to put a good break together. Could have done with a little less screw back. I think could have been a bit more straight on this red, just to follow through beyond the black. shot to open those up, but this is it's got a bit of distance. Unfortunately, Richard, I do not know how old VJ is. I do think there is an age limit. I think you do have to be 18 years or older to be in this tournament and be a U.S. citizen or possess a green card to play in this tournament. Good opening red there by Darren. Trailing by 44 points right now, but could do well to get the black back on its spot. It's gonna have to go up and down and all around. Play a nice stun on this long red. Difficult. Oh, electing to use the cushion to come up and play for the blue. Right side of the blue there that Darren was on. If you're, there's a shot of the yin and the yang of the height difference there of the two players. But when we do commentate and mention the right side of the blue for all the new fans that we have out there, when we say right side of the blue, most of the time the cue ball is going to be on the bulk side of the blue, because after you make contact with the blue, the natural angle will take the player's cue ball down into this position where Darren is onto the top side of the table. See now, once again, he's on the right side of the blue. Now the wrong side of the blue would be just on the other side of, say, that line drawing from the both middle pockets. And then Darren, if he was on the wrong side, to take that blue, he's going to have to go in and out of bulk to come back down for these reds. As you can see, that's a much easier shot to get on a red rather than going in and out of bulk as well. You have to contend with, most of the time, those bulk colors, and you could cannon into them, and that could spoil your break. So lots of things to think about when you're at the snooker table. Well, they almost cut the lead in half. 46-21 for VJ in the lead in the second frame, wanting it to push to a decider. Shot by VJ. All VJ really needs to do, hopefully, is just get rid of reds. can see at that shot he was on the wrong side of the blue, just to illustrate the point, obviously showing that he had to go in and out of bulk there, and he's cannoned into some colored balls up there, so that's just put all the momentum out of the cue ball. And now he's left with a very long, very tough pot. I think you got to be playing safe here, because you might be able to just clip off the side and come around the back side of the black. Correct, Richard. Stephen Hendry, that's one of the shots that he patented pretty much. He'd be on that quote-unquote right side of the blue, as we've been talking about. And Stephen would take that blue, drive it into the middle pocket, and then take his cue ball to smash open the pack, as he wanted to open the pack up as soon as possible so he could attack to have a big break. Decent effort there. Is that red gonna? No, that red's not gonna come to his rescue. So an open there for Darren as he kind of contemplates which red to take on. We'll just pop over to our other TV table. Just see where we're at here with Francis and Corey. Francis is trailing by 12 points, but we have 22 on, so an important frame for Francis. Can she push us into a decider here? Just to keep an eye on it, as there's a few more balls to be potted on the Darren and VJ match. Sometimes when it gets tricky, you know, you get a couple of matches that get down to the wire. So 15 in it and 22 on. So this brown is Corey's frame and match ball. If it goes down, then Francis will need a snooker to steal the frame. Well, it's oh my, that's not how you want to win. Yeah, he's a little disgusted with himself there. Obviously a win is a win, but yeah, you don't want to do it by a fluke. Little pace there, didn't get the snooker. I think Francis is looking at the scoreboard, thinking about it, but with 24 and 13 on the table, well, 2 snookers are required. A bit too much there. Now, Corey, you just need to roll this ball in. Just put it over the cushion. This one should be over. You can see from my vantage point that VJ and Darren are on the colors. See what Francis does here, and maybe we'll pop back to table 2 right after this. Okay, what do we got here? Got 18 in it. There's 27 on the table. Darren's at the table. Brown is going to be a little bit of a pain, I think. Oh, he's got through there all right. Cue ball. Ooh. This is going to be trouble for Francis here. She needs to hit this. She might be able to put a little bit of serve, or maybe even straight and get a little thin nick on it. Sometimes you just need a little bit of patience, and that's going to just come enough that there's a slight angle to cut this one in the middle for frame and match for Corey Sykes. Oh. Couldn't get it. It's going to be the hot ticket right now, bouncing back and forth, that's for sure. 16 points in this one, and there's 25 on. I think that brown's going to be the tall tale of that one. And Francis was able to get the snooker. Look at that. That's one that she needs. Very nice hit there by Corey. Wow. 3 cushions, solid contact. I think Darren just potted the green. As Ken Doherty would say, it wiped its feet before it went inside. Rattled that one in. Run out, he can steal the frame and match. Oh, and just as the distance over there, I just did see that Corey sank a pink, so he's won that match 2-0 over Francis. Great shot with the rest. It's so still as well. That was a great camera angle there to just see how still Darren is down on the shot.
Yeah. Yeah, I got this from
Wow, frame and match. What a come from behind victory right there in that second frame. So Darren Taylor takes that match. He does have a pretty good break of 82, but he's no match for Renat Danka, who has 105 as the high break of the tournament so far. So both of our TV tables have come to a conclusion there, but stand by, everybody. It's a roll-on, roll-off philosophy, so hopefully we'll be getting 2 new matches momentarily, so feel free to grab a drink or something to eat, and we'll be right back. It's David Burney at the 2023 United States National Snooker Championships live at Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel, California.
There are a lot of especially the side pockets. I can't see them.
Every time I went to fish, I was like, I just want to take that one.
No, like even the close up ones, the more angle there is, I start not being able to see the pocket.
Really?
Yeah, because you know, like where you hit the little side and it still goes in, but here you have to hit the very
Like
center.
the center.
And I think my default aim is that I'm aiming for the side. And that
Really?
doesn't work in snooker.
I see. Yeah, that'll definitely not work out too well. It's my fault. I put it.
So as you can see, everybody, we on one of our TV tables we have Renat Danka, who's the current holder of the high break at 105. Will be going against Luzhu Shah. They're just going to probably do a little bit of warming up, and when they get ready, we will have that match for you. And on our other TV table, we're just finding out who will be rolling onto that table, and we'll get that one set up for you as well. So have some patience, and we'll get right back into it momentarily. All right, welcome back, everybody. Sorry for that little delay. Hopefully you've been enjoying this match with Renat and Lu Su. Just had to set up our other TV table with the scoreboard. Now we're back and rolling here at the 2023 United States National Snooker Championship. Live at Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel, California. If you're close by, feel free to pay us a visit. It's David Burney in the booth. We're live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch TV under Ox's channel, or you can also subscribe and like St. Gabriel Embassy Snooker Club's channel on YouTube. That's where you'll find all the action. And you're in for definitely a treat here. As Renat, the man from Chicago, has the high run of the tournament so far at 105. The green, yellow, and blue have kind of got a little funny here, but you won't be thinking about that. There's pinks and blacks. Might not have got the develop those reds as much as he'd like. Might be a plant. Body language just telling me he's just a little deflated there. Definitely let us know where you're tuning in from on the stream. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to fire them our way. We'll do our best to answer them. And also there's a great community on the stream that's knowledgeable as well. They can have some answers. There's been good debates, good questions back and forth all afternoon long. It's day 2 of the championship. This is the end of the round robin phase today. By the end of today, we will find out who is in the 32-player knockout phase of this great tournament. Lu Su has just got to be careful, as the pink and the black are very open and doesn't want to leave Renat an easy sitter. And just as I say that, he might have done that. This looks troublesome for the Shah. Let's see what Renat can do with this. Lots of reds open. High value colors really available to all pockets. To all systems go here. Ooh. Well, I know Christian, our co-commentator, was saying there's no such thing as a commentator's curse, but I think there was there. I was relaxing with my popcorn and getting ready to go. Watch to see what Renat could have done, but unfortunately it broke down on that black. So Lu Zhu has got a break. Well, let's see what he can do. This is what you have to do. Renat's a strong player, but he's let you in, so you got to punish him. He's got a 16 and growing. That's got him right back into this frame. Hey Chuck, it's still the round robin. It's kind of getting near the climax of the day. These are kind of the finishing matches of the round robin. So there's going to unfortunately be half the field is going to be going home by the end of today, and tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time we will start the knockout phase with 32 players hungry to lift that Tom Collins trophy into the air on Holiday Monday. Missed it and didn't miss it well. Sometimes you can be fortunate enough and have a good miss in this game. But he's left that opening. Can't get his hand on the table, but draws that back. He's on that right side of the, just a little bit of an angle, as I can see down. Okay. Yeah. Ooh. Just when a chance was given to Lu Zhu, he hands it right back to Renat. And you can't. You can have a few chances, you know. This is Renat's second match of the day. So he's definitely getting his arm going. You can't give him many chances, or he will definitely punish you. Just like a conductor with his baton, just controlling all the instruments with that cue. Be a tricky last red. He's going to have to draw it back just to get behind that. Nice control. Give him a little bit of angle. Tough for the right-hander, though. And we're not ambidextrous. We're seeing more and more, definitely, players playing with both hands, but you don't see the controversy anymore, as our friend from Canada, Alain Robidoux, had once in the World Championship, was playing Ronnie O'Sullivan, and then Ronnie just decided to play a shot left-handed, which just felt like unheard of back in the day, and really frustrated Alain. And Ronnie wasn't too bothered. He's like, I've done it in practice, so why not try it out? And now a lot more players are bouncing back and forth. But it's interesting how chatting with Nick Barrow about that is sometimes he's got the cue action trainer. Nick, who's a great coach out of Milton Keynes area in England. And some players have thought to use his cue action trainer for both right and left hands. So actually that's just a concession there by Lu Zhu. So Renat Denka takes the first frame. But to continue on that point, that players are using that cue action trainer so they can train their body to shoot right or shoot left, which is natural, and then that opposite hand use it there. And I talked to Nick about that, and he said it's not a terribly bad idea, but you're still going to need to use the rest. It's a big table, so you might limit down a little bit of the rest play, being able to shoot both hands, but there is going to be some incidences where you are going to need to use the rest. So, but it's all what you're comfortable with. It's the name of the game, being comfortable, being positive, clearing your mind, just thinking about the task at hand. I wonder if he just takes this to give him an angle to go into the bunch. Yeah, this definitely looks like after this on this black he could disturb. Not a bad split. Not a bad split. Fortunately, he's put a red to that side cushion. Just came around. Obviously, it's going to be tough to hold for the black, so I think it's always a big shot when you go off black and into the bunch. And if you get a good split, we all might have been thinking some things. Roberto, there's many favorites. I would have to say the gentleman that's on your screen right now, just as I say that, but he does have the high break of the tournament right now, Renat Danka from Chicago, as a 105. He set the standard there. He has definitely got to be a favorite. Stephen Wong, who is the owner-operator here at Embassy Billiards, last year's champions, got to be a favorite. And Jaya Pradhakar, two-time champion of this event, got to be a favorite. Sargon Isaac won it 3 times. Got to be a favorite there. Looking around, like there's a lot of great players. Dharma Himinen was in the Final Four last year. Could be a favorite. Darren Taylor, who lives in Arizona now, but his father was the great David Taylor. So I think it's pretty open. I don't think there's really anyone that really has a mark on their back. The only one that really probably would be the defending champion. But it's a 64-player field. Lots of great players here. It's an amateur tournament. It's not there's no professionals in this. So. So many. To make one maybe bold prediction, possibly, just because I have seen Renat play before, and I've seen him. He did get to the finals of the Richler Cup back in 2017 in Burlington, Ontario, Canada, in Shooterville, and was playing lights out at the beginning of that match, but his opponent, John Everekian, held on, weathered the welts, and actually became the champion of that event. So, but Renat, who was absent last year from this tournament, had a little bit of health issues, but he's rebounded nicely, and he definitely looks strong. So if there's any lean, I might tip him, but Steven's a great host here, so I might have to give him a nod as well. The only hiccup I would say with Steven is it's his club as well. Sometimes that might creep into the back of your mind a little bit. But Steven's an experienced player. Hopefully he can just, shut that out. And just when he's on the table, it's only just him and the table. He's just playing anywhere. Gotta stop thinking that it's his own club and, that the bathrooms need paper towel or something like that. He's got to focus on reds and blacks. Lu Zhu is doing a nice job here, actually. Open reds. Obviously, he sees an opportunity here, but you can't get ahead of yourself. For any of you that tuned into the U.S. Open, I had the great honor to have An Yi in the commentator booth with me, and she was explaining her process that she definitely sees 3 shots ahead, but definitely when it comes down to the one shot, she's present, she's focused, and she's in the mood for just that one shot. She's got to concentrate on that one shot to continue on. I mean, you can think ahead and you're kind of walking around as you're planning your attack. But when you get down on that shot, there's only one shot in mind. You can't let your mind drift a little bit about, okay, I got this red, then I'm going to go there for the black. You got to trust your technique. Renat there is definitely, he knew the shot he needed to make, knew where he needed to hit, and knows if he does execute it correctly, he will be on the black, and there he is. If he's just a bit high on it, actually. Yeah, going back to that note on technique, just if you watch Renat, you think you need so much power just to draw it. And
Thank you.
but it's just all about technique going through the ball. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am distinctly honored with a very fantastic guest in the booth. A strong player, probably, the tallest, most intimidating player in the room, Mr. Darren Taylor. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Yeah, some interesting games going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was kind of a fun match that you had with VJ. It was kind of built up as the David versus Goliath kind of match.
Well, I know the guy can play. If you give him a chance, and he proved that in the second frame. Mm-hmm. In fact, he was unlucky not to score a little bit more on that one. I thought potentially he can make a frame-winning break in that second frame, and I was just fortunate in the end.
So have you played at this club before? I know you play out of Arizona.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't played out of here before. First time in the Nationals.
Fantastic.
Okay, but enjoying it. Camaraderie's good. Everybody's very good fun.
But this accent doesn't seem very American.
Right.
Where exactly do you come from?
So from Manchester.
Okay.
Moved to Arizona about 7 years ago. So previous to that, I was in Dubai.
Okay.
Living in Dubai, so very strong following for snooker in Dubai. So I was very lucky. In fact, I've been lucky wherever I go to have great practice partners. Dave Brock, as you know, obviously I practiced a lot with him more than anybody else, I think. We used to have to get kicked out of the snooker club at 2 o'clock in the morning. And then in Manchester, had some really good practice partners. Rob Spencer, who was the referee, Rob Spencer.
Mm-hmm.
So I was part of his team in Manchester. We had, again, good people to play against all the time. And then in Dubai, it was great. And then here in Arizona, you wouldn't expect to be able to play snooker. But if it wasn't for Rommel, I wouldn't be playing snooker, simply because there is nowhere to play. And not only are we playing snooker, we're playing snooker on the best conditions you could possibly imagine.
Mm-hmm.
World class. So, and he's a great practice partner as well.
Yeah.
I got Rich, who's just qualified. No, he's got another match to play, I think. Rich Lon. Okay. He's from Manchester. He lives in Lake Havasu in Arizona. In fact, there's 4 guys from Manchester who are snooker players in Phoenix.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so we're lucky.
And you've had a long history in this game, correct?
I have, yeah. Yeah, I was, very fortunate to. Again, you probably wouldn't be playing snooker unless I grew up with it. But Dad had a long career in snooker, and a successful career in snooker. Taught me a lot as well, and it's the subtleties of the subtleties of the game that you pick up. But I've been lucky to learn from people like David Rowe as well. Great professional, coaching out of Hong Kong.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, you had the girls in Seattle.
That's correct.
Come over, and they're coached by Dave Rowe. So.
Mm-hmm. And I think Alan is their kind of road manager.
Right.
Comes along. But, for all of you in the viewing audience that you don't know, Darren's father was David Taylor, the great player. That is the same one. So it was really your dad that exposed you and got you. Did he get you into snooker? Did
Absolutely.
he push you?
No, not at all. We just picked it up and just, really enjoyed it. I mean, I played with the same cue that I played with all those years. So it's we were laughing about it because it's not a cue you'd particularly want to go and buy or want to play with, but it works for me, And when I pick up another cue, I can't play with it.
Yeah.
So people say, "Oh, try this out." I'm like, I don't know what I'm looking at.
We do, definitely talk a lot about comfort and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Ken Doherty is still playing with his same cue.
Oh, really?
He bought many years ago. If it wasn't for a nasty plane incident, Stephen Hendry probably would still have that Rex Williams cue he bought when he started out. So
because he had it started to weaken at the end or something like that, and then he had it. I think he had a bit cut off and something added to the end. It just wasn't the same. But he had quite a few years as well when he with another cue as well.
So Renat takes that really quickly and swiftly. 2-0.
He did. He's playing great snooker.
So we'll jump over here to our other TV table between Jeffrey Pong and Peter Kwan. Are you aware of these players at all, Darren?
No, I'm not. No. But there's a lot of... I've watched... who's at the table now? Is that Jeffrey?
It might be. Obviously with the tablet scoring, sometimes it's not directly
right,
up to
doesn't
date.
directly relate, yeah.
Hopefully in the future we'll have scorekeepers at those tablets.
Yeah, I watched him practice the other day, and he's a steady player. a lot of these guys pot some amazing balls, and they go for some incredible balls. VJ went for some pots that I probably wouldn't go for, but he got them, you know.
Yeah, he was definitely warming up the slingshot to tackle that giant in you. But he just came up a little short.
So this, so we're 0-0 at the moment. So it's going to be a tight one, this one. Very lucky we've got a few players here from Arizona, and I have to say that these guys, you go back 3-4 months, you wouldn't put them in this competition.
Okay.
But they're holding their own really, really well, and that's down to Romel's really worked with them. We both played a lot of practice games with them both, with all of them actually. But in particular, we've got Mike and Mustafa here, and we played a lot of practice rounds with them. And they're different players today than they were 3 months ago, you know, which is great for snooker. And to have a sort of good following coming out of Arizona now, it can only grow.
Well, Nikki, they kind of have opened it up a little bit with this tournament. All these people mostly are American citizens, or they possess a green card. So as much as Darren in the booth with you might not sound like he's from Arkansas, he has become an American citizen, so he is entitled to play in that.
Yeah, and that's again for a number of years I wasn't able to play because I didn't have my citizenship, and this is the first year I've played, and the first year they've opened it up, which is great. So it gives a lot more opportunity for people to come in and play the great game.
Definitely keep your eye on snookerusa.com, because I think they are planning to have a few more open tournaments. I know back home some Canadians are chomping at the bit to come down and play in some tournaments. A lot of them have watched. Ooh, that's good. A lot of Canadians have been tuning into the stream, and they really have been enjoying the look of this club. So
yeah,
let's just all work together to keep the game growing.
Yeah, well, it's just naturally growing. I think, you know, there's more and more people, you know, more inquisitive about the sport, whether it's the pool players or whatever, you know, and that's what you want to try and encourage. You're always going to have people who look at snooker and it's like, this is way too difficult, and then you get those occasional people who be like, yeah, I really want to transfer to this, you know. There's so much more intricacy and subtlety to the game. I play both. I like 9-ball, but definitely this is my love. So, just as an aside, how's Christian doing?
It's tough to tell. We can always take a look at cloudsnooker.com. That's where all the results are coming in. Let's see our friend in the booth. He's actually trailing in the match 1-0 and trailing in the second frame 39-36.
One of the things I definitely see here is with a lot of players is the shots that a lot of guys take on that you just shouldn't be taking on, regardless of whether you think you're going to get it or not. But where there's no real reward for it, you know. The risk is high, but it's one shot, and it could potentially lose a lot more. You know, you could potentially lose a lot of points as a result of it. And I think there's even shots a lot of these guys go for that not even the likes of Ronnie or any particular pro would ever go for. You'd just rather take the safety play and wait for another opportunity. But and I think that's why a lot of these games are won and lost, because there's just almost a little bit too much risk taken, especially over a short match.
Definitely, I think as it's more growing and developing, I think some of these players will start to get that snooker brain developed. as kind of, I'd say probably a lot are coming from the pool background, where it is definitely more of an aggressive game, you know.
And these are great tables, but they are more generous than the ones we've got in Arizona. They're more generous than the ones we've got in Seattle. Ooh. Well, this has gone down to the black. It can't be down to the black. Oh, the score can't be right here.
Yeah, I think they haven't made their way, or they're probably just not updating it, just because it is a black ball game. Because as we see on the scoreboard, it looks like an 8-point difference.
Right. Yeah.
So. Let's see who was able to take that one. Because I actually don't know either of these players. I probably couldn't pick them out of a police lineup. Okay, Peter is the shorter of the players, man with glasses. And there's Jeffrey in all black.
Yeah, so I was watching Jeffrey practice the other day, and he was he was on the next table. Again, one of these players that can pot off the rooftops. And it's just really the cue ball control that he needs to hone down to be able to improve. I'm interested to watch the match with, let's have a look, with Mike from our club, who's playing now on the TV table, on the other TV table. This is a guy who I've done quite a bit of coaching with, and he's a completely different player within, 1 year. Practiced with him yesterday, and he in one frame he just potted me off the rooftops and controlled the ball well, and within no time at all I'm 68 behind.
Wow. So this is Mike in the grey vest?
And in the grey vest, and this is a guy I could have he had a great frame with snooker, and this is a guy I could have probably given him 60, 70 points probably if we go back a year.
Wow.
So definitely works hard at his game. Got a lot to learn, like anybody else. But yeah, he's starting. I would say they're probably another year, and he'll start to make more consistent breaks. And that's all they've got to do is get that under his belt.
Yeah, I know.
Get a 50 under your belt to start off with.
Yeah. Well, you had a very impressive 82.
Yeah, I probably should have played the blue differently, and maybe made the 109. But I was trying to just drop it in and finish on the yellow and keep it simple and finish on the yellow into the green pocket, and it just kept rolling. So ended up with a tough yellow into the middle pocket, but wasn't meant to be. But and it would have been funny if Renat had made the 105 and he still wouldn't have beat me. but there's still time yet.
Did you go undefeated in your round robin group?
No, I was beaten by Rick Rady, who was in the Egyptian national team, really good player, and a gentleman as well, have to say. But yeah, we actually had a great game. He made a frame-winning break in the first frame. I made a frame-winning break in the second frame. He made a frame-winning break in the third, which did include a fluked red. I'm gonna, I said I'm not going to talk to you after this. But no, it did include a fluked red, and that's just the way snooker goes. But it was good snooker by both of us. No complaints. Both cued well. Both played well. But I think he's a really good player, and he knows a guy called Mohammed Sami, who I used to practice with in Dubai, who was also Egyptian national team. So they produce some great players. But yeah, I think he'll go a long way in the tournament. Actually, he's going to be tough to beat. His control around the cue ball, around the black ball, is excellent. Was very, very solid player. So I think he dropped one frame.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was the only frame he lost to me. But other than that, he's beaten everybody.
Have you made it up to Seattle to Ox Billiards?
I haven't. Definitely want to go. Obviously, heard a lot about the club and follow it on Facebook and everything. So I'd next time there's a tournament there, I'd definitely love to go. I've never been to Seattle either, so that'd be a first for me. See, that's a crazy pot by John there. Again, I wouldn't be taking that pot on, but these guys take these pots on and get them all the time. I was like,
are they fearless or just insane?
I think they're I think they haven't got enough battle scars.
Yeah, I think they'll start to find out in these tournaments.
Yeah.
Taking on sometimes that ridiculous pot, and if they miss, then they're sitting for quite a while.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially if you're coming against these guys, you're going to get punished.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get punished very badly if you miss these crazy pots. Because 9 times out of 10, you're going to leave them amongst the balls. But it was just again with Mike here, you can see he looks like a solid player now, and just nicely controlling the ball around the black spot. I'm not saying he's going to knock in 60-70 break, but I would say another year and he'll start make much more consistent breaks, because he's learning every day and he really, really works hard at his game, as they all do. And again, that's is testament to Romil, and because without him, none of us would be playing snooker.
Did you know Ramil before you moved to Arizona?
No.
No, okay.
No.
So I believe he comes by the way of Denmark. He was in the booth yesterday talking about that's where he kind of came about with the game when he was living over there as a young child.
Mm-hmm. See, that's a nice shot. That shows that shot in itself. He's finished high on the blue. He's got he's coming round to have a look now to see what he wants to play next. And he never used to think ahead. He just pop one ball, get on another ball. Pop one ball, get on another ball. But now he's actually thinking ahead. But that's called the commentator's curse, isn't it?
Yep. Welcome
officially,
to the club.
Welcome to the club, yeah. Yeah, just dip down a little bit, and for anybody learning how to play snooker, then you hit that cloth first and you dip the cue down and hit the cloth first. That's going to happen every single time. You can hit the ball at the bottom and make sure you hit it at the bottom. You're going to get the desired effect.
Yeah, that kind of like scooping motion, would you say? Is
Well, sometimes it's a little bit of tension, so if they're aiming at the bottom of the ball, and just before they deliver the cue, just dip down. It's usually a bit of tension. Just dip down, hit the cloth, ball's going to jump. You're going to miss cue. So keeping that cue in a straight line, hitting the point of the cue ball that you want to hit is most important in any cue sport. Especially with snooker, you just can't get away with it, you know.
Are you familiar with John as well? Do you know who this player, his opponent, Mike's opponent?
I had a brief chat with John, I only from being here. But other than that, he's from... he did tell me, actually. He's not from New Jersey, is he?
Not sure. I know Dharma is from New Jersey. There might be a few.
No, he's definitely not from New Jersey. Because there's Mark, who's from New Jersey. Sorry, Mark's from Colorado. But same again here, he's in now. This will be interesting to see how he handles himself here, just runs through. And this is the lack of experience here, to just make life a little bit difficult for himself, unfortunately, by leaving himself on the cushion. Now this is a tough shot. Stabbed it a little bit, and cue action went all over the place, and that's the result of not putting the cue ball. You've got to make this game easy as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, watching Yuri 2 break and Renat's, you know, it's not wild shots. You're not going all around the table. It's kind of, you want to cut the table in half.
Yeah, you want to try and make it as simple as possible. Take as much pressure off yourself. You want to try and be as close to the object ball as you can. You know, the more you... And it says it all, like there was a shot I missed. I was on the cushion, queuing off the cushion, and I missed the yellow. And that was the shot I made difficult. But other than that, it was a pretty simple break. All the balls were pretty easy. The tables play well. I think some of the guys are saying, well, they're slow, but you know, that's the same for everybody. Pockets are fairly generous. I think if you've got tight pockets and a slow table, then the game does get very difficult. But yeah, okay, it's not the quickest table on the planet, but or they're not the quickest tables on the planet, but certainly they're very generous. So you can get away with creating a little bit more angle by hitting it to the left or right hand side of the pocket. So.
On that note, what do you find the most difficult thing about this game?
Staying in the moment is the hardest part, you know. You've got to, when things are going wrong, you've got to keep your composure. You've got to keep your patience as well. It's the mental aspect is the hardest part that people struggle with, I think. You know, when the guy's at the table and he's 40, 50 points ahead, you've got to say, well, there's still enough points on the table. I still can win this, but it's sometimes people just can't cope with that and they give up, you know, halfway through. So definitely the mental aspect is definitely I think the bit I work on probably most, you know. It's a psychological battle with yourself, but it's also a psychological battle with your opponent, because if you can, you know, you can make a good player suffer by putting them under pressure. You put anybody under pressure, I don't care who it is, they're going to miss if you put them in under enough pressure. He's going to run away with that championship and win another second tournament because he just didn't look like he was Stewart was going to beat him. He took his foot off the gas. You know, he let Stuart in, and Stuart Bingham ended up 4-all coming out of that session, which in my mind should never have happened because Sean Murphy was cueing beautifully during that championship. As a result of that, Stuart Bingham just grew from confidence, strength to strength in terms of confidence, and basically he was hanging on to his coattails for the rest of the tournament. Eventually won, crossed over the line.
That could be also said about the 1980 championship in the final, where it seemed like Alex Higgins was kind of playing a bit more for the crowd, and Cliff Thorburn crawled back and eventually took it 18-16.
Yeah. That's definitely true. That being said, I think what Cliff did for snooker, and still does do for snooker, is incredible. Being an overseas player is very, very tough, especially when all of the tournaments were in the UK and you're away from home. And to achieve what he achieved was quite incredible. But I'd say during that period of time, I mean, he was definitely the man to beat.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely the man to beat. There's very few tougher players on the planet in terms of snooker players than Cliff Thorburn. Again, you go back and watch some of this stuff, you learn from anything. These old matches. Look at the great matches. Stephen Hendry's match against Mike Hallett in the Masters. I was telling one of the guys about that. I'm like, you got to watch that match. It's one of the all-time classics.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Hallett just so close.
Sorry?
So close, Hallett was, and then...
And it came down to a poor choice.
Mm-hmm.
It really came down to a poor choice, or just a little bit of tension in the grip. Didn't come quite through enough from the blue to the pink, left himself a rest shot and ended up missing. And then one of the all-time classics is the Liverpool Victoria Charity Challenge with Ronnie and Stephen Hendry. That was just two boxers, punch for punch. And Stephen Hendry went way ahead. Ronnie came back, went down to the final frame, and Stephen Hendry made a 147. It's great watching these break builders, because that's the way you learn. You can learn by thinking, before you watch the shot, what would I do before they play it? Where would you put the cue ball? And if you're getting it wrong 90% of the time, you need to work on your break building. But if you're getting it right 90% of the time, and a right guess, then you're on your way there. Because it is an art form. Break building is definitely an art form.
So what's the best piece of advice your dad gave you?
Stop playing snooker.
Touché.
He said, I think there's lots, but I think one particular, he said, look, don't be afraid to win ugly. It can't always be pretty, but don't be afraid to win ugly. So at the end of the day, a win's a win. And if you have to make it messy, then do that. Nobody. You don't score extra points for big breaks. You've got to win the thing. That sort of. Yeah, it's great if you can win in one visit, but it's just sometimes you just got to muscle it out.
Mm-hmm.
So don't be afraid to win ugly. I've done that plenty of times.
Yeah, as they say, there's no pictures on a golf scorecard.
Right, exactly. That's a good analogy. Do you play golf?
I do.
Nice, yeah. That's another love that I have. Trying to encourage Romel to start playing golf.
Oh, we've got some beautiful courses in Arizona, I bet.
Oh, absolutely. I think there's something like 250 golf courses.
Wow.
Yeah, and perfect weather for it as well. So yeah, we've got a nice bunch of guys that I play golf with in Arizona. I mean, same principles apply, really. You know, still ball sport. It's all the mental aspect of hitting that still ball, and with anything at all. And again, this is another piece of advice: is just try and take the thought out, as much thinking out of the game as you can. That sounds pretty crazy, but the more you look at a pot and the more you start thinking about it, the more you start thinking about missing. And I had a guy say to me, he said, "Look, I'm struggling with my angles," and I'm like, "Okay, well," I said, "Well, you know, how do I align the ball? How do I look at the ball? How do I find out the potting angle?" And I said, "Okay, well, let's stand behind a shot. Just put a, you know, half ball angle on the ball." And I said, "Now stand in the wrong position." And you can't. If you played snooker long enough, you're going to automatically stand in the right position. So why do you need to think about it?
Fair enough. Yeah.
You really don't. You don't need to think this line, this line, this line, that part of the ball. That's like driving a car and looking at your feet and on the pedals.
I like that.
You know, you need to really make it automatic. If you stand in front of the shot, guaranteed 9 times out, well, you are going to be in the right line. So you don't need to think about it. You just need to trust your technique and pull the trigger.
Sure, I think they say that snooker is a thinking person's game, but you don't want to think too much.
You don't want to think too much. You definitely don't want to think too much. You definitely want to visualize more and think less. It's like golf. You look again. If you think about Jack Nicklaus, he never played a shot without visualizing first, seeing himself play it. And I think if you can see the shot, see it before you play it. I would say, don't think about it before you play it, because too many times people think about what can go wrong.
Always kind of felt in golf that I do like the pre-shot routine, know what I need to do, you know, pick my aiming point, have the right club, get all that stuff down, and then when I'm addressing the ball, I just let my mind go somewhere different, to a nice, happier place, like,
Right.
and think that way.
That's a good point, because the thinking, you know, a lot of people misunderstand what I say by that, because they'll say, well, what you have to think. Yeah, you do. You have to think, well, what's the next ball after this? And you have to look for that. But once you're actually on the shot, it's got to be like golf. It's got to be automatic. It's just almost a trigger, and then everything happens from there. Yeah, you've almost got to let the body take over. So he's got an opportunity here. It's close, 36-37. And there you go. That's pressure.
Both of them.
There's no other answer to that. That's just pressure.
Thinking ahead a little bit, because that green's quite a sitter in its own
Well,
pocket.
I mean, you didn't really even need to think ahead. You just don't even need to focus on the green, because that's automatic. Let's see what he does here. He can run up behind the black and get... You want to try and get... Okay. Interesting.
The debate continues about fearless versus insane.
Yeah, well, anywhere but there. Now, you'd expect him to pot this, but this is missable. Especially on a tight star table, it's missable, but he's got it. And these are difficult. Now he's lucky because the brown's very close, but these are difficult. So, and that's why it's difficult, because it's so close into the pocket. The pot's not difficult, but the position is. You've got to probably play cushion first, lot softer cushion first with a touch of side, and let the cue ball run around. But now he's left himself a difficult shot. He's managed to get it. And he's on the blue. He's not perfect on the blue. Not sure what I fancy here. Maybe the cut back, but it's into the centre pocket, and he's played that. But you've got potential in off, and he's managed to get it. And there you go. I think that's
2, 3, 4, 12.
yeah. So his opponent needs a snooker now. Now, this is the one thing you don't do. This is the one thing you don't do. When you've got pink and black and your opponent needs a snooker, good lesson for everybody. Don't let the cue ball run around the table. Yes, push the pink over the pocket, but don't allow the cue ball to run around the table. And now, his opponent now has the points that is required to be able to pop pink and black and win the frame. That's experience.
I know you sometimes hear some people talk about that's not the way to play, of just rolling your object ball over when the snookers are required.
Well, it depends. I think it depends what stage you're at. I think if you've got, all the colours on the spots, or all the colours on the table, and your opponent only needs one snooker, why would you roll a ball over the pocket?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to give him the points because he only needs one snooker. But in the instance of just the pink and black and he needs a snooker, you're going to put that pink as close to the pocket to make it as difficult as possible to get the snooker. But now he doesn't need one, so he's playing the wrong shot here because he's putting topspin on the ball. Whereas he should have been certainly putting bottom on the ball and coming down for the black. Well, you never know, he might pot this. But I would cross double this, it, push the bulk. I'm going to give up. That's it. I'm done.
Yeah, that was quite an impressive shot by John. He is fearless or insane. I'm not too sure which one right now, but I was right there with you with the cross double. The white cue ball goes up table.
Yeah.
It's nice and safe, but a wild long pot there by John to steal that first frame.
From where he was to pot that ball. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a good lesson for budding snooker players out there. You got the game done and won, and then 5 minutes later you've lost it. And this is where Mike's really got to hold himself together now to be able to say, right, okay, I made a mistake, let's forget about it, let's just try and win the next frame. The worst thing you can do in any cue sport is dwell on it, and then start to worry about things, and next thing you know, you can't pot anything. Yeah, I think Mike's just done the right thing, actually. He's just gone off to just get himself together again and gather his thoughts and just say, right, okay, let's just win the next frame. But certainly he should be 1-0 up. And I think he needs to win this to qualify, I think. I'm not too sure.
Quite possible. Yeah, we can look at cloudsnooker.com, that website there. Has all the stats, all the places, so while they're getting ready to get into frame 2, we'll just take a peek over there online and see how the standings are looking. Yeah, we're getting close to the end of day 2 here. A few more matches that are rolling on, rolling off.
Yeah, it's pretty tiring. I think whoever wins this tournament, it's probably definitely the toughest US Nationals in the history of the, American game out here. So
True, yes. 64 players, I believe that is the highest amount of entries that they've had.
and oversubscribed as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
lots of reserves and cancellations, and still can fill 64 slots. So yeah, I don't know what let's look at his group. So he's actually leading his group, is he?
No, unfortunately, Peter Kwan. But it's funny, on the Cloud Snooker site they have, because they all play 3 matches, but they say the 3 matches have been played here.
Right. So that can't be right. So
the internet is lying to us again. But it looks like Mike's up against it because he hasn't had a frame 1 or a match 1. So
interesting.
It looks like at least John has 1 frame 1 in the group. Peter Kwan has won 3 matches, and Jeffrey Poon has won 2 matches. So this is kind of just a pride match here.
Right. Okay. So what's your snooker history?
My history? Oh boy, that's a loaded question.
Is it?
Well, way back, I grew up in Oakville, Ontario. It's a suburb of Toronto in Canada. And in 1983, Daniel Lanois and Brian Eno made this fantastic album, Apollo Atmospheres and Soundtracks, in Hamilton, Ontario, just down the road. I'll get to it. It's all full circle. So I was amazed that maybe I could have stumbled as a little boy walking beside them, but I don't think that ever happened. But a few years later, late 80s, TSN, the sports network in Canada, started showing snooker. And this young Scot was knocking everything in off the lampshades. His name was Stephen Hendry. I was fascinated by the game, really interested, but couldn't find much. Like the pool rooms, they have a lot of, the smaller the pool tables, and then there'd be like a few snooker tables deep in the back, but I was always timid, and I was only a 10-year-old boy, 11, so I never really jumped into it. And then it kind of just disappeared, and I moved on, with my life. The film bug caught me. That's where I make my money, in the film industry and the artist life and stuff like that. And this album, Apollo Atmosphere and Soundtracks, came in, and I was like, this is fantastic. This is a great album. So I listened to it and enjoyed it, and went along, kept going along. And then Brian Eno, who's one of the musicians on that, had an artist talk in Vancouver in 2013. And he talked about his process. It was great to hear. But then he also mentioned, I'm not really a sports guy, but I do like a game of snooker from time to time. Light bulb went up. I'm like, I remember that from my childhood. So I started to research it out and found some tables, found that there was like a little bit of a scene, found that there was a BC Open, British Columbia Open Championship put on by Snooker Canada. I went played. I went undefeated. Coin tosses. I lost every match. But I stuck with it.
Right.
And kept looking at Snooker Canada's website, just seeing what's coming down the pipe. And actually they had one thing once that said, do you fancy yourself as a commentator? We're looking for commentators. So a lot of people throughout the years have asked me if I'm on radio. I guess I have some voice. It's just me, so I don't know what people hear, but that's very complimentary and very nice. So I rang up Snooker Canada, because I'm not going to email them my voice. I talked to the head of Snooker Canada, Patrick Geeky, who is actually playing in this tournament. He's got dual citizenship, so that's why he can do that. And he's like, well, you're sounding pretty good. Can you, do something for us? I'm like, sure. So I, ripped a match off YouTube. I have a little setup at home that I could, record my voice. Did that, put it off to them, and they really enjoyed it. And they took me out to Montreal in 2016 to do their top-notch tournament, the Richler Cup. Great experience, lots of fun, very interesting. We've gone night and day, because I was kind of in a room with a guy that only spoke French. I don't speak that much French.
Right.
And we can't see the table. We can only see it on the screen.
Okay.
And there wasn't the elaborated scoring system that we have like now. So I'm getting Post-it notes on the score. So then to complete the whole story, the next year we have the Richler Cup in Burlington, Ontario. And Friday night we're getting ready for a good match between 2 top Canadian amateur players, Floyd Ziegler and Charlie Brown. I don't know if those names.
Charlie Brown, yeah. No, Charlie Brown very well.
Okay. So I'm getting ready. I'm in the commentating booth, just kind of sorting things, and then I look over where we've got like 3 rows of seating, and who do I see? Daniel Lenoir,
Okay.
who worked with Eno on that album.
Right.
So I got to sit beside him
Wow.
and just talk about the whole process of making that album, and I was just like,
How amazing.
wow.
How amazing. That's a cool story. That's a very cool story.
So I know some people have been wanting to hear that on the stream, but sometimes we have to wait for some moments, and
Yeah.
I think we're at it.
I wasn't coached to ask that question. It just came into my mind.
That works. Yeah, and I've just been at it ever since. You know, I still play poorly, but
you enjoy it?
But I enjoy it, and I do run things in British Columbia.
Yeah.
Obviously, at one point I did try doing tournament directing and playing, and then saw
That's got to be tough.
no,
No. Not
doesn't
going to
work.
happen.
You and I are playing a match. A player finishes a match. They're like a fawn just lost in the forest
Yeah.
with their match card.
Mm-hmm.
And it would have been unfair to you because then I have to go run
Sure.
and fill that out. So I
Yeah.
thought, okay, let's just, for the good of the sport,
Yeah.
I'll hang up the cue. And hopefully over the years we can start to build up a team. And then
Mm-hmm.
things can happen where we can all kind of participate in the tournaments, but we know that, okay, Darren's going to be watching the room while David plays. And then when Darren's playing, David can watch
Sure.
the room, say, for instance.
Yeah.
And at those tournaments, that's where I got to know Mike Dominguez,
Mm-hmm.
who runs, started off with Bays. We went down there February 29th to do a grand opening. It was lots of fun, lots of good energy going.
Didn't you have the Canadian versus the American
Americans.
team? Is that right?
That
Yeah.
is correct.
And
So
Dave Daly played in that, didn't he?
Dave Daly and Omar Balacera, actually, who's here, who now lives in Ghana. He played in that event, going against Stephen Folan and Gary Wallace.
Okay.
But lots of, like, the drive was going. Like, it was,
Right.
things were happening.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2 weeks later, the world shut down with COVID.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But kudos to Mike.
I
and his
do
team.
remember all of that. Yeah. And I had some conversations with Mike. That's a tough time, and incredible that he's managed to keep the whole thing going in Seattle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he regrouped, licked his wounds, and opened up Ox, and it's just a fantastic club. So,
Yeah.
yeah, we're just
I'm certainly looking forward to going down there at some stage.
continuing building and stuff like that, and doing the best we can. And
So yeah,
creating some
your
noise.
highest break is?
-4. 100 away from brilliance, 47.
Right, that's good. Yeah.
But
So you can string a few together then.
from time to time, but you know what? Came to me a few years ago. The devil came into my mind. Sometimes I'm seeing, a green just off the cushion. I'm like, I want to put my
there.
cue ball
Yeah.
behind there.
So when I was a kid, we used to obviously travel around the tournaments, and it was great. It was amazing. You're in the players' lounge all the time, and meeting all the players, and hanging out with. That's why I know Cliff from my childhood. But I remember we went to Warrington, which is not far from Manchester, and we went to with my dad to the Mercantile Classic. Do you remember the Mercantile?
Vaguely.
The Mercantile Classic, great tournament, and we went there, and they put the practice tables in squash courts.
Okay.
So they just carpeted the squash court. So he's got this huge, big white wall, so it's very unatmospheric. So we walked in there, and with my dad, me and my brother, and we were, I don't know, can't remember how old we were, maybe 16 or something like that. I'm not sure, maybe 17. And then this kid's playing. He's about my age, and he's hitting balls. And my dad sort of looks at him as if to say, "You need to get off the table now, sonny." In the end, my dad piped up and he said, "Look," he said, "are you playing in the tournament? I.e., get off the table." And the kid just looked up at him and said, "Yeah." And my brother turned around and said, "Dad, that's Stephen Hendry."
That's a good one.
And he was literally saying, I'll never forget it, because the guy didn't care who anybody was.
Mm-hmm.
And he was setting up shots just past the blue pocket, putting the cue ball down the rail and just smashing these balls into the corner pocket. And I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. And we're about the same age, you know. That was my first experience of watching him. I just like became fascinated by the guy, you know, because he was an incredible animal. If you want to become a winner, you've got to have that kind of mentality. You know, like a Tiger Woods, like a Stephen Hendry, like a Ronnie O'Sullivan type mentality. You just want to win. Well, and a Mark Selby, you know, that kind of mentality. You just want to win. But another story was David Rowe told me. David Rowe, if people don't know, was a top 16 snooker player, coaches out of Hong Kong. And he told me that when they went to Dubai Classic back in the 80s, Dubai was like the place to go. Everybody's going to the water parks. Everybody's enjoying Dubai. Stephen Hendry, as a young guy, stayed behind and practiced. And that's incredible, you know. As there's a young guy who doesn't get involved didn't want to make friends, didn't want to be with people, except his job, as far as he's concerned, is to win tournaments. So they went out for the whole day, and on the way back, Dave Rowe said, I thought I'd just pop my head into the practice room just to see, because there's no way he's still practicing. And sure enough, there he was, still practicing. And guess who won the tournament? 2 years on the spin. So, yeah, I've got absolute admiration for Stephen Hendry.
Do you think it's that dedication, or do you think there's some natural ability that has come in there, or is just that drive to win and just putting in the time?
No, I think he had a lot of natural ability, but as we know, that's not enough. You got to have the natural ability, but I'd say if you let's take Jimmy White's lifestyle and Stephen Hendry's lifestyle. There's a reason why Stephen Hendry just beat him every single time.
Correct. Yeah.
You know? Nothing against Jimmy White at all, but I'm pretty sure he didn't have the same approach to it off the table as Hendry did.
True.
You know, the fact that Hendry would say, do 10 lineups without missing, and if he misses on the 10th, he'll start again from number 1.
Yeah.
Try doing 5 lineups without missing. You know,
True.
I've done that once, and I'm pouring in sweat. I mean, it's that hard. But 10, to do 10 without missing, your confidence just grows and grows and grows. But there's not many people around who can say they can do that. You know, top class pros. But he just did. If you're gonna compete, you need to do what everybody else is doing. If you're gonna win, you need to do something different.
That's a good way of putting it. I like that. Did you ever know the Canadian referee Bob Hargrove?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. I think he was at the Northern Snooker Center
Oh, right.
a while back. Like, this is going a while. But he is just dynamite. Just actually recently got inducted to the Canadian Snooker Hall of Fame.
Okay.
But just solid gold. One of the top guys.
So, have you been to the Northern Snooker Centre in Leeds?
I have not. No.
Yeah, that's a hell of a club. Probably is the best club, I think. Paul Rinaldi would probably argue with me on that one, but I'm sure I've not been to his club. But his club looks amazing as well. But Northern Snooker Centre is something else.
Yeah.
Great place to go and play. It wasn't too far from Manchester. Used to go and play the pro-ams there, and never got anywhere in those because the standard was so incredibly high.
Yeah, but Ali Pali and Crucible Theatre. That's where I've been. And
Right. Yeah. It's definitely a bucket list for a lot of snooker people, isn't it? Either one. We were talking about it the other day. Watching the Masters in Ali Pali would be incredible. Another little story. I joined a snooker following called Q Stars, which is still going, run by John Hunter out of the UK. He's does an incredible amount for snooker. He's one of those unsung heroes.
Any relation to Paul?
No.
Okay,
No.
just checking.
Very good, very high quality snooker player himself, but has just stuck with the coaching over the years and built up. I think Dave Brock plays in some of these Q Stars tournaments, and I remember going to a club, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you're gonna have to watch this guy. This kid's gonna win the world championship one day." There's a kid on a box, stood on a box and taking his little box around and putting it down. It's in Keynsham Snooker Club in Bristol, and his brother was doing the same. It was Jack and Judd Trump. Yeah, they took the box around and to be able to reach the table.
Well, you look at Jack Trump now. He might give you a run for the money for tallest person in the world.
Yeah, he's really tall. He's really tall. But he was a really good player.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, really good player.
Almost thought basketball might be his bread and butter.
Yeah, I think what he's done with obviously with Judd obviously helps.
Mm-hmm.
It's a difficult relationship with your brother, you know. Sometimes if you might not see eye to eye on things, but clearly it works. And
I never had a brother. I'm in the middle of two sisters.
all right, okay.
Love them to death, but it would have been nice to have a brother. There's some kind of bond there, as much as I do have friends that have had older brothers, and it was tough sometimes, you know. Growing up, the older brother would rough me up a lot.
Right. Yeah, beat me up. Great. Again, 27-19. So again, here's a shot here. I'd rather put the cue ball up near the baulk cushion, but I can guarantee. Well, I don't know what happened there. He's left Mike an opportunity. Should be able to drop this in and either finish on blue into the opposite corner pocket, you would think.
Yeah, potential of Kenyon into that pink.
Yeah, I think if he drops it in, he should be able to leave himself, but played it quite firmly. So either way, you're going to be on a colour, one way or another. If you play it too firm or... And I think one of the things is I see a lot of people playing shots which are 50-50, which you know, if you can go for it and not leave something on, then fair enough. I think that's probably a good rule. But it's usually a do or die, all or nothing kind of situation. But Mike's got a shot into the centre pocket now. Can just... No collar is obvious here. Yeah, very difficult. It was actually very difficult to get on a colour there, unless he was black or brown into the middle, which I'm not sure he absolutely played for. But that can sometimes put you off potting the ball. If he goes for this, right, there you go. One of those do or die nothing. I was going to roll it over the pocket for my opponent and see what happens. Now this is what I've spoken to about Mike. He's already getting down to play this shot without thinking, where do I want that cue ball to guarantee position on a colour? And he's not even thinking about it, you know. He just wants to get down and pot the ball and hope for the best. And snooker's not about that if you want to continue to break build. You've got to really have a plan of just exactly what you want to do. And for me, I favour just dropping it in, finishing on the pink into the middle pocket. You've got the yellow into the corner pocket if you do, giving yourselves options. And playing into an area rather than something specific. So let's see what he does here. Just hampered by the green, so he's having to take the rest down. He doesn't need to hit this hard at all. Should be on a colour. That was the issue. Either way, if he plays it just at medium pace, he's going to be on a colour. and he still is on the green, the brown or black. But I can drop the black in, roll the black in. Should be onto the red into the middle on the left-hand side. Again, just needs to roll this in. It's difficult. He's queuing down a little bit, so I'm not too sure what he's doing. There's a problem with queuing down when you're off the cushion is you can put a little bit trace of unwanted side and throw the ball off a lot more because you're queuing down on the ball. It's almost like a masse shot, so makes the pot 10 times more difficult. So keep the cue flat, deliver it through, just roll it in. Just waiting for the other player to finish. Yeah, I don't like the fact that he's queuing down on this. No, so he's played the safety shot. So try to play the snooker.
Yeah.
I'm not going to predict what's going to happen next. I pretty much guarantee he's going to go for a pot. Yeah,
there it is.
There it is. Yeah. And I guarantee he's going to go for the pink in the corner pocket. I know his game now.
There you go.
Go for everything.
Go for it all and let the paramedics sort it out.
Oh, there. Really? Again, it's just selling the game out sometimes.
And I think it goes back
Not the
to what
best
you're saying
idea.
about watching. Like,
Yeah.
The commentating that I've done over the years, just seeing it and running tournaments, you just kind of see how different players kind of go about things.
Yeah.
And you're like, really, you took that, and obviously that was a ridiculous red that he had, and it's surprising that it would end. But
Yeah.
I more feel like, that pink in the side be the better.
Yeah, I
for him.
think, if you think about the guys that are playing in professional tournaments, and sometimes it's not what you take on, it's what you turn down.
Mm-hmm.
Mike played a really good red there, got nicely on the blue, back onto the red. He's a little bit hampered by the brown here. He's got to watch himself with that pink by his leg. Just roll this one in. Doesn't need to do anything. There you go. Yeah, too hard. Way too hard. He's going to be on the black into the middle pocket. Unless he wants to just... And this is actually good. I like this. Just going to... Little tip for anybody rolling behind a ball. Just look at the object ball when you're playing it. And you can get... I guarantee you're going to hit the ball every time. Just roll behind it, but just look at the object ball as you're striking it. The tendency when you're looking at the object ball... So did I say look at the object ball, look at the cue ball?
Look at the object ball.
Yeah, look at the cue ball as you're striking it, sorry.
Okay.
So look at the cue ball as you're striking it, and cause the object ball can put you off. You just tap the cue ball, and you'll finish nice and tight behind the ball. But this is going to be... I don't see how he's going to hit this at all from where he's going. That's going to be a tough replacement, but it definitely need to be replaced. So he's going to have 3 potential misses here.
What do you think about that ruling that we have here? Like the three attempts on a foul and a miss.
I think it's absolutely the right thing to do. I think having having no limit on the misses, I don't think is a good idea. Yeah. I think that's right, because at the end of the day, this is the US Nationals, so the miss rule should be in there to stop people deliberately missing and getting an advantage. So, but 3's definitely enough. So he's got to be careful. He's 22. So there's one more miss.
And then if you need more than 4 snookers to win, a concession happens there.
I think that's a good idea as well, because we play a very similar rule in Phoenix, but it's sometimes it's just 2 snookers. Now I'm fairly comfortable, and it's handicap. That makes it very, very tough but I'm usually confident that if I'm playing somebody and I'm giving them a handicap and I do need 2 snookers, I'm confident of getting those snookers. So, but 4 snookers, keep in mind if you need 4 snookers, you probably got to get 6 or 7 good snookers to be able to get those 4 snookers, if not more. So I think that's fair. It's unlikely somebody's going to get 4 snookers and win the frame. It's going to happen on a rare occasion. My best ever was 7 snookers.
Was that our match last night?
It was in a league match, and my I think it was Rob Spencer. I'm not sure. It's like was like, look, just give up, dude. You know, and I'm like, I think I can do this. Just the way the balls were placed. Anyway, as I kept getting the snookers, I got one snooker. I got 2 snookers. The guy wasn't worried. Wasn't phased. But he wasn't really paying attention, and he was still being a bit cocky. And I'm like, let's just see how he changes if I continue. 5 snookers later, he was sweating, eventually I didn't need any snookers, got him in a snooker, and then the misrule applied and ended up winning the frame. So never give up is the lesson. Be a boring snooker player like Darren Taylor is the lesson. What's wrong with this guy? Yeah, some of these guys, like the Renats and Sargans of this world, they just cue the ball so sweetly. You know, you watch them. What I do like about watching these guys play, especially Rommel as well, nice quick players, they just get on with it, and I think that's the way the game should be played. Mm-hmm. You know, get down, cue it 2 or 3 times, and then strike the ball. You know, the whole 6 or 7 cue actions, and you know, and the slow play kind of thing. You know, that can definitely. You know, you don't need to rush around the table like Ronnie, but and I certainly not a rushing type player, but at the same time, just get on with it.
Yeah, I'm not going to name this gentleman, but I had a qualifying match last year, and we were playing.
Tell me his name.
No one will know his name. You won't know his name. He'll know his name if he's listening. But it was a qualifying match to get into the BC Open. It was the final. It was a best of 5. Took him over 6 hours.
To do what?
To play the match. 6 hours, best of 5. So you got to win 3 frames.
That's a horror story, dude. That's horrible. 6 hours. Mm-hmm. That's. See, there's got to be somebody there who's going to say, look, you know, got to warn the guy.
Sure. Well, I did after that. That spurred a email to all the members up there. Remember, time wasting is a penalty.
It is a penalty.
And
absolutely.
It's not a 4-point penalty. It's a frame penalty.
Yeah.
So just be aware. And I think that just reminded some people.
That's almost. Well, I've never heard of anything like that ever. I did have one situation in Dubai, and there was a guy, and every single frame. It's hard to believe, but every single frame was an hour. And if it wasn't a straightforward pot, no. If he's going to potentially leave something, no, doesn't. And he beat some really good players 3-0.
Wow.
He wouldn't, and it was an hour-long frame is definitely the longest competition frame that I've ever played, and he beat me 3-0.
Wow.
And I wouldn't say he was a great player at all. Just would spend a lot of time looking at the ball and looking at how he's going to thin clip off, and it didn't go for a single long pot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the game. It's not. The game's not. I'd say I like to watch people who are going to attack. I mean, Hendry made a full career out of being probably the most attacking player on the planet. You know, crazy some of the shots that he'd go for, but he was confident of getting them at the end of the day. So.
But there is a time when, like, it's not just all about potting. There is safety, tactical play, and stuff like that. And you can have good frames that are engaging with both of those qualities.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And, you look at Ronnie, he's probably one of the most, definitely is the most gifted snooker player on the planet. And I think an aspect of his game which has resulted in him winning so many tournaments is, learning that safety side, or certainly honing down that safety side, and knowing you can't possibly just pot every ball on the table every time.
So there's a concession by John, and Mike will force us into a decider. I'm just going to quickly step aside. Darren, feel free to entertain the crowd. I just want to talk with Stephen, tournament director, to see how we're looking on our day. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
But, you've got some great stories. Feel free to share some more.
I will. So we got some comments here. Let's have a look at these. And then we're just tuning in for the day. Yeah, well, we're still at the qualifying stages, not at the knockout stages at the moment. So. Likely favourites for the title. I would say there's a few likely favourites for the title, but it was very difficult to predict because there are that many good players here. And most of them, well, I think one of them was surprisingly knocked out. Can't remember his name. So there is a comment here. This is not fair for people who are immigrants and don't have citizenship and want to take part in the tournament. Well, this is the first year that we've had. It used to be that it was purely citizenship, and now it's anybody with a green card. So the actual tournament's opened up fully to anybody with a green card. Tablecloth is a little slow, yeah, but same for everybody. That's an interesting comment. Hate the players that avoid losing instead of trying to win. And I like that comment because I do believe that it's better to try and win than try not to lose. There's a big difference. It looks like going back to the table and just trying to get out of that snooker, and he's hit the blue again. So looks like that'll be replaced again. It's an easy escape. That's why the misrule's here, because it takes away that element of saying, right, I'm going to deliberately miss the ball to be able to give myself an advantage. But he's in a snooker. It's an easy escape. It's easy to hit a red. He's just trying to escape without giving away too many points. And now he has hit the reds. Maximum 3 misrule. Mike's faced with a bridging over a ball, but it's a relatively straightforward pot into the centre pocket. Just got to be a little bit careful you don't put a tracer side on this. He's handled that well. Now, knowing this guy, I know he's going to take the blue on. Wasn't too far off. Put a little bit of a quick one in there. When I say look, put a little bit of a quick one, it just means he, on his backswing, he just didn't complete the backswing fully and went forward. So just instead of keeping it smooth. And from Andy B, just been chatting to David Brock. I'll see him at the World Super Seniors in Reading, 17th September. What do you think about 900 tournament compared to the shootout that you mentioned earlier? Yeah, Dave tells me all about the 900. I think any at the end of the day, anything that's that can involve anybody playing snooker and mixing with pros is great. Great stream, guys. Even better here on YouTube. Thank you. So the Seattle Opens in March is open to all.
Great to hear.
Yeah. I was looking at a comment that said it's unfair to people who are not citizens, but as I pointed out, this tournament is open to non-citizens.
Well, if they have green cards, that's the thing.
If they have green cards, yeah, absolutely. It's the first year. Interesting to watch John there, and this is, again, it's worth sort of, for anybody learning how to play snooker, if you're a pool player, before he's even hit the ball, before the actual ball has got even close to the pocket, he's up and standing up and walking around, almost getting halfway around the table before the ball's hit, and because he thought he got it. Very important to stay nice and still on the shot. There you go. He's up and moving as soon as he's hit the cue ball. It's just a good habit to get into, is to just stay down, stay still on the shot and cue through. It's definitely a bad habit to get into, to start moving on the shot. Let's see what he does here. There you go, he's up. The ball's going in, but that's not the point. You know, if you're going to be a good snooker player and you watch any of the likes of the John Higgins, the Steve Davis of this world, the Sean Murphys of this world, you know, they stay down, they stay still on the shot. Any great player, any top class pro, for that matter, any top class amateur, they'll stay down on the shot.
Yeah, it's almost like stay down until you hear the pot go in.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, for that extra second, what's the point in getting up? You're not going to save you any time. That split second, you might as well just stay down on the shot, even a split second longer, and that's it. There's no benefit to jumping up and walking around the table. So if you're a pool player, definitely you'll find that if you can stay down on the shot a little bit longer, you're probably going to pop a lot more balls. He's in trouble in this one now. Nothing else to go for but the blue, and play a safety shot up near the yellow pocket. Just wants to roll this cue ball up near the yellow pocket, and well, you could play it off the draw and up near the green pocket. It's up to you. I think he's got a little ear mic. He can hear what I'm saying. I'm going to prove this guy wrong every single time.
Or maybe it's that white flag you're waving as you give up.
Now this is definitely a safety shot in my opinion. Or you can go for the shot, finish on the black, roll it in, but make sure you don't leave anything if you do miss it. Takes the pressure off. But it's a final frame. So what do? Now you can tell he's considering it. So if you are considering it, then the safety shot's probably on. The red near the blue you could clip off and then come up be on the two cushions up behind the red on the side cushion. That's exactly what he's tried to do, and he's So knowing Mike, I know he hates losing. So he'll be trying his hardest to win this, even though they're just playing for pride.
Have a little chat with your pupil after this. You're going to talk to Mike.
We talk a lot about snooker all the time. And there's sometimes I think one of the biggest things we do is while we're playing, I'm like, right, stop a second. You're aiming at the top of the ball. Why? Let's just take a step back and look at the table. You know, and they've learnt a lot by doing that. He was in perfect position for that pink then. Some of these situations are just not straightforward. This isn't a straightforward situation. I like that. You know, he's just contained the situation. No real safety shot. He's just played a containing safety. That's something he never used to do. So all of these things are a good indication of improvement. A little bit short on the safety. He's been a bit fortunate there, John. These are harder than they look, these tricky little pots into the centre pocket, because there's no obvious colour on unless you play it slow. When you do play it slow, you can tend to hit it a bit thick, which is exactly what he's done. Well, he just touched the yellow. He owned up to the yellow, and that's a foul. Interesting. That's an interesting situation. It looks like he's letting him play on.
There have been some interesting incidents in this tournament, that's for sure. We were watching a match with John Poon and Sam McGrath, and Sam had taken red, yellow, so now they're on the colors. And Sam started to line up for the blue.
Right.
Which is no, but John said, hey, you're on the yellow.
Okay.
So very generous, I'd have to say. We
I wouldn't be telling somebody what ball to play. I'm going to take the foul points. So that's your problem, not mine. Mm-hmm. But then I'm a horrible person.
I wouldn't say that. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Well, you haven't spoken to Dave Brock about me.
Oh, David Brock, we've heard many things.
No, I agree.
Fortunately for you, we would have never met David Brock.
Right, yeah. You're my friends now. They're not his friends anymore.
Well, no, so us DB's got to stick together.
So he, it's very common, I think, in pool, that if you touch a ball, you can move it back. It's one of the things that when I start playing 9-ball, it's like, they move the ball, and it's like, I'll just move it back. There's no, surely that's part of the game. It's a foul, right? Mm-hmm. But apparently not. And I think that's probably what, and that's something I'll definitely be talking to Mike about. I'm like, sorry, but the rule is if you touch a ball, don't let the guy off. It's 4 points. And he ended up pointing a red after it. So that's your fault for not actually being strict on the rules. One of the biggest things we've worked on is 6 reds. So not playing a full frame of snooker, just playing 6 reds, because 100% of all frames of snooker are won and lost in 6 reds. Mm-hmm. You need that 6th red to be able to win the frame if you're on a break, or the 7th red or the 8th red, but 100% are lost within 6 reds. So 6 reds is a really good way to practice, because that's where the pressure is, in my opinion. Especially for the majority of games will come down to not only the 6 reds, but they'll come down to the colours. But practicing with a practice partner 6 reds, I'd highly recommend it. You know, if you can make 50, 60 points with 6 reds on the table, that's it. Make 50, 60 points with 15 reds on the table, you haven't won the game yet. Obviously, with 6 reds on the table, you only need to make a 40 plus break, and that's it. It's over.
True.
But it's those bread and butter type situations when you've got the balls open. It's, you know, Ray Reardon was a classic. For those of you who don't know Ray Reardon, he's just touched the yellow there, by the way. So that's a foul 4.
Yeah, sometimes you got to learn the hard way, these rules. That's why
Yeah.
they're there, or everyone's going to break them.
Absolutely. Yeah, Ray Reardon was, in my mind, one of those guys back in the day, back in the 80s, who had that classic sort of mop-up type mentality where you leave him 4 or 5 reds are left on the table and the colours on the spots, he's going to mop them up. And that is where the pressure is. It should be either on green or brown after potting this. There's a nice way to come across the table and finish on the black if you want to. I would have preferred to try to get down on the black, get down to the business end. It was an opportunity to be able to get there. Now you've got to really work to get down onto a red.
I thought he would be taking on the blue. Isn't that John's MO?
Yeah, yeah. Smash the pink down the rail. Well, he's had to work, and he's actually done a really good job there to actually get onto a red and get into the, disturb a few reds. So blue's blocking the path, but again, this is where you're trying to think ahead as a snooker player and say, at some stage, I've got to try and clear that blue out of the way, and that opens up all the reds into they're all available. So it's not just about potting one ball; it's about thinking ahead and planning your strategy and what you're going to do. And you've got to do it quick, because you don't want to, you don't want to be that hour of frame type guy.
And as a player, what are you thinking about, say, this situation? You're in the round robin, you're playing an opponent, both of you really can't move on, you can't spoil someone's party, you can't move on if you win, it's kind of just that pride. What do you think's going through their minds right now? They've probably seen the standings.
Certainly from Mike's point of view, I know how much he wants. This guy will play snooker 24 hours a day if he can. And he loves winning, which I love. That's great. And he knows the more he improves, it doesn't matter if it's for pride or not, he just wants to beat the guy. And that I like, but I would say, judging by both of them and their body language, you're going to have to drag them off the table right now, because they both want to beat each other, which is great. As long as you're friends afterwards. Got some more comments here. What's this? Ronnie O'Sullivan and Earl Strickland on YouTube playing pool. Earl blames humidity. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, Marcin, well, there's a lot of equipment that needs to be brought in, unfortunately. So we do have another table going, but I know Darren does a lot of work with Mike, so we're going to just be keeping it on this table. We'll probably jump over to our final TV table. But if you're wanting to make an investment, obviously we'd love to have cameras at each table and be able to jump around and stuff like that. But it's just dollars and cents as it comes down to.
Yeah. It's great to see so many people commenting, though.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly watched
by
a lot of people, which is great.
Some good debates and some we have some new fans that
Mhm.
are unfamiliar, so it's good that we're educating them. And then there's also as well some seasoned vets. Obviously, David Brock popping up, giving his 2 bits
Yep.
on what's going on, and he's helped also some other viewers explain some rulings and stuff. So
Yep.
it's a great community.
And I definitely encourage people to continue watching as this competition grows, because once we get to the knockout stages, if you're in the knockout stages, you've got there by merit, and this is a tough competition this year, certainly. There's some very, very, very strong players. We're practicing at night time, and there's some sizable breaks going on the practice tables. So the standard's high.
And I think that's going to translate nicely into the knockout round, as some of those strong players like yourself, with now a best of 5.
Yep.
Kind of can get a bit more attacking, where these best of 3s, you lose that first frame, you're up against the wall because you lose another, that's a match loss, and that's not looking good to carry on your campaign.
Right, agreed. And it's a good point that just single frame can make all the difference, right? Because like you say, you will lose one frame, and all of a sudden you're starting to think, well, this is going to make a huge difference. I could not make it into the knockout stages. Whereas you just got that little one frame cushion, it does make a big difference. And we can switch over to the other table if people want to. I'm not stuck on this. I can still see it from here anyway.
Well, we're in a decider here. Are there TV matches kind of just in their infancy? So, I don't want to turn away. I don't know what shot Sean's going to take.
Right, exactly.
So
again, this is a situation where he's got 3 reds that are available, really. The other 2 are tied up. But it's where you just got to mind your work a little bit. If you get this, the first pot's very tough. But that's a great shot. But now he's already down without coming. I want him to come around and have a look. This is one of the things we've been working on. Just come around and have a look where you want the cue ball on the left-hand side of the table. But that's good. Shows good control. So now he's going to pot this red, but what's going to come after? How are you going to get on that red ball over by the side? He's coming around to have a look where he gets on the blue, but which angle does he want? Rather than just thinking, I just want to get on the blue, how am I going to get from the blue to the red? He start thinking ahead. So he can, this is good. This is not a bad angle. He can just roll the ball blue in and come back across and hopefully get a cannon on the pink so he can leave himself a red into the corner pocket. So let's see what he does here. He might put a little bit of side spin on it. He's off. Okay, so he's going to try and play that down. I would have preferred to play across and leave myself on the cushion, to be honest, and give myself a choice of the 3 pockets on the right hand side of the table. To each his own. This is a tough shot. Queuing down with the rest. So he's elected to play the safety shot. It's okay. That's good.
it doesn't look like Mike feathers that much.
No, he doesn't, and that's okay. You know, I tend to, try to. I feel that if I feather the ball, it just keeps me relaxed, keeps me moving. It's almost like, that little waggle before a golf shot.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than that, if I watch a golfer who's just absolutely stationary, all you're doing is building up tension. Whereas I feel that those waggles just release the tension a little bit. What's this for the chat info? This is from Richard Parker for the chat info. Earl Strickland massively complained Steve Davis was slowing down a game by going to the toilet. Also abused the referee, Michaela Tabb. Davis later admitted he did it deliberately. Well, I think Earl did his best to get inside people's heads as well, so I think it's a little bit of taste of his own medicine. It was a long time ago, so I think everybody's forgotten about that now.
Until now.
Until now.
And I think actually he did bring flowers the following day for Miss Tabb.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I think I remember seeing that he realized that he was a bit out of line.
Right.
There's no need for that.
Right. So in turn it makes the viewing more enjoyable, spreads the channel, builds the game of snooker, absolutely. It's great to see so many people on the chat. So where are we at now? So it's pretty close this, 29-26, down to the last two reds, 43 points left on the table. There's plenty of points available. I think there's another key point is that when the guys are playing, I'm like, look, you got to be aware of what you need to be able to win. How many points are left available on the table? Always, especially when you're getting down to those 6 reds. It should be an automatic thing, You look at the table, right? Okay, I'm 30 points ahead. I've got 2 reds left on the table. My opponent can still win because there's 43 points available on the table if you take blacks with the reds. So, taking one more red will put me 36, which means that sorry, if we're 30 points ahead, so one more red and a colour. Will make all the difference. One more red and a high value colour will make all the difference. If I take the other red, he's not only needs snookers, he's in trouble. He's got a good opportunity here to just, if it does go, I don't think it sneaks past the pink. So let's see what he's going to do here. He might convince himself it does by the way he's queuing. And he has convinced himself it does and it didn't go. I did that earlier. Convinced myself a red went and it didn't. Not a lot he can do. It's a great little shot here. You can just dolly the red up to the other red and leave the cue ball on the left hand side and just use the brown and yellow as a snookering ball. And he's tried to do that and I think he's got it. There you go. I would have played it closer to the red, but that's okay. I think he snookered him on both balls. Unless he can swerve around. He's definitely a snooker because he's just putting a chalk mark there to be able to make sure that he puts the cue ball back in the same place. Something we've been working on. I'm like, if you're in a miss situation, make sure you know exactly where the ball is so you can get the consistency. Never going to hit it from there because the yellow is always blocking the way. Maybe escaping from snookers is lesson number 453.
Do you guys ever use the paired on cue marker, which has the little notch in the middle, and you can put a little bit of tailor's paint? So you go mark the cue ball,
okay,
roll it away, and then put a little mark in that notch.
Right.
Kevin Patrick, one of the head referees in Canada, showed me that trick, and I think it's quite
okay. Yeah.
A handy way to do it. I actually talked to Brendan Moore in Sheffield this year.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, you're kind of inferring that they're going to miss then if you're marking the ball.
Right.
But then I was like, I didn't want to get into the debate.
I think it's about the accuracy of replacement because especially if I'm playing, I learnt the hard way, I played in a competition and when the miss rule sort of first came out kind of thing, I was first playing the miss rule and we didn't play it in the club, but I played in the competition, played the miss rule. And my dad was watching and he said, you put the cue ball back in 3 different places. So how can you consistently know exactly where you're hitting if you're hitting from a different angle because the cue ball's in a different place? That's why you missed it 3 times. Mm-hmm. So I just learnt from that. I think it's important, and if there's a tool to be able to do that in amateur snooker, certainly I think it really helps. A straightforward escape from here because you can just come off the right hand cushion.
Actually might be in fact a free ball.
Oh,
I don't know if
free ball situation, yeah.
Just while they're chitty chatting, let's just take a look at our other table over here.
Yep.
With Nakib Karim, going against Jay He. They're their first frame. They're pretty close right here. But let's go back to...
Yeah, just coming off. But so it was a free ball. Interesting. Obviously, for those who don't know, if you have a free ball situation, it means that your opponent's fouled. i.e. they've not gone out with snooker, but you can't see both extreme sides of the object ball. If you can't see both extreme sides of the object ball, it's now a free ball, which means you can take a color, another ball, which is now essentially a red ball. If there's reds on the table, if you're going for the brown and there's only the brown to black left on the table, there's another brown on the table essentially. So it'll be the value of that free ball will be the value of the red or the object ball that you will be going for. Now in this situation, if you do pot a blue, for example, and there's reds on the table, that counts as a red, so you can now go for another color. So essentially what you've got now is instead of 2 reds, you've got 3 reds on the table. And if you understand that, good luck.
What do we think? Do you think it's going to go down to the black ball in this one?
It's got black ball written all over it, this one. This is one I would be tempted to go for with the position of the green and... I would have been tempted to play that. With the position of the yellow and the green, you're sending the cue ball back down to the top end of the table. If you miss the red, chances are you're going to snooker your opponent on the yellow and green. So I'm a bit surprised he didn't go for that. The 36-38, yeah. We're looking at a black ball, aren't we? It's getting exciting. Oh, he's rolled it in. Look, dead weight. Look at that. Wow. The bravery. If he's got I can't really see from this angle. I don't know if he's got an angle to be able to top spin through and finish on the yellow into the opposite pocket. He didn't quite have it. So this is going to be tough. If he pots this and gets on the green, that's me, I'm done. This is not easy. Well, actually, looking at the angle, he could play the cannon into use the brown as a stopper, pot the yellow, just cannon into the brown. Just make sure you don't leave the brown on the side cushion. And a little bit firm. Pull the brown away from the side cushion. See what he does. So he's potted the yellow, pushed the brown, exactly what I said. It had to happen at some stage.
That he'd listen to you?
That he'd listen to me. Had to happen at some stage. Oh, that was a nervy one. He's left the green up on the centre pocket. Good, just drop this in dead weight. Got the nap of the cloth to allow for. Drop in dead weight. Yeah, that's the problem. Nap of the cloth will pull it, and you'll hit the ball thicker if you play it that slow. So you've actually got to allow for the nap and aim thinner than you would normally, because the sort of grain of the cloth will pull the cue ball down to the left. He's left it over the middle again. Look at this. Just chose to take the pot. Now, if he's listened to me in the past, he should find himself with the cue ball up near behind the black. Because that is the shot right now. No, just didn't play it wide enough. That was the shot to try and get the cue ball up behind the black.
But he made a decent effort there.
He
at
made a
least.
decent effort, which means somebody listened to me.
True.
That's one person on the planet. Oh, what a pot. He's going to find himself snookered, I think. As it rolls on. There we go. Now it's getting tense.
Nice
just-
mark there, just
yeah,
in case
just-
the
Yeah.
cue ball needs to be replaced.
Sometimes you got to be careful. These one cushion escapes. They can, especially if you hit it too hard, it can shorten the angle. I'd rather hit these a little bit slower. That's the way to do it. And there you can control the ball a little bit. So he's actually left it necessarily safe, but a very, very, very difficult part. I prefer to come off the right-hand side of this ball, thin, but he's not going to. He's going to do something, but it's not what I say. I don't see the merit in going for the pot here. I'd say play off the right-hand side of the blue, blue off the side cushion, leave it on the bolt cushion. Cue ball naturally travels up, back, down towards the pink and black. He had to judge that one. And he's left himself a pot here.
Knowing his opponent,
You know he's going to go for it.
you know there's a probably good chance of
Yeah,
it going in.
I wouldn't want to leave him that. I'm telling you, chances are he knocks these in for fun. Nope, not this time. Jumped up all over the place. So has he left Mike a chance? Well, he has got a chance. This is going to go possibly dangerously near the centre pocket with the cue ball. Bridging over, you're going to have put a little. The cue ball's going to go wider because you're digging down on the ball. It's a tough shot, very tough. There's a cue ball. I think if he'd have got that, I think he would have been okay. Dare I say it's relatively safe. Oh, dare I say it? There we
How
go.
does he do it?
I don't know.
I think you got a new pupil, maybe. Do
He's gonna
exactly what I
He's
don't
going to
say.
score me all day long. So 9 points. No, sorry, 14 points in it. So Mike needs a snooker, and he shouldn't be in this situation because he's taken his opponent for granted, in my opinion. So just trying to roll the pink and control the white ball, make sure he doesn't. He can get a snooker from this position. It's not easy, but now he's pushed the black over, and that's going to make life very, very difficult. So for anybody watching snooker, John actually, Mike needs a snooker. So John should just be rolling the pink as close to the pocket, making sure the white doesn't travel around the table.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that actually over the past 2 days here, where it has come down to a one snooker situation with pink and black on, and some of these guys are giving it the gusto on that pink and not just rolling it in. It's surprising actually.
Yeah. So just a pretty straightforward pot here. Just finish the game off and seal the deal, and that's it.
There's handshakes.
There we go.
They're moving quite quickly there. So John Idone the third has taken this rather pride match, but a good outing by both.
Yeah.
I know Darren will have a little talk with his pupil Mike over there. when the day is done. But we'll just
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a long conversation.
jump over to our final TV match of the day. We have Shakib.
Do you know these
Karam.
guys?
I do not know these guys. Yeah, with the field of 64, there's definitely a lot of new faces.
Yeah.
And being in the Great White North, you don't see these Americans every day, shall we
Right.
say. And we'll just take a look at the Cloud Snooker webpage. CloudSnooker.com is your source for all things related to this tournament. You can find the results of the round robin, see who's going into the knockout round, and probably by the climax of all the matches that are on the table right now, a little later tonight, the knockout side should be set with 32 players.
This was a good shot he played here. There's a lot of, it's actually quite difficult to. He doesn't want to play the red that's closest to him, so he's playing the red furthest away. Doesn't want to disturb these two reds, that's for sure. So he did well not to do that. And that looks like a full ball snooker. You can just clip the red. Oh, not only could he clip it, it was a get. No, wow. That is amazing.
There's a lot going on here.
There is.
Well, just in this group alone, as Christian is leading the group, Christian Youngers, he's got 2 match wins.
Right.
And Jay, he has 1 match won.
Okay, so he needs to win.
He needs to win. Karim, he has no matches, so he could be spoiler for Jay here.
Okay.
But then Amit has 1 frame match 1, so if he's able to beat Christian, it gets a little messy at the top. We might have a 3-way tie and have to look at the heads-to-heads to see who
Right.
resolves
Yeah.
the tiebreaker.
Right. This is tough because either way you're going to break these reds up. You've got to get a good cue ball. You can't play them thin. You've got to play it a little bit thick. You just got to get a good cue ball. Difficult shot. That's not too bad. Be happy with that. That's a result.
Taking this red on by the pink.
You know he's going to be taking this red on. And to be fair,
Would you?
yeah, I probably would, because if you can get close into the pocket and rattle it and get the cue ball back up into bulk. Yeah, see, I got one right again. Now, got to be snookering somebody somehow. Little roll up to the green, stick the cue ball behind the blue, I would think. There we go. Now, this is tough. If he has got, looks like he can do the one. Yeah, that's not too bad. One cushion escape, pretty straightforward actually. If he couldn't see that cushion, it's a tough shot. It's pretty straightforward. He could find himself in trouble after this one. He'll clip off the left-hand side of the red. Possibly get himself up behind one of the bulk colours. A little clip off there. Oh, that's a strange shot. That is a strange shot. There was no benefit in that whatsoever. This one's a tight little affair right now. Jay needs to pull it back a little bit. This is definitely going to come down to the wire on this frame. See what he does here.
A little mid-range yellow there to that green pocket.
Again, with the blue being where it is right now, there's no real benefit in taking on the yellow. You've got such a straightforward safety shot. You can screw off the yellow, off the side cushion, up behind the brown. You could stun behind the pink and send the yellow back into the top end of the table. There's plenty of options, but going for the shot is probably not one of them. See what he does. He played to try and stun behind the pink. And he's got it. Good shot. This isn't easy. You might be able to swerve around this. You're going to try the swerve. Which is actually a little bit easier on the thicker cloth. Oh, he's missed that, so this is where the ball replacement is so important, because half an inch one way or the other. Especially when you're playing that swerve shot. Just potentially make it a little. I think that's a little bit easier than he had before. That's a lot easier than he had before. Yeah, that's very, 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 very simple. Now he's guaranteed to get this now. Because now he can swerve it. Yeah. It wasn't put back in the right place. It's something I strive, like, make sure you know where that is. That's vitally important. I didn't think he could hit it with the swerve, but now he gave himself a little bit more of an advantage there. Don't think he did it deliberately. I think he just genuinely didn't know where it was.
Well, that's a good plug. If you love this game, maybe you're not the most skilled player, but if you want a front row seat, we always need referees.
Yep. Yeah, Dave does quite a lot of refereeing when he goes to tournaments. I always say to him, I don't know how he does. I did it when I went to PABS. I was exhausted by the end of it. But the match I refereed, because I was playing, but I was asked to referee, and I was like, okay, yeah, it can't be that difficult.
Was that in Houston?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the standing on your feet for such a long time, and especially if you're playing and you're practicing at night, yeah, you can add to your fatigue, definitely. Got to be careful of the brown underneath him here. Again, for all the pool players out there, if you touch an object ball with your waistcoat, or your shirt, finger, whatever,
Beard.
Yep. And it's a foul. Full stop. Period. That's a great pot. What a great shot that is. Bridging over a ball. Got to cue that sweetly. That's a great shot. Another one required. If he stuns this green in and just drop the brown in down the rail, just probably got to go forward 3 or 4 inches. But he should be able to. If he plays it low on the ball, just cues it nicely. It's a tough shot, but again,
wow,
stunned it in, went 3 or 4 inches forward. Perfectly played. That was perfectly played. I don't care who you are. If you're a top-level pro, that's a great shot. That's a great shot. And another difficult shot here. Just stun off the cushion. You've got to be accurate on these shots. Back down for the blue. You want to be really a little bit further down on the table with the blue, because you've got the pink is available into the corner pocket, into the yellow pocket. But main thing is pot the ball. Oh, he was so close, and he's finished perfect on the blue as well.
As we said so many times, a lot of these matches always come down to the colors.
Right. absolutely. That was a tough shot. You can excuse him for missing that. It was a difficult shot. Oh, he's got snooker. Wow. I think it's a particularly difficult one to get out of. I don't think he is snookered actually. It's a small swerve shot. It's unmissable, this is. Cushion first, maybe. Yeah. Main thing is get the ball safe, and he hasn't done that. So if he's straight, he's fortunate. His opponent's fortunate, but if he's not straight, he's got an angle to be able to get on this blue. Well, he wasn't straight, and he had to put a bit of side spin on that. He played it really well. Put a touch of left-hand side spin on that. Played it well. Played it almost too well. And only just drop the blue in and leave himself a long pink. I think is his only option. Oh, he's overcut that by a long way. So this is a nice angle. Just roll it in. Should be able to either bring the pink off or come behind the pink, or bring it off the cushion. But it's a perfect angle. Don't have to do much with the cue ball. But it looks like he's striking down on the ball, which is unusual. Let's see what he's got planned. There you go, there's the angle. Oh, he's hit the pink full. If he comes behind the pink, he's perfect on that into the yellow pocket. Well, you know he's going to take it on, right?
I don't know if that's a reincarnation of John, but...
well, in fairness... He only needs the pink anyway, so I think if you're going to take it on, screw the cue ball back into bulk onto the bulk cushion, and make sure you absolutely, the worst case scenario is you rattle this pink in the jaws. So screw back onto the cushion for safety, just in case you miss it. He didn't rattle the pink in the jaws, and the result is you've left it up now. Didn't hit the jaws of the pocket.
First frame going down to a black ball.
Yeah.
Very important match for Jae Hee.
Oh, this is a tester.
Yeah, going from one side of the table to the other.
This is tough. It's one of the benefits of being tall, you can reach these, but one of the disadvantages of being tall is you're not as compact as everybody else is. You've got to find ways to be able to make yourself compact, but... Oh, he was so close. He was so close. Yep. It's exciting stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Shakib trying to play spoiler.
Right. Yeah, it was a hard shot again. Oh. Now, looks easy, but believe me, this is a tough shot because you've just got to trust it. You've got to pick your line, and you just got to roll it in. Don't hit it hard. Give it every chance of getting in the pocket. Just roll it in. That's a great shot.
That's there.
Yeah,
Well
great
done.
shot. Very well played. Excellent.
Oh, Jae Hee takes that first frame of a best of three.
Yep.
Needs one more to make it interesting in Group E.
Mhm.
They're in the final group. We are in the final batch of matches here at day 2 of the 2023 United States National Snooker Championship. It's David Burney in the booth, and I'm joined by the world famous Darren Taylor, as David Brock tells me. But,
I think I'm famous in a small village in England.
Manchester.
And not for all the right reasons.
Well, we have a little break while they're setting up the second frame. Some exciting news coming to Embassy Billiards. Tepchai Unu. Are you going to come down for this event in December?
Is that's actually here?
Well, it's going to come down this club.
Wow.
Depchai, very exciting player. Lots of fun, so it should look like a good event nearing the end of the year there.
I can guarantee you he'll probably... How long is he going to be here for?
I do not know. That's a Stephen Wong question, the owner-operator here of Embassy Billiards, so you'll have to reach out to him.
I'll bet money he's going to make a maximum on these tables.
Okay.
If not a few, depending on how long he's here for.
Wow. There we are. Earmark that spot on the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, mark my words.
You know, he might not be able to predict John's long pots, but he's predicting maximums for Depchai.
Yeah.
And there's as well the tournament that we have here. There's www.snookerusa.com. That's a great resource to find out information on all the upcoming events that are going on in the US of A that revolve around the great game of snooker. So we're back with frame 2. Tense one of the last frame went down to the wire, the final black. So we'll see how frame 2 pans out.
Yeah, definitely exciting stuff. Yeah, I fancy the roll up into the pack for this shot. Let's see how you can... He's so tight on the cushion. Let's see how you can feasibly get any spin on the ball to be able to get it behind the black. Yeah, he's going to leave it off the cushion. Problem with that shot is you now left your opponent the opportunity to dig into the cue ball and put you in trouble. I would just prefer to just roll up to the pack on that particular shot. That's what he's going to do here, which is, I think, the wrong decision. I'd rather play the... So that's a little bit negative. I would prefer to put your opponent in trouble and play off the side red and get it behind the black, potentially. Because all he's going to do is... There's no benefit in that. All he's going to do is just roll off and just stick it on the top cushion. Just touch off and that's it. So now... Well, that's a mistake. We're just going to see a bit of a back and forth tic-tac from here, so he's just going to... He rolled up before, he's going to roll up again to this one. He's going to roll up to the pack. Nothing else that he's going to do, I can't imagine. But you know he's going to smash the red down the rail into the green pocket, don't you?
Or a cross double with that red near the cushion into the middle.
There's nothing else he can do. He just rolled into the pack. There's nothing else he can do. He's going to roll into the pack. I don't know why he's taking his time over this shot. I really don't.
I think he's gearing himself up for that
I
red
mean,
into the green pocket.
There's two reds in the bulk end of the table. Why would you now play this shot now? Because you didn't play it before, and now there's no point because this red's going to come back up the table. Well, he's used the other red. That's fair enough. Now he's going to roll up into the pack. If you miss the red comes back into... I just don't see the point. You know, you got to think about... So somebody just commented here, it's Adam Edwards, this does nothing to promote the game of snooker. The standard of play is awful. So, thank you for your comment. So here's what I'm going to say to that is I've been playing this game for a very, very long time. And while you might be watching some of the match tables, because you've only got 2 TV tables, you're not actually watching the standard of snooker that's going on throughout the whole of the room. And we've got 9 tables here. And for instance, you may have missed it, but we had one of our players knock in 105 break. This guy's winning frames in one visit, so it's fair enough to say that, and I understand your comment, but believe me, I've been playing snooker for a fairly long time, and the standard of play here is actually very, very good indeed. And what it's all about is promoting the game of snooker here in the USA and growing the game, so that can only be a good thing.
Well, I guess that red didn't go. That's sticking out of the bottom of the pack, or he would have taken it on that last shot.
Just clip off and drop down. It did go. That's it. So that was a poor shot to leave that red at the bottom of the pack. There's another point to this is that, you know, this round robin stage is very, very nervy indeed. You're not actually seeing the best from players, but hey, you know, if you think you can do better, you know where the USA Snooker is. Come and have a game. 2 cushions into the pack. There you go. Not too bad. Could have been a bit better. Bit unfortunate there. He's got a red into the corner pocket.
And that's the battle we have with the amateur game. Is it's always a race against the clock.
Yeah.
You know, you want to get these tournaments done in a timely fashion. Definitely Stephen is a strong supporter, but at the end of the day, he does need to make some money to keep the club going.
Right.
So we do have some time limits. Obviously, the room is open right now, and probably once these matches close for the day, he'll open up his snooker tables where there's a lot of gentlemen and ladies that like to come in and play the game. I was talking to a few last night. You know, hopefully we can continue, and I think you're absolutely right, Darren. There is some players that are quite very impressive. I think I'm sitting beside one of them myself right now.
Meanwhile, he's just played a very good shot into the... He's got a brown here. Again, great shot. Great shot. He's going to be on the red into the corner pocket if that doesn't pull up. Oh, still got the yellow into the... Is the brown? No. So he's going to have to get the rest out and play this red down the rail into... He's going to finish on pink or black. Chose to play the snooker. I don't see the benefit in that. He's left his opponent in a cut red along the rail. Yeah, fair point, Richard Parker. Promoting the game isn't necessarily always about seeing the best players. It's also about seeing it in different venues, context and so on. I 100% agree with you there. And as you quite rightly said, Stephen Wong, owner of Embassy Billiards, and likes of Romil at Arizona and Michael Dominguez at Ox Billiards. These guys, without these guys promoting the game of snooker and opening these great venues, there is no snooker. So
yeah, I know. I have that balancing point in Vancouver. There's a gentleman by the name of Jonathan Sun, has a nice club, Top 147 Billiards. But he tells me, Dave, you know, you're more than welcome to come in early in the day, but I need to open up my tables at nighttime for my paying customers. And as long as I abide by that, he's opening us with welcome arms.
Right. Oh, he's just played a great shot there. Jay got the ball tight on the cushion. This is a really tough shot to get safe now, because he's just cut off that angle with the black. Reds are all open. Quite honestly, I'm looking at this, I wouldn't know what the hell to do right now. But there's going to be a shot somewhere. I can't see it. So this might take a little bit of time to work out.
Question for you, Darren.
Yes.
Have you played Snooker Plus?
What's Snooker Plus?
Really? You don't know what Snooker Plus
well,
is?
to answer your question, no.
Never answer a question with a question, don't they say? But Snooker Plus pretty much is snooker, but they added the purple and the orange.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yep, I think that's all he could. I wasn't aware that he could actually see that full ball, but it was his only option. Just try and play a negative safety shot and just roll up to contain it a little bit. No, I haven't. Have you played it?
I have not played it, no. I've just read the stories about it.
I think snooker's such a great game. You don't need to really. I mean, I'll tell you what though, snooker shootout's great. I love that. That's exciting. They've got it right, certainly for that. Some people argue that it shouldn't be a ranking tournament, but yeah, it's a great entertaining.
It's a one-off.
It's great,
and I think it's a kind of tournament that could do well promoting the game over here. You know, quick, exciting, entertaining. Lots of ups and downs during a course of that 10-minute frame.
And they've got the 6 reds as well, which is a great tournament.
Mm-hmm.
I like 6 red tournaments. Nice and quick, exciting. That was a tough pot to take on, and now the balls are all open. So I would suggest that whoever gets in first is going to make a sizable contribution, if not, and they're both capable of doing that. Sizable contribution, if not a winning break here. A comment here: snooker is the greatest game of all. 100% agree with you. It's nicely on the blue. He's got the red next to the green. Natural angle to get on that. Sometimes,
And there
would have been nicer if he finished straight on that one.
Let's
but
all be kind in the chat room, and there is some points that some people do make, but if you do have an issue with something, why can't you bring a solution? If you've got a problem,
100%.
bring an answer as well.
100%. I think people playing snooker and trying, you got to remember, a lot of these guys, every single person has invested a lot of money in travel, knowing full well that they're not going to win this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Their accommodation, travel, time off work, etc., all because of the love of the game. And I don't think anybody can fault anybody who does that.
True. Some of us behind the scenes have traveled a far way as well.
Right, exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of commitment goes into making this happen, and it's all for the benefit of the game. There's a bigger picture here.
There's no I in snooker.
Right. 2 O's.
Oh boy.
No, he's played that well. He's played that very well. It's difficult to just drop it in. It looks like a simple shot, but to just make sure he leaves himself a baulk collar. Now, great position now. It's up to him to really make something out of this. And he can win this match in one visit. Oh, I don't like that way he's played that shot at all. Didn't need to play it that way. Plenty of margin for error to come dust down the left-hand, right-hand side of the table. Leave himself a choice of 4 reds. He's still got a red on here, so... but not in perfect position. Has to try and recover the situation a little bit here now. Yep, that's the problem. Got to make this game simple. He didn't leave it simple. Made it more difficult than it should have been. So let his opponent off there in a big way. Yeah, I was playing my match, my second match today, and there were 2 shots I missed, which are pretty straightforward. And should definitely not have missed. And sometimes it's just that little bit of extra pressure that you're putting on yourself. You can do some unusual things. Just trying to keep that pressure out of your head.
Sure, and I do wonder if when Stephen is letting these gentlemen and ladies, as we have Francis from Seattle, when they're to be set onto their table, does he mention that it is a TV table or not? Or
Right.
some of them might know that, okay, we see a little camera by our table, we're on
Yep.
television, so that's going to add a little bit of nerves as well.
Absolutely. These, it's like any pro playing on TV for the first time, playing the World Championship for the first time because you just qualified for it. You're going to do things that you wouldn't ordinarily do. And the pressure can either get to you or you can rise to the occasion. But the best thing to do is to just play the game, get on with it, and just ignore what's going on around you. Kind of got to be very selfish as a snooker player. And don't care what anybody thinks. Yeah.
It's kind of like being an artist, you work away on a project that you've fallen in love with, really enjoy, and if you enjoy the doing,
Yeah.
that's it, because once it's out in the world, you have no idea what's going to happen to
Sure.
it.
Yeah. Actually played a really good shot there. He just clipped off the red, snookered on all the other red, so he's got to lean across here, but it's not an obvious safety shot without. And there you go. He's actually reaped the reward because he's got this red down the rail now. So good shot. Clever little shot. Yeah, well played. Is he on a collar? Well, he's got the green. It's just a tough shot. I don't like this, to be honest with you. It's a really tough shot. Thin cut green into the centre pocket, into a blind pocket. Yeah, it was a tough shot. Somebody's going to do something, I'm sure, at some stage, because they're both getting lots of chances and gifted chances, and they're giving them away at the moment because the balls are all open. Colours are available. All the colours are available, so. So, perfect on the green. Plenty of reds available. Be disappointed if he doesn't make something out of this visit.
It's going to need to. Trailing by 22 to 1. Second frame, the best of 3 round robin match. Our final TV match of the day. It's day 2. Definitely tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. That's when we start the knockout round. So there's definitely even more fireworks are going to be going off.
Okay, perfect again. So again, little situations like this, you got to give yourself as much choice as possible. Play yourself into an area. Don't play for one red. Play for 2 or 3 reds if you can. So you've got plenty of reds in the centre of the tables to go for. So just a little bit low on this red. So that's why he's electing to screw the ball back. Might be going for a screw ball back off the cushion for the black. Yeah. He had more of an angle than I thought, but again, now he's left himself tough. So either he's going to roll up behind the black or cut it in. There's only 2 choices, but he hasn't got the in off into the centre pocket because the red's in the way, so might want to go for this and cut the black in, which is what exactly what he's doing. He just played a safety shot there. I don't think he went for that.
No, took his medicine and...
If you're going to play the safety shot, you might as well roll up behind the black. That was a bit of an unusual shot, but... Now the black's gone safe, so it's going to make this situation, whoever gets in first, a little bit more difficult. So one of those situations where I would have expected both of these guys to be able to score a few points, because they both had opportunities with the balls open, so you can't make any excuses if you get a chance.
Do you have a preferable time when you play? Do you like morning matches, afternoon, evening matches?
No, not really.
No?
No,
Okay.
never really bothered me. You know, I think in a snooker club you don't know what time of day it is, really.
It's true. Time has just stood still in here.
Oh, he's played a good shot there. Perfect on the black. Perfect. So, one good shot, get yourself in position and make something of it.
It's nice we're reaching some friends down under. Michael Pilgrim in Australia.
That's nice. Good positive comment. That's what we want to see. So he's perfect on this red. Needs to leave himself an angle. Just any kind of angle and just finish low on the ball. You can finish on 4 reds if he wants to here. Just drop the red in. Finish low on the black. Coming around to see where he wants the cue ball for the next red after the black. I like to see that. Somebody's thinking ahead, thinking a couple of shots ahead. Just long bridge, just don't do anything. Short backswing and just drop it in. He's left himself low on the black, so nice and easy to be able to finish on another red. I'm not sure if the pink goes into the left-hand pocket, but certainly it goes into the right-hand pocket, right-hand middle pocket. That's something you'd want to do as quickly as possible. Get that red near the pink spot out of the way, and then get the pink back on its spot. Okay, that's good. Now if he is going to play this red, he needs to play for the blue. This red in by the pink. You don't want the pink on its spot just yet, because you want that red out of the way first. So, got to play for the blue. Should be able to hold for the blue and finish high on the blue. Ooh, I think he's just got an angle, maybe.
Very
Touch,
slightly.
yeah, that's touch of an angle. It's difficult to see from this camera angle, but yeah, I think he's got a touch of an angle. So if he's got a touch of an angle, he definitely wants to be able to get this red off the pink spot. That would be my priority there. Okay, not bad. Okay, great. So now he's on this red by the pink spot. This is a key shot because now you can get the pink back on its spot and makes break building easier. So I think given the way the reds are, it's going to be easier to play from the pink, but might be. So let's play down for the black. Just a fairly straightforward shot.
That little break there, he's taken a 27-20 lead, 22 lead.
He'll be disappointed with that because that was a really straightforward situation. So, what can you do here?
Take the blue and go up for the red in bulk area.
Yeah. Well, that's well played. Yeah, I agree the reds on the right are a little bit awkward, but what you got to do in this situation, you've got 3 reds on the right hand side, finishing on near the right cushion. It's pretty straightforward. You've got a big area to be able to leave yourself on those reds, so it's not as awkward as it looks. I think it's getting down to these sort of tense-ish moments of this frame, down to the last 4 reds. So 59 points available left.
Yeah, there's a good chance that it will probably come down to the colors, as they usually do.
Yep. Yeah, I think one of the pivotal points of this frame was to be able to get that red into the centre pocket, get the pink on the back on the spot, and it opens up the frame. It could get a little bit scrappy from here now.
Raise of the hand, unintentional there. Do you remember the player that laughed at his opponents when he had a fluke?
Who was that?
I mean, we need David Brock. I've remember. I know that I've been told this, but I can't remember the name.
Actually laughed at opponents.
Mm-hmm. Instead of raising the hand.
Well, I mean, Ray Reardon used to do a little bit of that.
Little vampire scowl, I guess. Or
He did have a... So I was just watching another table. I think guy made contact with the blue first. But I got distracted a little bit there. Ray Reardon did make a big hoo-ha about getting a fluke. Which I think was a little bit of tactics there as well. I tell you what, when I looking at a lot of these snooker players, technically, there's a lot of, especially when I was looking at Shakib there, just perfect textbook stance. The way he cues the ball, stays still on the shot. Only good things can come out of that over time. Before you start break building, you've got to be able to build that technique, that solid technique.
and that goes back to what you were saying a while ago. The technique is there, but the big part is between the ears, the mental aspect of it all.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got to build that just as much as your skill level. So there's a question here, Cliff Thorburn or Clive? I don't understand the question.
That might have been me putting it out to who was laughing when
oh, okay,
the
right.
player that would laugh at it. I don't think it was
Clive?
Clive Everton. But I don't think Clive would do that.
No. Well,
I don't think it was a well-known player.
The shot he just played there is now everything's open. I think blue goes past the brown, so everything's open right now. So a good opportunity
So Keith
to
needs
score.
this to force a decider.
Yeah, the red on the side cushion is probably the only awkward ball on the table, really. But even that's very potable with these pockets.
If Jay can take this frame, I've just noticed that Christian Younger's won his match, so he has won Group P.
Okay.
And
So we've got a...
But Jay's probably not aware of that, but he's probably coming in the mindset, obviously, just win no matter what. You can't really do a lot of scoreboard watching.
Got a stun in between the blue and the pink. Blue and the yellow here. Oh, he could be hampered by the yellow. Had to stun into that off the bolt cushion, in my opinion. Now he's left himself difficult. He wanted to finish low on the ball, not high on the ball, so he could just run this and make this easier. It's made it difficult now. So again, goes back to keeping it simple. Now he's got a complicated shot. Should have made more from that opportunity, in my opinion. Oh, he's got lucky there. This is difficult. Got to play this very thin. He's got it safe. Well played. Well played. Jay's got to mind his work here. He's got plenty of opportunity now to be able to, you know, one good pot, one good positional shot, you're away from being able to seal the deal on this match. There's only a few points in it. Definitely wide of the mark on that particular pot. This isn't a straightforward safety shot. These can go wrong. Hitting across the ball, widen the angle, come around the table and try and finish up behind the green with the cue ball. If you hit it too thick, you end up leaving the red on. So this is not easy. Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. Just hit it thick, and oh, he's got away with it. Don't think that red passes the yellow. Can't see from this angle.
It is tough.
I think it passes actually. So that's the problem. You hit it thick. It was harder than it looked. Oh no, it doesn't pass. So
just
again,
avoided
he's
the
got
double
some
guess.
incredible luck there.
Yeah, it's always tough. This TV table from our vantage point is on the other side of the room, so we're quite a distance away. We're relying on the monitors that all of you are seeing at home, so we can see a few things, but yeah, on that last red, it was a bit tough to see, but the person that has the best vantage point is the player that's down on the shot.
Yep. Again, this isn't easy. You can get a double kiss on this. Avoided the double kiss. That's a good shot. Played a good shot. Great safety shot that. That wasn't easy. Oh, he's hit it thick again. He's left the red on now, so that was again tough safety shot. You've got two choices. You can either wait for a few choices. You can either wait for an opportunity. You can create opportunities. Hope that your opponent gives you one. Creating opportunities is exactly what he did. But failed to be able to pot the red with the rest. It was a difficult shot, but got to play safe off this one. And get a cue ball. Possible get the cue ball up behind the brown here. No, I hadn't hit it hard enough.
Cannon into the yellow didn't help. We got a couple mini walls there with the yellow and green,
Yeah,
and brown and
definitely
blue.
good snooker. The shot I like here is to come off the cushion, top cushion with a little bit of side, send the cue ball back up and hope to snooker with the black. I don't like the direct shot. Oh, he's played it well though. Same result. Played it well. Use the black as a snookering ball. Reason why I say come off the cushion is because you can then stun the cue ball closer to the cushion. But he's got the result as a good safety shot, and I don't think he can cut this back, but he might be able to. Oh, it's a miss, of course. So play the miss. Again, should have checked that before because it was so important to get the exact position for this shot. Because now I think you can just easily hit it. I don't think that was in the exact same position, but he's got a nice easy red. You can't.
But both players
He's got an
agreed,
angle.
and that's what
Yeah,
matters when we
that's
don't have a
exactly
referee.
Yeah, I would have wanted to mark it just
Mhm.
because it's fractions away from being a little bit more difficult, but that's all in history now. So if he's got an angle here, he can screw off 2 cushions and back for brown or need some side spin. Hasn't got it. So laid the snooker. Now, absolutely nailed onto the brown. Cut off the angle. You can do it easily. Yeah, that's exactly what he's done, so that's clever.
And that's look at the cue ball on that shot, right?
Yeah, look at the cue ball and then you make sure you don't hit it too. Just it's so easy done, But this is careless. This is really careless. Shouldn't be anywhere near the black. That's 7 points you don't want to give away. The black was a little bit further up, but it's. Oh, that was careless. No. Now he's hit the pink. I mean.
Gone from worse to worser.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, I don't think he's either going to hit either of these now because they're both in different positions than they were before. So. Oh, you know who they could be thinking of when they say Cliff? Think of Cliff Wilson.
That could be it. That could be it.
That could be Cliff Wilson.
Yes.
That does sound like something. Yeah. What an incredible single ball potter.
Yeah.
Pot them all over the place. You're right. The table is a bit of a mess, but for anybody getting in first, there's a great snookering opportunity. Yes, Cliff Wilson. Well, I do know something.
Yeah, 36 on the table, or 35 on the table, 36 in it.
He was a very attacking player, Cliff Wilson. Great player. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. And is he on the green? Oh, he's going to roll up to the blue. Now this
Is a concession.
is a concession.
There we are.
Yeah.
So we have a deciding frame. Very important for Jae-hee. If he can win this deciding frame, that will definitely punch his card into the knockout rounds.
So if he doesn't win this,
I'm not sure how the tiebreaker is going to
so
work.
he's got to win this to guarantee himself a place.
Win and get in, I think. He's got to have that philosophy. I just not sure exactly what they have. I'll have to look at the scoreboard, see what Amit's doing. And as they get everything set up, we'll just step aside for a little break. So feel free to maybe get a comfort break if you need, because the decider will be coming up very shortly. All right, we're back here for this deciding frame between Jahi and Shakib Karim. You know, big frame here for Jay if he's able to win it.
Uh-oh.
Jay will be putting himself into the knockout round, as well as the man sitting beside me, Christian Youngers.
Yeah, we're back in the booth.
Yes.
Man, a lot of matches today.
It was, we really appreciate Darren making some time, coming into the booth, providing some great color commentary.
Yeah, it must have been awesome, right? He's solid guy. Solid player as well. I remember earlier, I think he held the high break prize for all of about 3 minutes or so until we saw the century over on the stream table from Renat. So.
Very true, yes.
All right, decider, last frame of the stream. It's going to be topping off day one, right?
Day
Group
two.
stage, or day two, and the group stage is
No
going to be
worries.
done.
You're fresh off a great victory.
I'm jet lagged, yeah, sorry.
You know, you're the big winner in your group, obviously winning all 3 of your matches.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that all happened, but we'll take it. It is what it is. Snooker's a funny game, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Got pretty fortunate in some of those situations, but these are the other 2 gentlemen in my group. I think if Shakib wins this, I would have advanced no matter what the result of my match, but I think I still needed to win in order to get on through. But Jay...
I think actually Shakib does not have a match win.
Correct.
Amit had one and Jay had one.
Yeah.
So yeah, we were talking about it. If
Amit had won 2-0, I think I would have been in trouble.
A little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
And if Jay had won as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
a lot of things working out. But I think, yeah, if Shakib is able to win this match, then that's going to tie him with Jay.
Mm-hmm.
And I just can't remember if they do head-to-head or if it's frame differential. Because obviously if they went to head-to-head, Shakib is definitely going to be moving on.
Yeah, so I think did Jay beat Amit? Yeah, so Jay is in for sure. Is that right?
He's got one victory and you've beaten Jay, so he's kind of 1-1, shall we say. You're 3-0. Amit is 0-3.
Amit is now 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Yeah.
And Shakib is 0-2, I believe.
Yeah, so I think Shakib looks like is going to be out, but based on I think frame differentials, the next tiebreaker, I think Jay might be already in because he had a 2-0 victory over Amit. Because if Jay loses this, he'll also be 1 and 2, tied with Amit on score, frame or match score. But I think the frame differential is what determines the tiebreaker. After that, and then eventually highest break. Yeah, by Garrett say maybe determined by highest break. I think highest break is the second tiebreaker. First is actually no, I guess it's 3. It's match score, heads up if applies, right? If heads up does not apply in the case of like a 3-way tie, for example, frame differential comes into play, and then if frame differential doesn't determine it or only knocks it down to 2 people, the last one will be high break, I believe. Classic group stage conundrums. Remember the one we had over at the BC Open? That one was quite fun.
Yes, the 3 blue, the
Yeah.
3-way tie when we had a blue off the spots.
I like that one. That sounds like maybe USSA should incorporate that. Do a blue ball respot. Who can pot more times? Just the drama in the room at the moment when that happened. It was wild to watch. It was so much fun.
Pretty much so, yeah. I was in the booth, and you could we were on our featured match, and you could just see
Yeah.
all these people in the room migrating to a table. And for a second, I really didn't know actually what was going on, just concentrated on the match at hand. And Lance, tournament director, streaming producer, or co-producer, just sent me a quick message that we've got a 3-way tie here, blue ball off the spot. Maybe we can get Ken, our great technical director, just to pivot the camera over and take a look, and we did, and it was just exciting on the stream, exciting in the room. So
yeah, for sure. And also, after I think one instance where I think Francis had made the blue, and then the response blue had also been potted, so they kept the tie, and I think it went like 10 dozen shots or so, right? It was a long shootout.
It didn't get resolved quickly, that's for sure. So that just added to the drama.
Did not disappoint.
So yeah, we all do our little things, and hopefully we can all work together, pitch ideas here and there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is going in, I think. Oh, just short.
Yeah, we'll be coming back here to Embassy Billiards in St. Gabriel, California tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the start of the knockout round of this 2023 United States National Snooker Championship.
Yeah, tomorrow's a big day. I think it's going to be 3 rounds overall tomorrow. We're going to give the round of 32, around 9 a.m., pretty early. I think around 2 p.m. Pacific time is going to be the round of 16, and then I think around 5 p.m.
it will be the final 8.
Yeah, so something like that, actually. I might have the time wrong, but 3 rounds.
And the round of 32, that's going to have 2 batches of matches.
2 batches.
We'll have, let's see, 2 4 TV table matches. As people have noticed, we've jumped around.
Yep, and best of 5s, right?
Best of 5, and then best of 5 for the 16, and then best of 7
quarterfinal
for the quarters.
And
best
semis
is best of 7, and then the finals is a best of 9.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I believe we're also going to have referees and full scorekeeping volunteers for, I guess referee will keep with the break scoring mechanism, so we keep track of the break, etc. Once we get to the quarterfinals onward for the streaming table, so should be pretty good. Looks like there's 2 more matches going as well in the room.
It's a good opportunity here for Shakib.
Yeah, and in and amongst the balls here. Really close match I had against Shakib. It came down, I think, second frame to a black ball, and I managed to, he missed the pink. I managed to get black pink. Third frame decider came to a black ball. He missed the pot on the black. I managed to make it, and literally probably 3 millimeters away from going in off after potting the black. That's how much suspense was in that one. It was wild. Richard Parker, interesting, saying Higgins was outrageously talented, but inconsistent due to technique, and he's seeing that Judd Trump is kind of similar along that vein. Yeah, I guess I can kind of see that. It's a little bit, it depends. I think sometimes when you have, when you're not at peace in between the ears, sometimes it can be difficult to really excel to your fullest potential, no matter how much talent you might have. But that is one of the things that everybody references is kind of the curvature of his stroke in a sense, right? He's got a little bit of a hook kind of in.
Yeah, definitely get to see that on those close-up shots when he's on the TV table. So nice little 17 break there.
Yeah. Oh, watch this out. It's cue ball. Where's the cue ball going? It's going to rattle. Oh, wow. I think it's angled, actually. We got to zoom in on this. Sorry. Oh, man. My camera work needs a little bit of handiwork. Yeah, just barely, I think. Just deciding to do a dump shot. Apology, folks. Didn't mean to,
Yeah, some of us have motion sickness.
yeah, give you a little dizzy. Sorry about that.
Just a bit too much.
A little overcut, yeah.
How did you feel playing later in the day?
I don't know. It just it always feels more of a grind. I don't know why. There weren't any real frames where it was very back and forth. Offensively, I feel like most of the frames today were very much a grind. Not a lot of high breaks. I think highest break I had was like a 24, something like that. 32 maybe. I don't remember. It's definitely difficult when you're, commentating all day or doing a lot of stuff all day and you don't have time to kind of just mentally debrief and just think about nothing for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And then just get your game face on, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's good. We got a lot of people in the commentary booth today, a lot of volunteers helping out. Hopefully tomorrow we'll get some more folks wanted to join in, tell us their stories. We had Dave Daly in the booth. We had Darren Taylor today. Who else? I can remember. I think Dharma was here early in the day, something like that.
A lot of Ds.
Yeah, yeah.
Almost got to be triple Ds, I guess.
Oh, wow, good try. It's close. It's playing up for blue. It's going to leave something. Yeah, really only the red down here by the black.
Yeah, I'm predicting it's going down to the colors.
You think so?
Just a feeling.
Yeah, back and forth juggernaut of a frame. It's honestly, I feel like how this whole group has been. Every match I was in was 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. And I think I lost every first frame in every single match. So, a lot of back and forth, definitely in this group.
Well, that's always sometimes can be a good wake-up call when you lose that first frame. You're like, hey, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
My job is to win. Wake up.
Right? Oh, good pot there. A little bit of loose with the cue ball. Unfortunately, this red doesn't go into the left pocket past the yellow, the one between the blue and the green. So I had to kind of play underneath it, I guess. Now he's playing a long pot. Leftmost red. Closest to the corner.
It's alright, but he's left a red on. Yeah, tough with those two reds in the bulk end of the table. Couldn't really just clip off any reds and run back to hide.
Mm-hmm. He's going to have to cannon this pink to get on. Oh, he just decided to stun it. I like cannoning it kind of going forward, and if you get enough follow, you can get on the blue. But if you hit it thick enough, you can get the pink into the right middle.
This is a good opening, actually. Good chance here for Shakib. Oh, this red into the green pocket, can stun around there, get an angle on blue or pink to take him up into the bulk area. Ooh. Both players just struggling a little bit. Bye,
Garrett. Thanks. Appreciate the good wishes. It's quite the tough field, though. I'm not sure I've been playing quite the standard to win at all, but we're going to try. That's for sure. You never know what can happen. Snooker is a funny, funny game. I see you figured out how to update the scoreboard. Very nice.
It's got a bit of an angle to. Yeah, this yellow must be causing a problem for that red just below the brown.
Oh, just barely overcut. Yeah, what does our second angle say? Yeah, it definitely doesn't. This red in the middle of the table definitely doesn't pass the yellow. Gonna see a safety here, maybe roll up in the brown and the green. So go inside onto the green, but doubles up the reds into the corner. A little bit of a shot to nothing, I think, to cut this into the middle. Play for black. Thanks, Spike Garrett. If you're going to miss, that is a side to miss on, though.
Mm-hmm. Get past the yellow here to take this red closest to him in the top right corner.
Yeah, he overcut it, so it tells me he definitely had the angle to pot it. Tricky, those shots, when you have to get really close to the next, the ball that's blocking you. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, some of the players are hitting it pretty hard, but I think it might also have to do with the fact that the cloth is 6811, so you can't quite just cue it pure. You do have to kind of put a little bit more effort behind the shot. It's because the cloth does play a little slower than what you see on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, I think there's a little humidity in the air as well. That's kind of slowing down the tables.
Today's very humid today, actually.
And it's been a long 2 days, that's for sure. Obviously, these players, haven't been playing all day long. But they might just have, a bit more tension in the arm, the adrenaline.
The smoke. Yeah, I see it.
So a few little distractions in the room. Hopefully we can come to the bottom of it. But meanwhile, Shakib Karim has a 37-26 advantage. Oh, that's a great pot there. Yeah, there's that might have been just a bit too hard. Yeah. So they're just dealing with a little bit of maintenance in the room.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a quick pause for the match play. Something going on in the room, so...
Seems like it. So we might have a second evacuation out of the building. We did have one a little earlier today that had a little...
Maybe that's what
stand
caused
down.
it earlier, too, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Some of the team is on it here.
All right, I think...
True, a little unorthodox here. You know, you see sometimes everything in a snooker room. A couple of players are pausing their match. Oh, now the lights have gone off. They're turning off all the lights here, so we've hit darkness, everyone.
yeah, we're going to take a quick break. We'll see if we'll be back.
People hold on to that stream, and we will just see what happens. Hopefully we can resume shortly. And stand by, everybody. It's the 2023 United States National Snooker Championship. And, keep that stream up there. Hopefully we'll be coming back very shortly. Take care, everybody. All right, everybody. Sorry about that delay. Just could have been a lot worse. There's a bit of, I think, some electronic issues in the building that are going to be probably being looked at this evening. So hopefully we can continue on with the tournament tomorrow. But they are feeling that it's all right to at least finish off these last 3 matches. Our TV table match right here. Luckily, it's only a best of 3, and we are in the decider. So we appreciate your patience there on the stream. So there's always a first when you come to a snooker tournament, that's for sure. But luckily, no one got hurt.
No, we're all good.
Everyone's okay.
Covered this red into the right pocket. It's going to have to play safe most likely on this. Although the aggressive shot is also trying to double this into the other corner. Yep. Not a bad attempt.
Yeah, there might be. Is there a bit of an angle here for a shot to nothing for
Yeah, they like the shot to nothing for sure.
Shakib? Wow.
Yeah, great pot. Cue ball, well controlled. It's nicely on the black.
Good angle.
Imagine if it's happened at the Crucible. Famous black ball frame. Yeah, good luck.
They did have some delays at the Crucible. There was one point where I think the roof was leaking a little bit and started dripping on the table.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know about that.
But it's been a funny year in snooker, as some might remember. In April earlier this year, there was a little bit of delay on one of the tables, but that was a bit more man-made, shall we say, in the world of a protest that just say no to oil.
Yeah.
That stopped that match. So
That one was pretty wild, yeah. We got to Sheffield, I think, just after that had happened, right?
Lucky there's a few pieces of the roof in here that have come down, and we're very fortunate that it didn't come down on us in the booth or any of the players or spectators.
Or the tables, even. Yeah.
Or the tables.
It's like just a bit of a leak. But so far, so good.
Yeah, it seems like it might have rattled Jay a little bit. 'Cause he definitely needs this match to put himself into the knockout round.
Is he 1-1 right now?
Yes, he is 1-1.
Okay. And he did manage to beat Amit, I believe, right? So
28, he's got to keep an eye on that scoreboard. I'm pretty sure he's plenty aware of that.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
needs the one snooker.
He does need the one. Okay. What about pigeons in the arena? Yeah, that also happened, didn't it?
That is correct. There was a pigeon in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's been streakers as well.
Oh, yeah.
So, but everyone was keeping a cool head, so that was nice to see.
Ah, good pot.
Yeah, that's that might seal the deal here.
That was his frame ball, right? Or he already needed snookers, I guess. So
We have to try to do the best commentary, but we might have a little smoke in our brains here.
yeah, sorry. Oh wow! Now he's just potting everything.
Jeez, who's this guy? Funny how that happens when your opponent needs snookers, and you can just kind of open up and just find the back of that pocket, slap that leather, and put your object ball deep into the pocket.
Yeah, just rifle. And another one.
So this is going to conclude our broadcast for day 2 here at the 2023 United States National Snooker Championship at Embassy Billiards in St. Gabriel, California. We'll have to see how this plays out. Just not sure how the tiebreak is going to happen.
We wanted the clearance. Shakib, we wanted the clearance. There's the handshakes.
So that'll do it for us today. We appreciate all you tuning in. We did have a few hiccups throughout the day. There's a couple of evacuations that need to happen, but luckily everything's okay, and we didn't have any of those other force evacuations with the little shake and bake, shall we say, of an earthquake. But tune in to us tomorrow. We go live at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's on the West Coast, 9 a.m. And we will start the quest. The knockout round starts there with 32 players vying for that Tom Collins trophy.
Yeah, check out the cloudsnooker.com for the winner of the groups. We're just cycling through them here. But if you want some more info, cloudsnooker.com, see who won and advances. And I think there will be a drawing, I believe, right, for some of the spots in the knockout stage. Especially the second place players, and some of the unseeded players are going to be drawn, and then we'll see what happens next.
Sounds good. Christian Youngers, thank you very much for all your talented work as our technical producer here, putting all these pictures and sounds together. You've done a fantastic job. We'll see also Christian in the knockout round. So it's David Burney saying good night, everybody. Be safe. We'll see you tomorrow.